your holiday? Pardon? Looking forward to your holiday?
It's not a holiday, Roger.
Don't forget your booking spade, mate.
I'll keep that down.
Morning, Mark.
How are we?
Yeah, fine, fine.
Muggy today, more.
It is. Can I just check, Mark? Is it hamstring?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, the time coming up towards 2 minutes to 11. This is Mike Taylor from BBC Radio WM, introducing commentary on the second day of the championship match here at Edgbaston between Warwickshire and Lancashire. We seem to be set fair for a decent weather day, which is the first good news. There's broken cloud around, but it's dry and forecast to be dry and bright throughout the day. The teams have just come out onto the field, as you've probably heard in the background if you listen to the audio commentary. If you're on the Warwickshire YouTube feed, hello YouTubers, then you will be able to see the umpires. Tom Lungley and Ben Debenham are already in position and followed out by the Lancashire batters, Bailey and Balderson, picking up from where they were last night. The situation in this game, with Lancashire resuming this morning at 295 for 7. A strong recovery from these two from 150 for 7 after Warwickshire chose to put them in yesterday morning. The wicket spread around, but the big concern for Warwickshire is the absence of Chris Rushworth, who left the field with what we learned last night to be a hamstring injury. So that clearly a problem for Warwickshire, their leading wicket taker. It would seem out of commission, at least for now. So we'll keep tabs on how that develops during the course of this game. But for the time being, on the pitch right in the centre, where the finals day was played at the weekend, the umpire's just waiting for us to tick round to 11 o'clock to resume. It looks like Mir Hamza is going to bowl first this morning. So Rushworth I can't see on the field just now. So he's going to begin the first over from the pavilion end with a slip and a fine gully and a backward point, the close catches. At 295 for 7, and his first ball angled in from round the wicket, hits Bailey on the pad, but probably angling across outside leg stump. There is a vociferous appeal from Warwickshire, who would be eager in any circumstances to take an early wicket this morning, but all the more so given the way they were held up in the last session yesterday by Tom Bailey 75 and George Balderson 94. I wonder how well he slept. But the pair of them putting on 145 for the 8th wicket. Round the wicket comes Hamza. That looks a better shout, and he's LBW, Bailey. The second ball this morning strikes. Hamza's first delivery looked as though it was angled too far down the leg side, but that one caught Bailey in front, and Lancashire's big partnership for the 8th wicket is removed more or less on the stroke of 11 o'clock by the second ball this morning. Mir Hamza taking his second wicket, having Bailey LBW for 75 and Lancashire 295 for 8, and just the fillip that Warwickshire needed after their frustrations last evening to remove one of the batters who were so well set yesterday. 295 for 8, and a good hand for Tom Bailey, who leaves having made 75 at number 9, his highest first-class score, but unable to add to it this morning. And there's a sympathetic round of applause for him as he heads back up the steps. Will Williams is on his way out at number 10. Jack Morley still to come. It's 2 minutes past 11, so I'll, in a few moments, do an update for local radio listeners, and then we shall hear from Scott Reed on BBC Radio Lancashire and Associated Ports. He'll be with us shortly. You haven't beaten the first batter of the day out, Scott. That is a poor do. And what a pity for Tom Bailey after a splendid hand yesterday.
Yeah, he batted superbly yesterday, and vital partnership with George Balderson. I guess he did his work yesterday. I'm sure he'd been keen to go on a little bit longer this morning, but that partnership yesterday was absolutely vital for Lancashire, because they're in all sorts of trouble when those two came together.
Hard to judge really when a team's been 150 for 7 and ends the day nearly 300 for 7 as to what a good score actually might be. Mark Robinson last night suggested that they thought 330 was par, which is helpful from 295 for 7, but we'll see. radio update coming. This is Mike Taylor at Edgbaston on the second morning of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Lancashire. The Bears were somewhat frustrated by Lancashire's 8th wicket pair, George Balderson and Tom Bailey, last evening as they put together a stand of 145. But it's taken only 2 balls from Mir Hamza to separate them this morning. Bailey removed for his highest first-class score of 75, hit on the pad's first ball by a ball that was angling down the leg side, but his second, a little straighter from Hamza, left arm round the wicket and hit Bailey in front. Balderson remaining on his not out overnight score at the non-strikers end for now, still there with 94, but the Bears hoping to shift the Lancashire tail quickly at 295 for 8. So that's local radio stations dealt with for a bit, and Hamza has had Williams pushing the ball away into the offside. Still some mixed feel, not over-attacking, but there's a man gone in at short mid-wicket for the right-handed Williams as Hamza comes round the wicket and Williams pushes hard into the covers for no run. Did Lancashire suggest what they thought a good score might be?
I spoke to Tom Bailey last night. I didn't ask him that question directly. He said it's a pitch where there was a bit in it in the morning, he said, but he reckons it's quite a decent pitch. And he felt it got a little easier as the day went on yesterday to bat on.
Hamza bustling in and goes wide on the crease. Williams is playing with the angle here, helping it away backward of square leg and scoring his first run. So 296 for 8 at the end of the first over today. Balderson still be stewing at the non-strikers end with 94, and Williams is away with 1.
A bit of the conversation yesterday was about the toss and the decision by Warwickshire to bowl first on a pitch that's 100 overs old. But I gather Lancashire would have also bowled first.
Really? Okay.
We were up here discussing the merits of it, and I don't think Ricky Clark would have been keen on bowling on it yesterday morning. I think after a conversation with him on air yesterday. But yeah, both sides, I gather, obviously Warwickshire did. Yeah. Lancashire said that they would have bowled as well. I
wonder if, because the weather forecast for the weekend for Saturday is not very promising. So if that's turned out to be true, and that's a pretty big if. It might be a 3-day game, so whether a bit like we're led to believe England having the test match, put them in to try and force the pace of it.
Yeah, could be. Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, because the kind of normal logic would be on such a used pitch that you wouldn't want to bat last on it, would you? So maybe the Saturday forecast is a factor. It will be Hannon Dolby from the Birmingham end to Williams, it's down the leg side. And, there is no run. I just pressed send on an email to Alex and George and Gary, who were across the live text commentary today on the BBC website and app, and I just pressed send to with a little kind of roundup of Lancashire's highest 8th wicket partnership, and was it in danger of being broken, and could Bailey go on and get something he's never done before, and as I press send, the finger went up.
Yes, the umpire sent him. So it's your fault, what you're trying to say.
I think so. Hannon Dolby to Williams, who plays forward and defends again to mid-on, and there's no run. So I'm not sure Alex and George and Gary can do much about that with that email.
Well, save it for the second inning.
Quite possibly, yeah. Well, he bat well, didn't he, Tom Bailey? 75. That's a first-class career best score for him. Well, he did say he enjoys it more when he can come out and give it a bit of a wallop.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he felt more comfortable when he can stand there and bash it a bit rather than defend. Hannon Dolby to Williams, who does defend. The ball deflects away to mid-wicket, and there is no run. It's a 296 for 8. So Will Williams, who's fresh from his recently new first-class highest score. He got 60 odd in the win at Surrey a couple of weeks ago. Coming in as a night watchman. He's on 1. There's 2 slips and there's a point and there's a cover, mid-off and a mid-on, a mid-wicket, square leg and a fine leg. Hannon Dolby over the wicket to Williams. It's left. It seemed to sneak right over the top of his off stump into the gloves of Michael Burgess, and there's no run.
It's left on length and good faith, wasn't it?
He was, yes.
But, I mean, the Hannon Dolby does get bounce. He's a tall man. So, he's awkward, gets him a lot of wickets, and he's delivering again this year. He's been perhaps slightly put in the shade for people looking on from afar by Chris Rushworth, who's well past 40 wickets. But Hannon Dolby is up to, I think, 30, or getting up for 30 for the season, past 50 last year.
Balls to Williams, it's a full ball, but wide of off stump, and just shapes away and taken by tumbling Burgess away to his right-hand side. And there's no run. Is there any update on Chris Rushworth?
Not that I've heard yet, but he's not out on the field. I mean, they clearly won't want to. You don't want to take too many chances with a hamstring injury, especially not for somebody who you imagine into the second half of his career. Let's put it that way. But they've got one more championship game and then the one-day cup. So I guess you could manage without him in the one-day cup and make sure he's okay for September. But they'll take a view, I'm sure.
Hannon Dolby to complete the first over of the morning from that Birmingham end to Williams. Again, that's worked out towards the onside. And there is no run, so it's another over choked off. 98 gone of Lancashire's first innings, 296 for 8. Williams 1, Balderson on 94. The Bears, well, potentially significantly hampered for the rest of this match if Rushworth is unable to return.
I'm advised that there is cause for celebration both in Manchester and indeed here. Is it Chris Wokes got 5 wickets? Chris Wokes has finished with 5 wickets and Australia are all out in double quick time this morning.
Superb.
So arriving somewhat belatedly into the series, Chris Wokes, but making up for lost time. Oh, 9 down. Oh, Phil's getting excited.
Okay.
Well, who wouldn't?
Yeah, why not?
But he got 5 wickets now, Wokes. So showing 4 on my list here. Oh, anyway, he's doing well. Hamza's on his way, left arm over the wicket and bowls to Balderson, who's 94 and now he's 95, guiding that ball round his front pad, away down to long leg. Wonder how well he slept, George Balderson. He hasn't been this way too often, has he? No, he's 97. I notice he's the best of his 7 first-class 50s before today. Is he a fairly sanguine chap? I don't know.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool customer. Yeah, he didn't look like a guy that was overly concerned and jittery and wanting and anxious and trying to get it done last night. He looked pretty chilled out about it.
That's good. I literally can't imagine what that's like. Hamza going over the wicket to Williams and finds the outside half of the bat, but it's well controlled and rolls away to backward point where Barnard makes one of those tumbling stops that everybody makes these days, from which it would take you or I about 5 minutes to get up, but he just springs back up in one movement.
He has twice been out in the 90s
in
his career. So 97 you mentioned is his first class highest score. He got 91 in a game earlier this year. So twice he's got now 3 times to 90s. Never gone on.
In goes Hamza, and this is swinging down the leg side. Warwickshire think that Williams has touched it, but Williams doesn't, and the umpire doesn't either. So there's no run, and that gives Balderson another case of the fidgets, not unreasonably, with 8 wickets down. Oh dear. You'd have to have a bit of a heart of stone not to feel for Balderson at the moment.
Yeah.
Having been down this track a couple of times before.
Yeah, I think, well, if Williams gets out in this over, he might be feeling, starting to feel a little bit extra nerves.
And Jack Morley to come. Off goes Hamza and pitches this up, and that's a decent shout to Williams and his LBW. And Hamza's got 2 in his first 2 overs this morning. And now Balderson really is going to have the fidgets because there's still 1 to come in this over. And Hamza got 1 from round the wicket and 1 from over the wicket. But he's won 2 appeals in his first 10 balls this morning. And Lancashire threatening to have their tail chopped off quite surgically at 297 for 9.
He's getting that shape again as Hamza, as he did through the course of yesterday. I mean, his figures are his 3 for 91 are excellent. Yesterday he looked like he was he was a bit expensive compared to the other bowlers, but actually taking away the numbers on the scorecard, if you're watching him bowl yesterday, he was really threatening, and he got the ball to move, and he's getting that shake back in, isn't he? Just got that late little dip back in. He's pinned both batters, or both wickets have fallen with that late movement coming back in, and the LBW being successful. So yeah, he's got the ball to shape a bit through the course of the match. He's bowled really well. I think he'd be great fun to watch the next couple of games for Warwickshire.
Well, Hassan Ali made a lot of friends here in the first part of the season by being, so I'm advised by people in the Warwickshire camp, everything you would want an overseas player to be. And these days, there aren't many overseas players who stay for long. It's just the nature of things. Yeah. You know, when you and I grew up, when you knew who everybody's overseas player was for the season, and they were quite often the same one for 2 or 3 years, unless their country was touring. And they were really part of the club. Whereas now, it's just the way it is. Generally speaking, overseas players come and go. But Warwickshire had Hassan Ali. They were meant to have him until the end of this month, but he got the call up for Pakistan. But he was tremendous fun. Rather like in good old Imran Tahir. You know, every time he took a wicket, it was an event. And Hamza looks like he might be cut of similar cloth, really. Can't be easy to step off a plane and just come and play. Now, look, here's Balderson, who's trying to lean on his bat at the non-striker's end and cop on that he's absolutely fine. But the number 11's in, he's 95 not out, and he's a bit stuck. And he's waiting for the left-handed Morley, who defends the first ball very carefully into the offside. Balderson's gone for a fidget.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, he is a cool customer, George, but he'll do well to contain his nerves here, or a sense of anxiety a little bit. And you've got one more ball, mate, and then I think if you're George Balderson, the next over is your chance.
Is he going to have much faith in Jack Morley's batting?
Well, he's not batted a lot, so it's difficult. Albeit he'll have played with him quite a bit, I'm sure, at the different age groups coming up.
Well, he'd be saying it's fine. Hamza bowls wider of the crease. Oh, he snakes that one back in, and it passes the outside edge on its way back in from outside the off stump. And I don't think Morley knew too much about that, but he's missed it, which is the main thing for George Balderson anyway. And Lancashire are 297 for 9. Balderson is 95. And now he's having a chat with Morley. But I think that the smart money is that he's going to have a bit of a dip here. There's a bonus point to grab as well. Which is
that's true, yeah. 3 runs away from that for Lancashire. It's a good ball, that, wasn't it, by Hamza to put him on?
Yeah.
Goodness, it's a beautiful length that brings him forward. He just kind of wobbles away from the edge of the bat. It's a lovely delivery. So I think for George Balderson, he's potentially got 6 balls. I mean, I say he might be giving Jack Morley a little bit of disrespect there, but I don't think he want to hang on here, Balderson, to try and get 5 more runs. Warwickshire have spread the field. There's 1 slip in place, so there's a single where pretty much wherever he wants it. There's 4 on the leg side and 3 on the offside out towards the boundary. Hannon Dolby to Balderson. That's defended.
There is a little bit of encouragement in, I noticed looking at Morley's statistics, and it's a fairly brief first-class career so far. But although Morley has scored a total of 9 first-class runs, which I don't want to say like that, it's 9 more than I'll ever get, but he has stuck around for 89 balls in total to secure those 9 runs. So it might not necessarily have to be now. He's going to have to hit it over the field by the look of it, though. And it's a big boundary today. Good luck.
Around the wicket, Hannon Dolby left alone by Balderson. Into the gloves of Burgess, and there's no run. 297 for 9. I think that 9th wicket in the Test match was Jimmy Anderson's, I think. So I think you're right. I think Chris Wokes up with 4 so far.
There was one off a no ball, was it? Oh, it was one off a no ball. Oh, the curse of the no ball. Well, there we go. Oh dear, that's a bit of a blunder from Chris there. Isn't it?
And then Dolby back into Balderson. Oh, he's pushing at that ball. Ball just moves away into the gloves of Burgess, and there's no run.
I I think he looked happier trying to whack it.
297 for 9. So Bears reckon about 350 par. Is that what?
He's very specific in his interview last night, Mark Robinson. He said, we think it's a 330 to 340 pitch.
Ah, right. Okay.
Which is seems very specific. But there we go.
Balderson waits off the back foot and drives. Look towards Sam Hayne, who's at deep cover. There's no run. So there's 2 balls left for Balderson to try and nick a single potentially here. Try and get up the other end.
Well, there's lots of scope for that. It's a big playing area, this, because they are playing, we mentioned, on the pitch from finals day. So it's essentially just about the #1 pitch here, but it's right in the middle. Which means that with the rope almost back to the fence all the way round, it's just about the largest possible playing area here.
Everyone's creeped back in. Balderson waits, rocks back, pulls, it's in the air. It'll land safe though, towards Briggs, deep square leg. So he does get his single. So Morley's got 1 ball left of the over to negotiate. Both batters come down for a little conversation, make sure that they're both on the same wavelength here. If there's a run, you're either taking it or you're not. Not try and get a little confused as to whether it's a yes-no situation. But they've had a word. 298 for 9. Balderson moves on to 96 with that single. Warwickshire have gone for a slightly more attacking field with Morley on strikes. They're 2 slips and short mid-wicket. There's a mid-on, mid-off. There's a deep point. There's a fine leg and a deep square leg. Final ball of the over. Hannon Dolby to Morley. It's angled into him and he turns it up towards Ed Barnard at mid-wicket, and there's no run, so he does get through that final ball. So Balderson will be on strike. 298 for 9. We've had about 20 minutes of play on the second day of this county championship fixture via the live stream on Warwickshire's website and the BBC Sport website and the app as well.
There's 2 more genuine local lads, aren't they, for Lancashire?
Yeah, they've got. I mean, the team is again, even though they've just in the last month allowed three local players have all left. There's still plenty of local involvement in this side. Bohannon and Bell and Balderson and Lamb and Bailey and Morley. It's Hamza to Balderson. It's a forward defensive, and there is no run.
Well, if he's going to try and get 4 for his 100 here, I mean, there are gaps because it is such a big area that even though there are 7 men roughly as boundary fielders, there's quite a big acreage between them. But you're going to have to clobber it.
Yeah. It's a show we're going to see much clobbering from Balderson off Hamza in a minute. Left arm over to Balderson. Leaves the ball through to Burgess, and there's no run.
We should get him in singles over the next 5 overs.
It'll be slow going.
Show some faith. Well, the ultimate show of faith.
It would, wouldn't it? Yeah. Just do it in once.
Good man. Hamza again made that one snake back a little bit. It didn't really go until almost after it had passed Balderson. But he's wobbling it, Mir Hamza, this morning. A sharpish pace too.
Sets off again. Past the umpire to Balderson. It's nudged away off the hip, down to fine leg. They think about one, or at least Morley does, and Balderson shows no interest. So the dot ball, 298 for 9.
Oh, when you see somebody come from Pakistan to bowl left arm quick, you're immediately thinking of Wasim. But he doesn't quite run through the crease in the same way as Wasim used to do. There's a bit of a leap as he gets there, but he's sharp, isn't he, Mir Hamza? Has played a little bit of Test cricket.
A little shuffle, then gets into his approach and balls again. He's pushing it full and wide and seeing if he can tempt Balderson. He doesn't. He lets it go through to the keeper again. No run. And everybody now starts to creep up. That's ball number 4 of the over. So there's 2 left, and the fielder's positioned out in the deep, slowly edging a little nearer.
Roddy Wassing bowled one of the scariest overs I ever saw in a championship game to Alan Fordham on a really dark afternoon in Manchester. Hit him twice, both of which went for 4 byes off his head, or 4 leg byes off his head. I thought, wow, that was quick. Watching from side on. Scary business.
Balderson waiting for Hamza. Back of a length, he takes it on, there's Balderson. To pull the ball, plays underneath it. Through to the keeper, no run. Sat up there, he couldn't resist that. Balderson with a leg side field in.
Now there's a decision to make with the field with 1 to come, isn't there? Whether exactly how Will Rhodes is going to play this. He's got men going in all directions. But there's a very fine, deep, fine leg gone in. He's just moved around a little bit, but he's quite fine there. There's a long leg, a deep square leg, as if to suggest he might be getting another one up his nose here.
Into Balderson, who plays it nicely, but just can't find the single. He's trying to just guide it down towards third man. You could see the attempt there. It was another short ball, but it was short and a little wide, and Balderson wasn't going to be able to hook or pull that one, but he could have tried to roll it down to third man, which is what he tried to do. A little open face of the bat, but just couldn't get it further enough to the right of backward point, and missed out on taking on a single, which means that Morley will be on strike for the next over. 298 for 9.
Yeah, this is a tremendous effort from Balderson, but there is a slight danger he's going to get a bit stuck, isn't he, looking at this? Morley's going to start a new over facing Hannon Dolby, who has been his usual miserly self. I mean, on the cricket field, he's a very generous chap. But 2 for 37 in 21 overs. There's a tidy return here. He comes again from the Birmingham end, and Morley is playing very responsibly and gently forward and pushing out to Barnard at extra cover. He's working hard on the ball. How was Blackpool, by the way?
It was lovely. Well, it was lovely for 3 of the days. It
Yes.
was a bit depressing for one of them. And we sat there and watched it rain.
Yes.
That wasn't
Right,
much
no, I've been there. I've done that. I bailed that tent out.
yeah. But no, the other 3 days were lovely, and it was a good game of cricket.
No, super grand to go to. Off goes Hannon Dolby round the wicket, and Morley is right in line with this, pushing it back just on the onside of straight. So, with Ben Watts at Radio Kent last week, and they're going to Blackpool, I think he said, for the... Was it Blackpool? He said they're in a tour of like seaside grounds in the One Day Cup. They've got Scarborough and Isle of Wight.
Oh, nice.
I said, we want to get on some of these trips. I'm sure he said they were going to Blackpool as well. But
think
maybe I've got it mixed up, or there was another one. But anyway, basically everywhere they're going, Kent, they're sort of going on a sort of post tour, send us a postcard. It sounded rather good.
Sounds lovely.
In comes Hannon Dolby round the wicket, and Morley jabs that almost without moving. He sort of positioned himself like a figurine of a batsman, and then let the ball hit the bat, but he kept it out.
It was the first championship match of Blackpool since 2011. So they've waited a long time for 4-day cricket. I mean, they played 1-day games and T20 matches there in between time, but not 4-day matches. So they've spent a lot of work, a lot of money to get the ground, the outfield in particular, up to the standard of staging first-class cricket. So it was good for Blackpool that they had a good game.
I did a championship game there once. It was a lot of fun. Hannon Dolby bowls, that's well wide, and Morley's not having anything to do with that. I remember going up on the first day, and it was chucking it, and all the way up the motorway. I thought, this is no good. And it's before you were doing the Lancashire commentary. I think it was Chris Malaban was doing Lancashire at that time. And I got there quite early and into the tent, as it then was. And I was telling you this last week. You know, the boxes that we have to plug into, these little white boxes, they're like a sort of like the box you have your phone plugged into at home. And where we plug our gizmos into, And the BT guy had been and installed it on the end of a great long wire from somewhere and put it in this plastic bag. In comes Hannon Dolby and Morley. Oh, he very nearly touched that. It was just outside off stump, and he pushed gently forward at it, and it was a good job he did push gently because he just missed it, and it's gone through. So the engineer would come and set it up because it was all done temporary for the festival week, and he put it in this plastic bag, and obviously it had rained cats and dogs. And a lot of the water had come down off the top, worked its way down and into this plastic bag. So the white plastic gizmo that we stuck into was sat there in a half-full bag of water like a goldfish at the fair. I thought, well, that's not going to work. What will I tell Chris when he comes? But it did work wonderfully. Here's Hannon Dolby round the wicket, and Morley is running this off the outside half of the bat, and now it's his turn to refuse a run. He puts a big glot up and says to Balderson, no, hold on, go, you stay there. So it's another maiden. Lancashire have added 3 runs this morning in the first 6 overs. They are 298 for 9, with Balderson 96, and he's going to get all of a new over against Mir Hamza potentially. It's 11:30. I'm going to move out, and Ricky Clark's going to come in, and he must have stories about farming the strike in the 90s.
We'll find out. George, I think Brian's just been in with a little message here to tell us that George Balderson's been has been in the 90s for 33 balls in the 90s. Can he get to 3 figures in this over? Here's Hamza to Balderson. He plays forward and defends. And there's no run. Good morning, Ricky.
Morning, Scott. Morning, everyone.
You can tell it means a lot to someone here, can't you? The way that George Balderson's trying to get these 4 extra runs.
At the moment, I think it means more to Morley at the other end. He's probably playing French cricket there, just trying to help his buddy out. But no, he played fantastically well yesterday, and obviously he'll be looking to add those extra 4 runs to get him to a well-deserved 100.
Is he going to find them at the minute? He's dealing with, well, basically 1 run and over. Hamza in to Balderson. Again, he's pushed it full. He's just trying to tempt Balderson to playing. He lets it go through, resisting all temptation there, Balderson. Allowing it to go through to the keeper. There's no run.
It's obviously a difficult scenario with the field set. He's got the 1 slip in, but everyone else pretty much out on the boundary and saving the 2. So it's almost a case that sometimes you have to say, look, I'll be watchful for the first 4, and then when the field comes in, can I capitalise and get my boundary there? But it's obviously difficult with the short balls that Hamza's been bowling to him as well.
Back into Balderson. It's deflected down to fine leg. Again, they turn the single down. Well, the penultimate ball of the last over, Hamza to Balderson. He with the field up, he just dropped his length back a bit, bowled it shorter, and he went for the pull shot, played under it, missed it. Perhaps the chance was there for him then. His eyes lit up and he went for it. Next delivery again, Hamza bowled it short. He tried to work it down to 3rd man off an open face of the bat and couldn't get it past backward point. A little game within a game here now, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's always the game of cat and mouse, as they say, cricket.
Hamza to Balderson. It's driven. Might be thinking of 2. Yeah, he's going to turn and come back for a second. Throw comes in towards the
Good running.
The bowlers then. It was good running. He gets a really good applause around the ground as well. Hit it firmly. It brings up Lancashire's 300, so it gets them another batting bonus point. Pushes Balderson on to 98. Struck it nicely.
Yeah, I think what was evident there is that as he did strike it, a lovely cricket shot, extra cover drive, but with the field out, is how quickly he decided that we can get 2 there. So it shows that he's very clear in his mind and his plans, and moves him on to 98.
And this is a new first-class highest score for George Balderson, having made 91 and 97. He's now 98. There's 2 balls left of the over. 300 for 9. It's Hamza into Balderson. It's a short ball down the leg side, which he tries to help on its way. Taken by Burgess, who's skipping away to his right-hand side. There's no run. So the next challenge is to try and find a single. pinch the strike. There's a third man, there's a fine leg, there's a long leg and a deep square leg, and there's a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, cover and point. So 4 fielders out on the boundary.
Here comes another short ball.
Left arm in to Balderson, who pulls the ball out towards the man at deep backward square leg. So it takes him to 99. He's edging there. Slowly, George Balderson, 99 not out. It's 301 for 9.
Yeah, he's played that beautifully there, George Balderson. Obviously that last ball wasn't as short as Hamza would have liked. Allowed him to pull it to deep backward square and get him down the other end, and he moves on to 99. Obviously been out in the 90s a few times, you said, Scott, and he'll be itching to get there. He has deserved it. He played incredibly well yesterday, in particular the way he went about his batting and hit the bad ball and kept the good ones out.
Yeah, the tension in the Lancashire dressing room, and I'm sure out in the middle, must be pretty high at the minute.
Yeah, as the field comes in, they will know, Warwickshire, the fielders, captain, bowlers, everyone will know that this is an opportunity for the young man to get to his first maiden century. So the field comes in. It will be Hannon Dolby, the experienced Hannon Dolby, round the wicket into Balderson, and Balderson comes forward and pushes it to offside. Early cry of no as he pushes it to the offside, and just got to be careful here, because it's one of those things where you think the ball's there and then you end up going at it and it's not quite, because you're so eager to get there and all that hard work you've done. You've just got to try and stay in your bubble. One slip in play, a backward point, a normal point cover mid-off, mid-on, short mid-wicket, square leg and a fine leg. As in comes Hannon Dolby again, and he's gone at one. Like we said, it just does funny things being in the 90s. As that ball was wide outside off stump, it wasn't there to drive, and Balderson's thrown his hands, and it's ended up bouncing on him a little bit as it goes through to keeper Burgess. He's just got to trust that whatever he did yesterday is still the right thing to do. Easier said than done, because he knows he's just 1 run away from what would be a fantastic 100. As Hannon Dolby turns again, round the wicket, past umpire Tom Lungley, and he drives again, and it's outside the off stump. And Scott Reed next to me is looking down, and you look more nervous than he is out there, I think. There's another drive just outside off stump, and a big play and miss.
We've seen 2 shots there that we're not seeing all morning, have we? From
no, again, it's that case. He knows he's close, and he feels if he can get anything on it, it's going to fly away and he'll get to that 100. But he's just got to be careful, as we see at the Test match. Chris Wokes is walking off, 5 for 62 for him. Australia have been bowled out. He would have got it earlier, but for a no ball, as on the back foot goes Balderson, pushes it out into the covers. Again, no run scored.
It's great over this, isn't it, by Hannon Dolby?
Again, the experience of Hannon Dolby is I'm just going to put it in the same area. I'm going to make you make the play. We've seen a couple of loose shots already in this over. And that's all you can do when someone's on 99. And again, with it being his first 100 of his career, you just have to put it in the area and say, I'm going to make you make the play. Australia have been bowled out for 317. With Chris Wokes at 5 for 62. As in comes Hannon Dolby again. Round the wicket into Balderson, short this time, driven, and it will be 100. It's a thick outside edge. It runs down to third man for 4, and that is a maiden first class 100 for George Balderson, as he takes off his helmet and he salutes his bat in the air to the crowd and his teammates in the dressing room. Well deserved, well played, young man.
Yeah, brilliant moment for George Balderson. 225 deliveries and 9 fours in that so far, unbeaten 103, and a special moment for Balderson. Twice previously in the 90s, 91 and then 97, he eventually gets over the line, 3rd time of asking.
Really good innings. Obviously had that life dropped by Sam Hayne at second slip for 75 yesterday, but pretty much it has been a faultless innings, really. He's just gone about his business, and this is where you expect the fun will now happen. We'll literally open up his shoulders and go a bit T20. As in comes Hannon Dolby again. He drives again. It is a thick outside edge again. It races down to third man for 4. Hannon Dolby has a little smile and a laugh, and Balderson just leans on his bat and says, I've been working on that one in the nets. As Lancashire move on to 309 for 9. We've had 104 overs. And Morley yet to score, so he'll be happy that Balderson's got to his 100, so he can get off that dreaded naught, or try to, as he's been dead batting most of the deliveries he's faced at the far end. It will be Hamza to continue.
Well, he's done his job there, hasn't he, Morley? He's only faced 9 deliveries, but I reckon that all 9 had Balderson feeling a little bit nervous, kind of closing his eyes a bit.
Yeah.
But he got through it. And yeah, first championship, first class century for George Balderson. It's a brilliant response because he was dropped last week for the game against Essex, and I think it was a bit harsh, to put it politely. And he's come back superbly. I mean, what a brilliant response, having lost his place in the team, to come back and score your first century is a pretty emphatic reaction to a decision to take him out of the team.
I think it shows the character of the young man as well, and determination.
It's Hamza to Morley. It's an absolute beauty to Morley. It angles in and just tails away and leaves him into the gloves of Burgess. There's no run.
That is hooped. Big swing from Hamza, and Morley sort of looks at it and goes, that is way too good for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was a beauty for a top order batter, let alone at number 11.
And at pace as well, isn't it, from Hamza? He's got the ball to move this morning again. I was saying to Mike, I think he's going to be great fun to watch for the Bears fans for the next couple of games. It's like a pretty fun ball to watch. Into Morley. He defends. Pushed back down the pitch and there's no run. 309 for 9. So he's got 3 for 94, Hamza. He's got 2 wickets this morning. 2 for 5 in this spell through the course of the morning. So great start to the day for Mir Hamza. 309 for 9. Still a bowler light. Still no Chris Rushworth. Hopefully, from a Bears point of view, he's back fully fit for the Lancashire second innings. It's down the leg side by Hamza, left by Morley. Got everything out the way, but didn't really get up that. It kind of about barely hip height through to the keeper down the leg side.
He moved across, and at one point I thought I nearly bowled him leg stumpers. Having a look at the replay here, it was a short ball, and as you say, he didn't really get up. He sort of shuffled away to the offside, and oh no, a little bit high. Different angle from up here in the pavilion.
Yeah, it is a bit. The extra height that you broadcast from is quite.
Looked like it nearly bowled him leg stump, and you can see on the replay it was missing considerably.
Hamza again to Morley. It's pushed away into the offside, no run. 309 for 9. We do have an outstanding view, as Mike was describing. We're right in the middle of the square, and we're looking right down the barrel of the pitch. It's a brilliant view. Slightly kind of elevated, level 3 of this pavilion. So got a wonderful view across the ground and beyond in towards the city centre. So Hamza turns and comes in again. 2 slips and the leg slip in place as he bowls to Morley. That wobbles around as Morley defends into the offside. No run. Still on naught. He's 14 deliveries for his naught so far. Wanders away to square leg, looking up towards the scoreboard, hoping for his first run. It's like a 3rd slip going in, and Davis is going to go to leg slip. So 3 slips, leg slip, a fine leg, deep square leg, point, 3rd, and mid off. Could be something short, and there could be something full the ball to move is Hamza. Those 3 slips are right in the game.
Just moved a slip in as well, hasn't he? This could be a double bluff shaping away. Or it could be short.
Into to Morley.
There it is.
Yeah, and he's worked it nicely down towards third man. He's going to come back. They'll try and squeeze 3, and they will get 3. So
that's great running.
Excellent from Morley and from Balderson, even with a little hesitation, just to kind of confirm there was a second there. They managed to come back and add 2 to Lancashire's total. So it's 311 for 9. Morley gets his first runs. He's on 2, and Balderson on 107.
Yeah, good run in that last delivery as he sort of defended it and went down to third man, and he noticed that Hannon Dolby was quite deep. It's a big boundary down there, and Morley scampered back quickly for 2. Good running. This partnership moving on to 14. After a brilliant partnership between Balderson and Bailey, mostly yesterday, that was 145. That was much needed for Lancashire. They'll be looking for this partnership to add a few more as well, as Hannon Dolby will continue from round the wicket. Just being very meticulous about his field. He's got a third man, a deep backward point, a deep extra cover, a long on, a fine leg, a deep square. And Sam Hayne hasn't got the memo because he's in close at mid-wicket. And now he moves back.
That's more like it.
Yeah. He was never the sharpest, Sam Hayne, when I was playing with him. As he moves back. So they're saying to George Balderson, you can have the single. Still got a slip in place, but everyone else moves out. As in comes Hannon Dolby round the wicket. Onto the back foot goes Balderson and plays it out, and it just trickles just wide of the stumps by about 10 yards, as deep cover has to trot all the way in Ed Barnard to pick it up. It was close to Hannon Dolby, but he said, I'm bowling, someone can do the work for me to bend down and pick that one up. No run scored. Always find this an interesting passage of play now in cricket, that obviously the batters want to kick on a little bit, but the fielders are saying we're not going to allow you to, and it sometimes can just be very difficult. As in comes Hannon Dolby again, and again it's played out to the point region, as Yates, who's the wide slip, just trots around to get it. Again, no run scored.
Yeah, it becomes a bit of a stalemate.
It does, doesn't it? It's just, yeah, it's obviously the fielding side aren't really playing ball by saying, look, we don't want to give you any extra runs, but then the batter's saying, okay, if you're going to put them out that far, I'm just going to block the ball and wait until you bring them in and then try and potentially hit the boundary. So it's always an interesting passage to play where there's only really one fielder in that can really get a chance of a catch, and that's Yates, who's at sort of like a 5th slip. As in comes Hannon Dolby again, and Balderson has gone for it, and it's a pull shot out to deep backward square where Briggs does the field, and they do trot through for a single, which will leave Morley on strike to face 3 balls, as the field will come in now.
It's one of these bizarre situations. If you're trying to explain the game of cricket to somebody who never watched it before, like, what on earth is going on? Why such a cult? Why is everyone out towards the boundary and everyone comes back in for the next batter?
Yeah, why are they not running?
Why are they turning down runs?
The one that I struggle with people that don't understand cricket. So you played for 4 days and no one won.
Yeah, it's great. Isn't it?
It's great, isn't it? How exciting! Come and watch. As in comes Hannon Dolby round the wicket, and that's short. It was very short from Hannon Dolby, as the umpires look to each other and they say that's just the one for the over. As Jack Morley got underneath it. He's 2 slips, a third man, backward point cover, mid off, mid on, and a mid wicket. So
it's a bit unfashionable now, isn't it? Draws in cricket, well, because of England.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, we had a draw last week against Essex. It was a proper good game of cricket. It was brilliant.
I was down at Taunton for Somerset, Hampshire, and Nick Gubbins, I think he went to 50 off something like 200 and plenty balls, and it was very good. As in comes Hannon Dolby again, forward comes Morley outside the off stump, just defends it to backward point, no run scored, 1 ball left in the over, as Danny Briggs is getting warm.
I was asking Jimmy Anderson in the pre-season about the influence of England and this the baseball stuff and whether it will bleed into county cricket. And he's like, well, no, 'cause it's a different game. You've got promotion and relegation and bonus points, and you've got players at different parts of their careers, and just don't see it happening.
Definitely evident last week down at Taunton that it was looking like Somerset were going to run away with it, and Hampshire just did a fantastic job with Gubbins and Dawson towards the end. As in comes Hannon Dolby again round the wicket, and forward comes Jack Morley. Pushes it back up to Hannon Dolby, no run scored. End of the 106th over. Lancashire 312 for 9, Morley on 2 and Balderson on to 108.
Didn't seem that long ago when we were being the county championship was being encouraged through different little subtle moves to try and encourage batting longer and encourage the ability to not necessarily secure draws, but that just to bat longer and to make better pitches and to do it in a different type. But no, it's not like that, is it?
Yeah, well, I think that's the case. I think when I started for a draw, I could be completely wrong here, but the points for a draw was pretty healthy. I think back in, Phil and Mike might be able to tell me, is it 2004? I think Warwickshire won the championship by having a lot of draws, basically, because you got decent points for playing long and good cricket. So, yeah. So it's always a case that, draws are important, and then you suddenly make it 4 for a draw, or I think it's gone up slightly now, but sometimes sides will say, well, hang on, if we can win, we can get 16. If we draw, we only get 4. What's that doing really to our point system? So it's always important with how they structure the point system.
It'll be Danny Briggs, actually, replacing Hamza, so the first bowling change. Another single here for Balderson, just off the first ball, pushing it out into the offside. And it jogs through for 1.
Obviously, George Balderson's confident that Morley will like spin. Taking the single, the first ball over there, having obviously last over to Hannon Dolby, turning down the singles that are on offer.
Oh, he's got to his century now, he's quite chilled out.
He wants a red ink now.
Yeah. 313 for 9, Briggs to Morley, off the back foot. Dropped in towards the onside, and there's no one. 319 for 9. So Briggs, left arm, over the wicket to Morley. That's off the front foot, pushed out into the offside. There's a slip and there's a forward short leg. There's a deep square leg. Whitewell point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Short fine leg is swept away by Morley. Quite time it as I'm sure he was hoping for. Bobbles away down towards short fine leg for a single. Takes his total on to 3. It's now 314 for 9. Bringing Balderson back on strike. Slip and a short and a leg slip now. So slip and a leg slip. Deep backward square leg, deep mid wicket, deep point. Down the pitch he comes. That's a terrific shot. Beautiful use of the feet by Balderson. Up and over mid-off, down towards the boundary. It's a glorious looking shot. It'll out to win. That skip down the pitch. He moves on to 113. It's now 318 for 9.
Yeah, lovely shot. Good use of the feet. Coming down the wicket and hitting it over Hannon Dolby, who's sort of 3/4 away at mid-off. A lovely shot.
Into Balderson. Takes a single as he works it out towards deep point. A bit of an easy single that, really, for Balderson. He moves on to 114, not out, keeps the strike, 319 for 9 as well.
Yeah, I'm not getting that. 1 ball left of the over. You've got George Balderson, who's on 113 at the time. He had a deep point, a long on, a cow corner, and a deep backward square, and he literally just eased it out to the deep point and got down the other end. So, not sure what the situation was there with Warwickshire, because you want to try and keep Balderson away from strike, and he's quite easily got back onto strike. And it will be a change of bowling. Replacing Ollie Hannon Dolby will be Rob Yates with his off spin. Just the 4 overs yesterday for him, 0 for 11. So he's talking to Alex Davies and Captain Will Rhodes about his field, and The field does go out. All the way out. So we've got a deep backward point, a deep extra cover, a long on, a cow corner, a deep backward square, a slip, and Sam Hayne at 45 is staying on the 45 in case he wants to play a sweep, and he might get a little top edge, but Alex Davis as well will move out to the long off position. So singles are there if he wants it. As in comes Yates round the wicket to George Balderson, who drives it out to deep extra cover, and he will take the single. As the field now comes in, Sam Hayne will go under the helmet in a short leg, and Danny Briggs comes up from deep backward square to a 45 position. No, he goes back now. Doing the okey dokey, some of these fielders in and out. Just the two fielders out as Danny Briggs goes back to deep backward square and a deep extra cover. The rest of the fielders are in a ring as in comes Yates down the leg side, and that's tickled down the leg side by Jack Morley, and it's racing away to the fine leg boundary, and Danny Briggs will not get there. 4 runs. It was a little bit down the leg side from Yates, and Jack Morley just eased it off the face as it went fine and raced away for 4, moving him on to 7. 324 for 9 Lancashire, so getting ever closer to that 330, 340 par score that Mark Robinson was talking about last night, as Yates again waits, comes into bowl round the wicket, and this time a big slog sweep from Morley as a under edge as it just trickled to Dan Mosley at mid wicket. No run scored. Yates in again, and forward comes Morley and push it to mid wicket. Again, no run scored. Sam Hayne has now moved to leg slip from short leg, particularly after that ball early in the over, as in comes Yates again and forward comes Morley. One ball left of the over sees deep mid wicket go in, and backward point drops a little bit deeper, and so does mid off and mid on. Let him have the single if he wants it as it comes in, and he will take it. He clips it out to deep mid wicket, and they trot through for a single, moving Jack Morley on to 8. 325 for 9 after 108 overs.
This must be super frustrating for the ball inside this. Kind of wait all wrapped up, don't you, now? And certainly you bowlers, when they get up there, put your feet up for a bit, and this must be the worst part of it. Well, annoying little partnership at the end of the innings.
It is, but I think realistically Warwickshire have it in their hands to do something about it. When you're dropping the field out, you're allowing the easy singles, and Morley's been in for 26 balls now. Sometimes you have to go very conventional, say, okay, we might have a deep cover and a deep square leg to the seamers, but everyone else is going to be in. We're going to keep a couple of slips, and we're just going to go conventional and try and nick them off. But sometimes this play is dictated by what the field inside are doing. Obviously, you see it's a lot different here for Morley, who's on strike. So the field does come in, and there is obviously that deep square leg out.
Danny Briggs to Morley, gets him onto the front foot, pushing at that ball through to Burgess. No run. Obviously not helped by the fact that Rushworth isn't out there, so I'm not sure a bowler light. So, and then Dolby and Mir Hamza doing the bulk of the work, or doing all of the work this morning before the two spinners come on. He's smothering the ball down towards short third for a single. Yeah, at the minute there's no obvious sign of any threat, is there, for Lancashire? These two are just working the ball around, one or two and over, and ticking along without much concern. Really.
Well, again, we're seeing the field go back, and obviously, yes, it's that patience game from Warwickshire, but at the same point, if you want to get batting, you've got to try and find a way of getting the batters out.
Briggs to Balderson, shuffling off the back foot, pushing it back down the pitch, and gathered by Briggs. There's no run. 26 for 9. Again, in Briggs. Driven firmly, it burst right through his fingers actually, and between his legs. Allows Balderson to get to the other end for a single. Takes him on to 116 not out. And Lancashire on to 327 for 9. Fielders creep back in again as Briggs bowls to Morley. Jabs the ball away into the offside and almost keeps himself upright using his bat. Picked up an extra cover by Ed Barnard and hands it back to Briggs to complete the over. In to Morley, looks to sweep the ball. Has he edged it? He has. So taken by Burgess. Briggs gets a wicket, his second of the match. Morley has been caught behind for 9, and Lancashire are all out for 327 with George Balderson 118 not out. And lovely to see the Warwickshire players all jogging up to congratulate George Balderson on a really special moment. He'll enjoy this, I'm sure. The Lancashire players, we can't quite see them on the balcony below us, but I'm sure they're all there to greet the arrival of George Balderson. It's a brilliant knock, a memorable moment for him. His first-class century, and he's batted superbly. 116 not out in Lancashire's total of 327.
Yeah, very impressive innings there from George Balderson as he finishes not out for his first 100, 116. Fantastic knock. And nice to see the Warwickshire players obviously trotting over to shake his hand to say well done. So it was interesting passage of play coming up. As we said yesterday, it'll be interesting once both sides are batted on it. Obviously Warwickshire winning the toss and deciding to bowl. Will be disappointed, I suppose, at having Lancashire 150 for 7, but at the same point they were looking at this as a par score. So we'll be back in a few moments when we will see Warwickshire's reply.
on the second morning of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Lancashire at Edgbaston. It's taken the Bears just about an hour to wrap up Lancashire's first innings for 327, which is roughly about a par score according to the Warwickshire coach Mark Robinson's comments last night. Mir Hamza took 2 wickets in his first 2 overs of the morning, but it took them another 3/4 of an hour to disturb an obstinate last wicket partnership, and that allowed George Balderson to go through to a maiden first-class century. He was unbeaten at the end with 116 when the last wicket fell to Danny Briggs. The Bears still operating without Chris Rushworth, who has a hamstring injury. They'll start their reply shortly to Lancashire's first innings of 327.
And welcome back to Edgbaston, where it's just gone 12:05. We're on day 2 of the Self Insurance County Championship match between Warwickshire, still very much in the mix for the title. Lancashire, well, they've got a lot of crawling back to do, to be fair, because they've had all those draws at the beginning. But today, they managed to get their second innings total up to 327, and in no small part, George Balderson's maiden century. Not out, 116 off 235 balls. Bailey played his part, of course. He was out early this morning. LBW to Hamza, who again was bowling beautifully. The 75 went second ball. I think it was probably a pretty close call than going first, but I think when they got in a big call for the second, that was it. The umpire thought, oh, you know, I know I was in a good mood this morning, but can't not ignore it again, maybe. Williams, LBW, Hamza for 1, and then Morley faced 30 balls, making 9, enabling Balderson in part as well to get to the century. What was he on, about 94, 95, 96 at that point when Morley came out to join. So well done to Morley as well. There's an awful lot of pressure on those tail enders when they got a batter at the other end who's searching for a century and a maiden century as well. Terrific stuff. Hamza 3 for 96. Hannon Dalby 2 for 46. Also 2 for 57. Ed Barnard, another bowler with a couple of wickets was Briggs, 2 for 48. Rushworth 1 for 43. Now, the bit of a concern about Rushworth and the injury. We'll talk about that a bit later. But Ricky Clark is alongside me. He's former England player. He's former Bear, of course. Forever a Bear, they tell me around here. But anyway, former Warwickshire player, Derbyshire, and with Surrey as well. And Ricky, I mean, I've been doing this for a long time, as is obvious to many people looking at me, poor old soul, they say, but I've been watching this a long time, and the thrill of seeing young players reach the early milestones of their career, it never leaves me. Terrific stuff for young George today.
Oh, fantastic. I think the way he went about his innings yesterday, and again, particularly this morning, obviously he got into those 90s and he would have been nervous because he's obviously been out a couple of times. But it was brilliant to see him get there.
Warwickshire just getting away. Yates and Davis. That's a wide ball from Tom Bailey to start off with, through to the keeper, and we're underway for this first innings reply. And as I say, Hamza bowling beautifully, and he's just standing there for, what was it? Well, certainly the first over and a bit, if not 2 overs at the non-striker's end. I just wonder what was going through his mind. I bet he was trying to block everything out of his mind, was he?
Well, I'd imagine he would have come out this morning feeling quite confident, and then you see 2 wickets going and over, I think it was. And
yeah, Yates facing and through to the keeper. I don't want to move on from George Balderson too quickly, but here's another one that I'm keen to see his progress. Young Rob Yates, because I saw him a couple of years ago, and I don't know, I'd probably get these ideas in my head, but of Yates something, I'd pay money to come and see this kid, because he was performing really well for Warwickshire a couple of seasons ago. Had a tougher campaign for all sorts of reasons last year, but clearly off the back of that big score at Canterbury as well, he's in and going to have to do a job for his county again today. But he and Davis are the opening pair, of course. Talking of milestones, Alex Davis is not a youngster. He's been around for a few years, but I'm sure again another big and proud moment for him ahead of play yesterday, getting that county cap. And the beauty of it is also nowadays that clubs, and whether it's internationals or county clubs, they'd like to see if they can get families involved, and the family were down as well to see the presentation yesterday. That was a terrific moment. But these are the non-strikers end of the moment. Yates with 3 slips, going out to 4th, maybe a little bit towards gully, that 4th fielder out there, but an attacking field obviously at the start of this innings. But for Lancashire, well, some relief in the end. Was it 170 for 5 at one point yesterday?
Yeah, well, I think it was 150 for 7.
150 for 7, right? 150
for 7, yeah.
Got my 5s and 7s the wrong way around, Ricky.
Yeah.
Well done you for correcting me on that, but that's what it was. It was 7 down for 150. And then Bailey came together and helped with a little bit more experience, of course, than George Balderson, steering through some difficult overs towards the end late yesterday. And was just stabbed down behind square on the offside from Yates. But a great recovery for Lancashire in 327. Where are we on this pitch, Ricky? And that score, in the light of it, playing on this pitch, which was used all Saturday for finals day, where do you rate that score of 327?
Well, again, we don't know until, obviously, very easy to say until both sides bat on it. I found it interesting yesterday that Warwickshire would win the toss and bowl on a used pitch, but at the same point, Scott Reed said that he spoke to Lancashire and they would have done the same. And
that one's down the leg side. Can't get anything on that, taken by the keeper. And that's the completion of the first over. No runs, no wickets.
And they said that there was just a little bit of moisture in it, and Tom Bailey, when he spoke to Scott yesterday evening, said that it just nibbled a little bit early on and then the pitch got better. So obviously we have to wait and see what happens in the context of how Warwickshire go about it.
I mean, I'm sure they're, I'm thinking that a few shots, there were some drop catches yesterday, but there were quite a few that fell short as well. The Warwickshire no doubt looking at some missed half chances and opportunities there where it could easily have been all out, well under 200. As Williams looked as if he's about to come in a ball, but Davis is not yet ready for him. So yeah, I think these things are on the smallest of margins and all that sort of stuff. But we have set up, and hopefully the weather will play ball over the next few days as well. Quite an intriguing game now following that first innings for Lancashire.
It is. I think particularly when we alluded to the 150 for 7, and then for him to get to 327 all out is an amazing achievement for those last 3 wickets. And it will be Will Williams coming into Alex Davis over the wicket, and a little bit of shape outside off stump, left alone by Davis on this occasion. He's had a pretty good season so far as Will Williams. 31 wickets, an average of 19.93, economy of 2.60. So he's up there with Tom Bailey as the contender for leading wicket taker with Lancashire. He has 3 slips and a gully, a backward point, a mid-off, a mid-on, a square leg and a fine leg. Looking to shape it away from Davies as in he comes again, and he does shape it away, and nicely driven by Alex Davies just in front of point, and that will trickle away for 4. Lovely shot from Alex Davies, gets him off the mark. Nice cover drive.
You were talking about leading wicket takers this season. It sort of reminded me, let's have a look here. Yeah, I think Bailey, certainly at the start of play today, was 3rd in that list. You've got Rushworth in there, but Brett Hutton, of course, at Notts, and he took some wickets yesterday. Thought, just have a little look, a little gander at Trent Bridge. My, oh my, what on earth is kicking off there? Have you seen?
I haven't. I heard there was wickets going yesterday, wasn't there? Was it the same
Hutton,
today?
Hutton 3 for 40 yesterday, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. This score, which I'll bring you after this next delivery, okay, and they're in the 3rd innings of the match, okay.
Already. As in comes Williams again, onto the front foot goes Davies, looks for a quick single and decides against it. Already a field change with Gully coming out and moving into extra cover. So it's a ring field on the offside and then a flat 3 slips for Will Williams.
Can I just point out that they didn't start until 1:10 yesterday at Trent Bridge? Okay. Was it? So, yeah. We're now at 12:15 on the second. They didn't start at 1:10. 3rd innings of the match. Hampshire 166, Notts 100 all out. On brand, admittedly, but 100 not out. Oh, all out, should I say.
As in comes Williams again, and that is beautifully clipped by Alex Davies. Trickles away through the mid-wicket region for 4. And sees him move on to quick 8.
Your mate Keith Barker, oh, you'll be disappointed with this. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 10. I'll tell you why he's disappointed, because Abbas has taken 3 for 34, Abbas taken 2 for 27, Holland has taken 4 for 19 from 8 overs. Stunning numbers. So Hampshire now are 9 without loss in their second innings, and they lead by 75 runs.
Oh yeah, Notts bowled out for 100, yeah.
Stupid game, this. Stupid game.
And in comes Williams again, and 4 and a half of the pill as it trickles back towards the stumps, and Davies just makes sure that it wasn't going to hit the stumps. There's half of a pill as he came forward and got sort of like a thick inside edge onto his pad. No run scored.
It's really be constant, you know, the important part of the game. Warwickshire's started their reply here, so we must give this our foremost attention. But that score, I was just looking at the boulders and thinking, okay, Brett Hutton, he's doing okay. And then the score, we had to read the score. It's just a crazy score there. We'll go through some more later on, but this clearly is an important...
Good game is a quick game, as they say.
Well,
it looks like it might be the case at Trent Bridge, unless it flattens out. Here at Edgbaston, in comes Will Williams again, and driven nicely up to mid-on by Alex Davies. Tom Bailey does the fielding, no run scored. End of the second over for Warwickshire's reply, and they are on 8 for none.
You know, this business of a quick game is a good game. The players might think that.
Yeah,
and I've got plenty of colleagues who also think that. And there are times when I might, but not as often as some others. Because I quite like watching a game of cricket. In fact, I can get really a bit grumpy if a game is too quick, because it's taking away some days of cricket I want to watch, you know?
I think that's the thing when, obviously when I played, it was a situation where sometimes with the schedule how it was, you did want to get games finished so you could get an extra day's rest.
Ah, fair play.
So you can keep it, but at the same point you want the members getting a good full 4 days.
Yates facing, has to put bat on that. It's a straighter delivery from Bailey bowling here from the pavilion end. Exactly. No, that's really fair comment about the players. It being more important for them. I've got quite a few colleagues who would agree with the sentiment of get a game over quite quickly, but not me, Governor.
I suppose it goes back to that argument where obviously you look at the format of how you structure the divisions. Oh, yeah. You know, because sometimes sides will produce turning pitches or seamer friendly pitches to get results.
Yates still to get off the mark. He won't do with that one either. And just push back up.
So they do that to look to get to results, and then you look at the scenario and say, okay, there's a wicket there because they need to win or they want to get the results and want to make it a result pitch. On that scenario, you could have a game done within 2.5 days, and then the members and supporters are missing out on a day and a half cricket. But then do you say, actually, we're going to condense it and make it a little, that the games aren't going to be as much, but we're going to make sure that pitches are good and the cricket is good, So you're going into the last session on day 4 with all results possible.
Yates again. Still a fuller bat on it.
But then the paying member and supporter will say, hang on a minute, I'm getting less cricket. But then at the same time, you have to look at it and say, well, sometimes you get less cricket because counties are pushing result pitches and you're missing out on your days there. It's that sort of fine balance to try and work it out, really.
I can't speak on behalf of all members, but I reckon there'll be quite a few of them that if their team won, they might be quite forgiving.
Yeah.
Just a little bit more. If they went on and lost it, they definitely wouldn't be forgiving. Bailey round the wicket in bowls and pushed up towards mid-on, and there'll be no run. And look, looking out here now, this place is not packed. I mean, there are larger numbers down. We always say this when we're at Edgbaston. But there is an awful lot of support out there for various clubs, and it's been built up over decades and centuries of following the teams. And I tell you, when you do get to know that is when a game is coming to maybe a gripping conclusion. You take a look at some of those numbers turning up on the BBC website, for example. There's an awful lot of interest. They're not necessarily at the ground, of course. Bailey comes around the wicket, in and bowls and pushed into the offside, and no run. And I have to admit that down the years, particularly when I was just following one county, which just happened to be Yorkshire, which was my sort of job day in, day out for quite a few seasons, I struggled to understand how there could be anything more important than Yorkshire. So when Goffey in those days would perhaps be a little bit compromised at times as to what he was putting in for Yorkshire because of England commitments and before central contracts and everything, I couldn't get it. The only thing that really mattered was Yorkshire winning. That was it. But that's always been the problem. That one's past the off stump and through to the keeper, and there'll be no run. And I don't think is there anybody now that disputes whether central contracts weren't one of the best things ever to happen to the game, really, for players. Would you?
Well, no, I think on the basis that it obviously looks to give England a lot more control over those players and keeps them fresh and fit and firing. You know, it's all obviously hindsight, but imagine if Jimmy Anderson didn't have a central contract over his years, I'd imagine Lancashire would have wanted him to play a lot more. And then does that mean more injuries? And then, you know, it's always difficult to look at. But it will be Will Williams to continue into Davies outside the off stump, left alone. A little update from Old Trafford, where Jimmy Anderson was in action. England are 21 for 1. Duckett is the man to fall. He went for 1. Nick to Carey off the bowling of Stark.
Well, again, I hope the weather plays ball with them there down at Old Trafford. But what a terrific couple of Ashes series we've had, the men's and the women's. The women have done a terrific job in closing that gap, seemingly, on Australia.
Williams in again outside the off stump, and again left alone by Alex Davies, who puts his bat in his crease just to make sure that the keeper Bell knows that he's just about to walk out and pat the wicket. He doesn't obviously want to be subject to a Bairstow type dismissal there, it looked like, the way he was making sure he was in his crease.
I saw Bairstow. I only watched a bit on the telly yesterday. 2 or 3 times I noticed he was, and this is what the Australian said at the time, wasn't it? He'd been trying to do the very same thing. Oh, I don't know.
He is renowned for it, is Johnny Bairstow, but I think we're seeing now a lot of times that batters now, obviously because of a dismissal like that, no different to when you get a man cad, everyone just makes sure they stay in their creases. In comes Williams again and tucked into square leg, where the fielding is done by Balderson.
So when all that happened then, Ricky, you know, I look to you, former player, not long ago. When all that happens, there's that ooh-ah, and Brendan McCullum has his say, and Ben Stokes has his say, and all that, or how dreadful it is and whatever. They know what goes on. I mean, that's just for the crowd, is it? Or do you suspect they were a bit knocked by that, a little bit aggrieved?
I think it's a situation when it happens to you, you don't like it. As in comes, and played on. It has run back by Will Williams, and Alex Davies went to leave it, and it's hit his bat, and he's got an under edge. He's just indicating he should have lifted his hands a lot higher, and it has ricocheted back onto the stumps, and he is bowled, and he goes for 8. Warwickshire 8 for 1.
He's a grumpy man now as he makes his way off. Yeah, I mean, in the end, it looked just a little bit soft, didn't it? But you give credit probably to both the bowlers, because they've given nothing really away, have they? There's very little. They've had to play it a lot, and it's a good tidy, you know, start from both those bowlers, and he knows very well what he should have done now. But he's not the tallest of lads anyway, so he really does have to lift his bat way out of the way for a shorter person. But an early dismissal, early breakthrough for Lancashire.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the balls that come before that. That Williams had got good shape and was sort of generally shaping the ball away, and Alex Davis was leaving those because they were a little bit wider, and that one just run back a little bit and bounced on him. And as he indicated as he was walking off, he just needed to get his hands a lot higher. He could have left that on length, but unfortunately just a little bit slow, and it takes that sort of under edge or bottom edge, and it just ricocheted back onto the stump. So he'd be disappointed with that because he was looking good. He had a nice square drive and a clip through mid-wicket, and it looked like he was set early. Obviously we're only into 3.4 overs here, but it looked like he was set, and he'd be disappointed with that.
Yeah. He's got a lot of cricket left in him, Alex, but he is one of those frustrating ones as a spectator, because you say he's a joy to watch. He really is. And a little bit like that cricket we were talking about earlier, you just want to see a bit more of him, if you can, just a little bit more.
So it will be the captain, Will Rhodes, who comes to the crease, and he has 3 ships in the gully waiting for him as Will Williams comes round the wicket and outside the off stump and left alone. And a little bit of theatre from the Lancashire players and Will Williams in particular. It was a nice lead from Will Rhodes, but Lancashire bowlers and the bowler and fielder was indicating it was a lot closer than it was, which used to be the case. Sometimes the keeper stands up and they take it about 8th stump outside off stump, and then as you turn around, they brought their hands close to full stump, and you're like, really? Like that? You trying to kid us that much?
Are there any new tricks?
New tricks. As in comes Will Williams again, and onto the back foot goes Will Rhodes, plays it back up the wicket. No run scored. A lovely over there from Will Williams as he finishes his second over, and Warwickshire are 8 for 1. Yates and Rhodes yet to score.
The other thing, just going back, and not so much on the Johnny Bairstow thing, as you say, if it happens to you, you're going to take a different view of it, even if pragmatically you know that you probably would have done the same thing or whatever. I mean, I was there for the Ian Bell one at Trent Bridge a few years ago. That was at tea, wasn't it?
Was it India?
The ball had gone to the boundary. Was that right?
Yeah.
And he walked off, and the ball came in, and that was one where at tea India actually changed their mind. A tricky one on recalling. Next one is played away onto the onside, and there'll be no run. We had an incident here in the T20, didn't we, the other night with Essex in the quarter-final, where Simon Harmer ran into Drake's. What's Drake's first name? Help me out. Dominic, yeah. Going through for a single, and in that clash, it meant he couldn't get to his ground basically, and he was run out. And it was a really tight part of the game and everything. Alex Davis actually was the captain that night, along with Simon Harmer of Essex. That's a lovely little drive out there from Yates. And that means he's off the mark. Will it get all the way to the boundary, or is it going to be pulled back in? Just about pulled back in. Massive bit of turf comes up there on the sliding stop, but they prevent the boundary, and it's 3 runs for Yates. So he's off the mark, and Warwickshire to 11 for 1. And I thought Alex Davis actually dealt with it quite well, because he said it's a televised game, it's a quarter-final, and he was on the telly. And he said to Simon, I didn't see it. And he said, let's have a look at the big screen. And, was he going to recall him? And he didn't. And whether it would have become a massive incident, or not massive, but a bigger incident at Essex, not actually got over the line in the end, which they did, I don't know. But I thought on that occasion, Alex was really calm out there. You could hear over the microphones what was being said. Look, I didn't see it. I can't call you either. And let's have a look at the big screen. But he thought it was fair. And I think it was definite accidental coming together. There was nothing deliberate on the part of Drake's at all, but well, at least it didn't seem. So Rhodes faces this delivery. It's his 3rd delivery, and he leaves that through to the keeper. It was an accidental coming together, but I couldn't quite work out where Drake's thought he was going when he set off running across the middle of the pitch. So I'm still going to say it's an accidental one, but looking at it, I'm thinking, what exactly were you doing?
Well, there was one a few years ago, wasn't there, at the Oval with England and New Zealand. I think it was Grant Elliott when he ran into Ryan Sidebottom, and Paul
Which is not something I'd want to do. Next delivery. A little bit of width driven from Rhodes, so he's off the mark. He'll get one. Perhaps have just settled for one yet. And it's 12 for 1 now.
Yeah, and he ran into Ryan Sidebottom, and then there was a big hoo-ha there with Paul Collingwood, the captain, and Daniel Vettori, who's on the balcony as captain for New Zealand. And on that occasion, England said, no, we want to keep the appeal and the dismissal. So it's always tricky.
Well, I mean, I was listening to my colleagues, Richard Wilford, and it was Clive that night, Clive Eakin. I was listening to their commentary as Bailey comes around the wicket. Oh, and that's very nearly gets an edge from Yates through to the keeper. Close call, that one. And the point that the two lads made on commentary, you know, if it's at any other time, that was a real crucial moment in that game. It's a quarter final. You know, you've got a chance of coming through the finals day. You know, that's a big call for a captain to call someone back in that instance, then, isn't it? You know, and I think you do have to bear that in mind. I really do. As Bailey again comes around the wicket to Yates and pushed into the offside. And no run. The end of that over. 12 for 1. Yates is on 3. Rhodes is on 1. 5 overs gone. Yeah. All good stuff. And you had a bit to say for yourself there on the field of play. Were there times when you yourself ever thought to yourself, what? If I had my time again, I wouldn't have done that. Or do you? And in my mind, Ricky, I'll say this for you: rightly excuse yourself. Heat of battle, or whatever we want to say. You know, you're out there to win, and you do whatever it takes, really.
Yeah, I think that the difference is, you know, obviously out there to win and do whatever it takes. But if it's at the spirit of cricket and the game, it's obviously a different thing you have to bring into play. As in comes Will Williams outside the off stump by Rhodes, left alone. You know, I had a club cricket game last Saturday where I've hit a ball down to long on and no one else could really see it, and the young lad, I think he was only 21, 22 years of age, and he caught it, and then as he looked down, he looked and his foot was over the line, and he rolled it back in and said 6. No one could see, even on the field or whatever. And he said after, I didn't want to potentially win or get you out in that way. It wouldn't have been right. And you know, you look at that, and that's what you have to look at. As in comes Williams again, and onside clip to mid-on from Rhodes, no run scored. And from that point of view, it was, you know, I look at that and think, well, what a great way to look at the game and how you want to go about, because he potentially could have helped his side win a game of cricket potentially. But for him, it was like it wouldn't be the right way and the done thing. I think from my point of view, I played with many cricketers that when you get over that line, you call it white line fever if you like and stuff. And it was a case of going into battle, but at no point testing the laws of the game. As Rhodes comes forward and pushes it back up to Will Williams, no run scored. In terms of, you know, running in and trying to man-cad someone or, you know, because yes, there as rules of the game, but there's also an etiquette that you have to sort of stick to with cricket as well.
Yeah, some people just don't have no time for the term spirit of cricket, do they? But you know, and if I'd seen that incident you just talked about at your club, that's what I want to see. But I, you know, I've never been out there in that heat of battle, so that's why.
As in comes Williams again down the leg side, and it's clipped this time as it goes just back with the square. As Rhodes and Yates drop back for 2. Moving Warwickshire on to 14 for 1. And the 6th over, 2 balls left of this Williams over. He has 1 for 10 so far to his name. That wicket of Alex Davis in his last over. Sort of played on trying to leave the ball as it bounced a little bit and run back to Alex Davies, and the ball chopping onto the stumps.
I was going to say that's why I don't try to be too judgmental about what players do there, because I've never been in that experience, and sometimes I'm sure they feel a bit compromised.
Williams again round the wicket to Rhodes, tucks it again towards mid-on, no run scored. I think it's a case of certain things I can actually categorically say that I stepped over the mark with certain things in my career that I regret, but at no stage would I look at it in a deemed, you know, bad in terms of a dismissal. You know, like if it was you know, a ball that you know clearly is bounced and you're throwing it up in the air. Never done that. No, you know, trying to man can someone. I call that the spirit of cricket.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
But obviously, you know, testing some batters as Will Rhodes comes forward. Ended the 6th over. 14 for 1. Yates on 3 and Rhodes on 3 also. Yeah, so it's more a case of, you know, getting into a batter's face a little bit with a bit of sledging here and there, that type of thing, because you know you're trying to make it uncomfortable for players, and particularly I think a lot of the time when I had people sledging me and going at me when I was batting, I sort of took it as a compliment, because you're actually feeling that you need to do that to put me on edge and to stop me thinking about my own game. So you took it.
Did people wind you up?
I think so. It worked. As I was younger, it was definitely a case.
Bailey and the wicket to Yates, through to the keeper, no run.
As I was younger, it was definitely a case of, if I was like sledged and people got to me, I was like, well, hang on a minute, and I went a different way and I performed better. So I'll say, when I was younger, if you left me alone, it's going to sound really funny now, I say, but my own ego would have got me out.
Yeah.
But when I was younger, if someone then sort of chirped me and stuff, that got me going. And then when I was older, I had no real sort of care about anything like that. So I just went about my business. Yeah, switched off.
Yates on 3, facing here, defends that one from Bailey into the offside. Bailey's 4th over, by the way. 3.2 overs. He's only gone for 4 runs, and this is what we're talking about. You know, when you look at that dismissal of Davis, I'm not too sure how many faced in the end from Bailey, but they've kept it really tight here. You know, there's been no gimmies. Well, very few gimmies here, and of course Warwickshire will be frustrated that, having got Lancashire in that position yesterday, they've got all these runs now, so they've got to try and put that out of their mind. Focus on job in hand here right now.
I think both innings have started very, very similar.
Bailey again. Ooh, does he get a nick on that? Yes, he does. According to the umpire, finger is raised. Yates is caught by the keeper. It's 2 down, 14 for 2. And Bailey gets his wicket as well now. And Warwickshire with some early trouble, 14 for 2. Bailey takes that wicket midway through his 4th over. And with Lancashire making 327, Warwickshire are the team with the work to do here right now.
They are. Again, it was a ball that was in a very good area. A perfect line of length from round the wicket from Tom Bailey. And Rob Yates, again, similar, I suppose, to Alex Davies. Looked like he wanted to play and then was trying to pull his hands back to potentially leave it alone, but just sort of dangled his bat there and left it there too long. It has taken the outside edge and through to keeper Bell. And that leaves Warwickshire in a spot above her at 14 for 2. But here is a man coming to the crease who is in fine form and who is a fine cricketer. Sam Hayne, number 16 on his back, walking away from us here at this pavilion end as he meets Captain Rhodes, and no doubt it'll be the obligatory fist pump. As it was.
I'm be hopeless with this, Ricky. When Sam was first emerging, you were here?
Yeah.
And you'd arrived here by then, yeah?
Yeah, I remember we had a net on the nursery ground, and there was this 15-year-old kid come along for a net, and he faced everyone. And we were like, who is this young lad? Categorically to this point and to this day, and throughout all my whole career, it is the best net I have ever seen anyone have, and that is anyone. And I've been very fortunate enough to play with some fantastic cricketers in my time and net with some fantastic cricketers, but to see Sam Hayne at 15 years of age, he just had everything. And then obviously he come into the setup and got his well-deserved contract, and in fairness, he's not looked back. Fantastic cricketer and fantastic numbers. I think you look at his numbers this season, I think he's averaging 70, I think it is, for Warwickshire so far in Championship. Yeah, 71 he's averaging.
Well, we've talked him up nicely here now.
Here it comes, first ball.
That was great to hear from you, though, Ricky. I mean, that is something, what you've just said about that net that you saw him. Let's see what he can do here today, though. Sam Hayne with Warwickshire at 14 for 2. Bailey in and bowls, and I'm not too sure that was the best defensive shot we've ever seen, but to match that best net you've ever seen. But it was work. It worked. It's effective.
That was interesting from Bailey. First ball coming round the wicket to Sam Hayne, which is interesting. I don't know if he thought Sam Hayne was a left-hander. He's not done his homework. But that was interesting. First ball round the wicket, so it might have been a tactic, but he will come back over the wicket now to Hayne.
Hayne just walked away for a few yards, then back to concentrate whether there's anything being said to him right now. And he comes down the pitch, smothers that one into the offside. It looks a little edgy out there. As it would. Look at that scoreboard, and you realise why there's a little bit of edge out there. But
I think it's a similar pattern to how we started yesterday morning. Obviously, the Warwickshire bowlers bowled fantastically well and kept it tight on the Lancashire batters. And what we saw from Lancashire batters were they got very impatient with their batting. We saw a few dismissals that they wouldn't be happy with. And then, obviously, as we see how Bailey and Balderson played after, they just stuck to their discipline, so it will get easier.
3 slips going down here, and that one's round about middle of the leg, worked onto the onside. Oohs and ahs from Lancashire. And that completes that over. It does. 14 for 2. Well, what an interesting morning we've had already. Just an hour and a half of it gone. 14 for 2. Warwickshire after Lancashire made 327. A Balderson maiden unbeaten century it was in the end. Haynes on 0, Rhodes on 3. I'll move out. Who's going to move in for me? Ricky's going to take over this next over anyway. It's Scott Reed's going to come in to join you, Ricky, to start off with.
It will be Will Williams to continue. 1 for 10 off his 3 overs so far as Captain Jennings trots back to second slip after a little chat with Williams. But it has been a good start for Lancashire.
It's been a good morning, hasn't it, for the Red Rose?
As in comes Williams round the wicket to Rhodes, and again a little bit of theatre as Williams puts his hands to his head and looks towards Rhodes, who just scratches his guard to say, "I'm happy with my leave, thank you, bowler." And the bowler's having a little joke, going, "Another coat of varnish, and I would have had you."
These two have been excellent again, haven't they, for Lancashire with the new ball, Williams and Bailey. A wicket each, both openers have gone.
Apologies if I got it wrong. I said it was Bell that was keeping it, was Salt.
It is Salt, yeah.
So as in comes Williams again, onto the back foot. Goes Rhodes and plays it up to mid-on. Just changed my notes. I don't even know if Bell a keeper.
He is.
He is a keeper.
He is. He was keeping wicket at the start of the season. Definitely a keeper, George Bell. He's at gully at the minute.
Yeah.
Well, they've got a few keepers there, haven't they? They've got a few that can do it.
It's a common theme nowadays in county cricket that there'd be at least 3 or 4 keepers out there. As in comes Williams again, round the wicket to captain of Warwickshire, Rhodes, who plays around his front pad this time and tickles it to mid-wicket. Luke Wells does the fielding, and again a little bit of theatre.
They've used 3 different wicket keepers through the course of this season so far. Bell and Salt and Butler in the blast. 3 that have done the job. Yeah, every county seems to have 2 or 3 in their team that can take the gloves.
Williams turns again as it's got a little bit overcast here, and a big drive outside the off stump from Will Rhodes as he plays a miss, and that goes through to keeper Salt. And again the hands on the head for Will Williams, who's really testing Will Rhodes here, just outside that off stump. The odd one sort of come back in, and then that one left him as he tried to drive it. Good bowling.
They fancy another one before lunch, don't they, Lancs? Got the tails up at the minute. Awkward 20 minutes this for Hayne and for Rhodes.
2 balls left of the over as in comes Williams again, and played up to mid-on, no run scored.
This is where it all started for Will Williams for Lancashire. This is the venue for his debut for the club, which came last season. He was signed on a short-term deal, a 2-match deal, having played some club cricket in Somerset, and he's obviously played all his first-class cricket before that in New Zealand. And a 2-match contract became a 3-year deal.
Oh, nice, perfect. As they say, as in he comes again, and he's bowling very nicely as Will Rhodes pushes that back up to Will Williams. No run scored. Ended the 8th over. Warwickshire are 14 for 2, and they trail by 313 runs.
Yeah, he's not looked back since, really. He's had an outstanding almost a year, really, now with Lancashire. Had a great impact last year, and has continued again this year, 32 wickets at an average of 19 this season. It's been a super start to his time as a county cricketer in England. He's not an overseas player either, which I guess is a bit of a Brucey bonus. There's Bailey in, balls, forward goes Hayne in defence, and there's no run. His mum from Kent, so he has a British passport. He's been pretty much a regular in the team since his debut here last season. Enjoying this new ball roll with Tom Bailey. It's Bailey that turns and sets off again. 14 for 2, 3 slips waiting. Bailey over the wicket and bowls, and he shuffles across and pushes the ball away into the offside. No run. Picked up by the Centurion, George Balderson, who's enjoyed a very good game. Beaten 116, and he'll have a part to play with the ball as well. 14 for 2. There's Mitchell at first slip, Jennings at second, and Danny Lamb at third slip. Bailey right arm over the wicket to Hayne, defending, snaps the ball away into the offside. Bohannon jogs up from mid-off to field, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start from the Lancashire bowlers, really testing the defences of Sam Hayne, who's new to the crease, only 6 balls faced for him, but always important when you've got a player who's on form, trying to challenge and test them early, try and get any sort of mistake. Don't want to give him freebies where he can get off the mark easily or watch the ball go past.
No freebies so far, just swings into him there, and he turns it up towards mid-on where Williams fields, and there's no run. 14 for 2. There's nothing there at the minute, is there, for these batters to work with?
It definitely is a patience game. I think on this wicket we saw the patience of Warwickshire bowlers, and Lancashire batters didn't quite do the same.
It's angled into Hayne, it brings him forward and he defends. And there's no run.
And now we're seeing the patience of the Lancashire bowlers, and for Warwickshire it'll be, can they do what the top order of Lancashire didn't do? Because we obviously saw the patience of Bailey and Balderson for Lancashire, and what that did for them to propel them to a brilliant 327 in the context of their innings having been 150 for 7, and that 145 partnership between Bailey and Balderson was very much needed.
Final ball of the over, Bailey to Hayne, he's left it. It gets a bit of a reaction, doesn't it, from the bowler and from the slips as the ball slides past his off stump and into the gloves of the keeper. That's another really probing over from Bailey.
And from me, there was that did look close. As they say, there's 2 types, and that one on Haynes' occasion was a good one because it didn't clip the top of off stump. An update from Old Trafford is we have a decision for umpire review. England are currently 44 for 1, which might be 44 for 2. As in comes Williams round the wicket to Rhodes, left alone outside the off stump. No run. The umpire decision was out LBW on Crawley. And looking at this, I think that might be missing the stump, so Crawley might have a bit of a reprieve. We're about to find out.
The old umpire's call, couldn't it?
You reckon? Cam Green was the bowler, and it is missing. So England will stay at 44 for 1 as in comes Williams, and Rhodes plays it back up to Williams. No run scored. As we see the umpire change his decision at the Test match. Into the 13th over. England trail by 273.
See why the Aussies reviewed that, can't you?
It was given out.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Oh, England reviewed that.
Yeah.
Okay. Good review. Good review.
That's why Moeen Ali's very pleased. He gives the fist bump and said, I can be an umpire when I finish. I've helped you out there, Zach Williams. In comes Williams. Round the wicket, tucked into the leg side by Will Rhodes. No run scored.
Nervy times at Old Trafford then.
Lancashire bowlers doing a fantastic job of it here with the dots they are building up on the Warwickshire batters. As in comes Will Williams again. Forward comes Rhodes and pushes it out to the offside. Josh Bohannon does the fielding. No run scored.
Oh, this is outstanding little session this for Lancashire. At the end with the bat and backed up here with the ball. 2 balls left of the over, and it's 10 overs gone. It's 14 for 2. It's been a really impressive performance by Williams and by Bailey. There's been nothing there for the batters to work with.
And again, and nicely played by Rhodes. Back up to Williams. Again, a nice line and length.
Does that so well.
Yeah, I think this is the wicket. As you say, the bowlers just got to keep on doing this. It's been a fantastic start from Williams and Bailey. But they've just got to keep on doing this and then just hope that the batters get a little bit impatient and go at something they shouldn't, that's not quite there. And for Lancashire, it'd be a case of, can we nip one more out? Can we get one before and one after lunch and really put us in the box seat? As in comes Williams again and tucked off the hip by Will Rhodes again. And that will be another maiden from Will Williams. That score is still stuck on 14 for 2, so the Lancashire bowlers are doing fantastically well. Bailey has 1 wicket to his name, 5 overs, 4 maidens. One for 4.
Super stuff. Williams, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. Got about 10 minutes left of the morning session. Sam Hayne on 0, Will Rhodes on 3. Both openers have departed. Alex Davis for 8 and Rob Yates for 3. Bailey balls to Hayne. That's clipped down towards fine leg. Again, angled into those pads by Bailey. And gets a little bat on that and flicks it away to fine leg for a single. Gets his first run actually. 15 for 2 now. Brings Rhodes on strike. Beaten on 3. 3 slips in place. Fine leg, mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover and the point. Bailey will bowl right arm around the wicket to Rhodes. Nicely played off the front foot. Punching the ball up towards mid-off where Bohannon fields and there's no run.
Moeen Ali has just hit back-to-back boundaries and takes him to 3,000 Test career runs. As England move on to 52 for 1.
Bailey to Rhodes, left. Taken by the keeper, no run. Yeah, wasn't thinking he'd be adding to those Test match runs. Sweet talked out of retirement by the captain. Batting at 3. There's a lot of quirky things going on in this Test series, isn't there?
It's like they got a magic hat and they just pull something out what we're going to go with.
Bailey past the umpire, balls again, left by Rhodes. Through to the keeper, no run.
I suppose the interesting factor of play for Lancashire is obviously you'd like to think Bailey and Will Williams will take Lancashire to lunch. Bailey coming into 2 balls until he finishes his 6th over. Williams 5 over so far, so you think they'll go into lunch, but then they've got 40 minutes. Will it be a case that you just say, look, I need a few more after lunch from you because it is an important passage of play?
Bailey to Rhodes, driven down the ground, stopped by Bailey, no run. Yeah, Warwickshire might look at Lancashire's attack here, and Williams and Bailey are outstanding. Their next 2 seamers, Balderson, who's had a good season, but he's not of the calibre of Bailey and Williams. And Lamb, who's not played a game all season, and then the spin of Morley. Around the wicket comes Bailey, balls to Rhodes, that's worked away off the hip. And it's Jack Morley that catches up with the ball, having been at mid-wicket, and just picks it up at backward square leg. And it's a single there. It's the end of the over, 16 for 2.
I was just about to say, potentially have a look at Morley before you get to lunch, and that is exactly what is going to happen, because the short leg pads come out for George Bell. Yeah, it's always that Captain 101, that, isn't it? What do I need to do? Right, I need to get the spinner to have an over, or maybe 2 just before lunch, just to see if it turns.
We had a bit of this with Briggs, didn't we, yesterday? Just on the brink of lunch.
We joke, but it is. I think it's a good ploy because, you know, if you can't read a pitch, or is it going to turn or is it not, you know, that can set you up for what happens in the afternoon session to say, actually, look, we saw a little bit of turn from the 6 to 12 balls that we had from the spinner, so that can indicate, okay, we can rotate the seam a little bit and the spinner can operate from an end. But if there's nothing really there for the spinner, and I can't imagine many players just before lunch will be looking to go on the attack from a batting point of view, so it allows you to have a try before you buy type scenario.
Quite like that. extra helmets coming out for the try before you buy. Little spell before lunch. So Salt's going to have that standing up, and there'll be a, as Ricky mentioned, a short leg in place. It's George Bell who's getting on all the gear. Josh Barnum, no, Daryl Mitchell's putting on the helmet as well.
They're all coming out there, yeah.
A short leg and leg slip and a slip. By the time all this is done, it might well be the last hour before lunch. What time is it? Oh no, it's just gone 5 to 1, so it might be time for another one. So it's Morley to Rhodes. It's fizzed in and left. First ball in Championship cricket since the middle of last season for Jack Morley. Played some one-day cup games last year, but balls and Rhodes off the front foot and nudged away towards the onside, and there is no run. Apologies, it's his second match of the season. Game number 2 in the Championship this year for Morley. He's in again to Rhodes. He's going to run here. He's flicked the ball out towards square leg for a single. The score moves on to 17 for 2. He's played a great deal of first-class cricket. This is just his 6th first-class match. He was named in the team that beat Surrey at the Oval. Didn't have a huge part to play. It's a game dominated by the seam bowlers across both sides. Comes around the wicket to Hayne, who's going back and playing it late. Pushing the ball out towards backward point, and there's no run. I've got Morley and the slips, and close fielders excited.
That was nicely bowled there by Jack Morley. Just a little bit quicker and hurried Sam Hayne, and he'll be thankful he got a piece of his bat on it.
Forward this time and works the ball out towards the leg side. There's no run. His first class career. Jack Morley mentioned it being very kind of modest so far. He's very much at the start of his career as he comes in to Hayne, flicked out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. He's picked up 17 wickets in those 5 matches, an average of 27, with a best of 5 for 69. That was in a game at Southport last season. That's the end of his first over of, I'm sure, quite a few today. And we do have time for one more before the lunch break. 2 minutes to 1. 17 for 2. Hayne on 1. And Rhodes on 5.
Bailey will bowl the last over before lunch. He's going to come round the wicket to Will Rhodes, who's taking guard and scratching away, just making sure he's just eking out a little bit of time. We can tell him that we can't imagine he's going to bowl a 2-minute over, so he has got time just to, or the kidology where you try and just eke it out a little bit. But it will be Bailey. 1 for 6 off his 6 overs so far as he comes round the wicket, and Rhodes plays across that front pad again, and he eases it down to fine leg, and they trot through for a single. In Hayne on to strike. Very watchful 1 from 13 deliveries from Sam Hayne so far.
Been looking to angle it into the pads of Hayne, hasn't he, Bailey?
I think it's normally that sort of common thing with Sam Hayne, that people think you can get him now LBW, and yes you can, like any player, but he's very similar to a Jonathan Trott in the fact that not very often does he miss it, and it is a strength of his. And in come Bailey, and forward comes Hayne and plays it back up the wicket. No run scored. Yes, it was always like the amount of times, you know, when I played with Jonathan Trott and obviously with Sam Hayne. Sam Hayne sort of adopted very similar traits of Jonathan Trott, even to the point where he'd take forever marking his guard and looking around the field, and you're like, oh, it's bad enough having 1 in the side, like having 2 of them. But again, it was always that sort of feeling that you could get both of them out LBW, but they're so strong there, and very rarely would that happen. As in comes Bailey again over the wicket to Hayne, and he comes nicely forward in a good stride.
He's having a good season, isn't he, Sam Hayne? Again, 568 runs, averaging 71, 3 centuries, top score of 165.
I'm just going to make way as Mike needs to come in and do his update.
Okay, cheers, Ricky.
And get in the queue early for lunch.
Any excuse to get to the front of the queue. Must get way. Update due. Meanwhile, lunch is being served.
There are some habits old pros never let go, aren't there, eh?
He's subtle as a brick there, wasn't he? 18 for 2. Bailey in and balls. Short ball. And Hayne ducks underneath it. In fact, it's been no ball by the umpire.
All right. But give Ricky a bit of extra time then.
20 for 2. It's been a really intriguing morning session. It's just been a good one for Lancashire. I'm thrilled with how it's gone through the course of this morning. They're getting to extra batting bonus points, seeing Balderson get his century, and then picking up two Warwickshire wickets. Hayne waits as Bailey bowls, and that's turned up towards the leg side. No run.
Been very disciplined, the 2 opening bowlers, haven't they?
Yeah, it's kind of what we used to see, really. Bailey and Williams, I don't really recall them bowling that many bad spells together with a new ball. You know, they're so consistent. Do you need to pick up?
It'll be in about 50 seconds. So yeah, I perhaps will then. Here's Bailey bounding along from the pavilion end, and Hayne gets a ball that jars high up on the bat, so that he has to take one hand off it and shake it. He's hitting the bat hard, Bailey, in this spell.
England have got to lunch, by the way, 61 for 1. With Zach Crawley 26 not out and Moeen Ali 31 not out, 61 for 1.
Old Trafford looking very good this week. One ball to come in this over, and I'll do the local radio update shortly. If you have the line-up during lunch break, by the way, I'll be doing a piece on BBC Radio WM during the interval, so don't think I've just taken up talking to myself. I mean, I have, but I don't want you to think that's what you're hearing. It's the second day of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Lancashire at Edgbaston. We'll be going to lunch shortly, with the Bears struggling a bit in reply to Lancashire's first innings of 327. They are 20 for 2 as Sam Hayne avoids the last ball of the session, having lost both openers in tight, disciplined opening spells from the Lancashire bowlers Will Williams and Tom Bailey, who have a wicket each. Alex Davies, failing to get his bat out of the way of Williams' delivery, tried to leave and was bowled off the inside edge, and Yates just tickled the ball from Tom Bailey that was well pitched up outside his off stump through to the wicket keeper. Sam Hayne and Will Rhodes saw the Bears nervously to lunch. Lancashire 327, Warwickshire 20 for 2. And that is lunch. Sam Hayne ducked under the last ball, so we are going to take a break, apart from me talking to myself in a minute, and we'll pick up the commentary again with Scott and Ricky and Kevin and myself and Phil Britt around or just before 20 to 2.
Nottingham
That's it. Yeah, got it. Yeah. Yeah. No, just take Q away. Because this line, no, just no, not even no, just leave it because this goes to both stations. So just leave the line up. No, it's all right. Just okay, righto, no worries. If you're hanging on online, don't think the players are about to come out. I'm about to do a piece with BBC Radio WM of which you're going to hear one end. There are all sorts of technical reasons why you'll end up still hearing this. But it would take me all of the lunch break to tell you, and it's not very interesting. So we'll pick up the commentary in about 10 minutes. Yes, all good, thanks. No worries, okay. Yeah, very well indeed, and nice to see people enjoying good weather here at Edgbaston for what is quite an important game for Warwickshire. They're very much in the hunt for the county championship. Essex and Surrey, I think, widely considered the favourites, but Warwickshire among a group of counties trying to keep up with them. Oh, I haven't played since school. I wasn't very good then. That's why I'm doing this. Warwickshire made the running in this game yesterday on the first day, at least for the first 2/3 of the day when they reduced Lancashire to 150 for 7. But the Lancashire lower order fought very hard. A maiden first-class century for George Balderson completed this morning. And they extended their first innings to 327 just before midday when Warwickshire finally dismissed them. 3 wickets for Mir Hamza, who's come over from Pakistan to fill in as Warwickshire's overseas player for this game and the one next week here against Middlesex, and bowled with some speed this morning. But in reply to that, and Warwickshire's coach Mark Robinson suggested that about 330 was an average score on this pitch. In reply to that, Warwickshire found it very difficult against the Lancashire opening bowlers Tom Bailey and Will Williams, who took a wicket each. So after a rather awkward hour's batting, Warwickshire went to lunch at 20 for 2, and there's a fair bit of work to be done this afternoon to get them initially close to that Lancashire score of 327. And I think they will be doing it with an eye on the weather as well, because although it's set fair today and not bad tomorrow, the forecast for Saturday at the moment, the 4th and final day of this game, is poor. So Warwickshire, I think, will... firstly, they need to secure this first innings from after a slightly awkward start, but then I think they and Lancashire will both perhaps be playing with an eye on the weather forecasting, with the possibility that it might effectively be a 3-day game rather than 4. Well, for a county championship game, I mean, you certainly wouldn't fill a place like this a lot of people are busy at work, but we know how many people follow county cricket online. You know, the BBC's the commentary service that's been up online for the last 10 or 15 years covering county cricket is extremely well followed. The counties now have their own YouTube streams or something similar going on that really took flight during the pandemic when people couldn't come, and they, you know, are followed by many thousands. So it's nice for people who are able to come. I was hoping there might be the odd school trip in today. I had a school trip here in the sort of last week of term once back in, you know, it was all in black and white. But I haven't seen or heard one yet. But I'm sure there are some around the various county games today. But for people who are able to come, it's a great opportunity to come and watch some high-class cricket. And you can never quite judge from where our commentary position is in here and the third floor of the big new pavilion that was built a few years ago, because there are so many nooks and crannies out of our sight from this position that you can hear people rather than see them. But the best end for catching a bit of sun when the sun comes back out is at the opposite end from the ground from us, the Birmingham end, the end closest to the city centre. We're only a short distance away from the city centre, of course. I can almost see you in the mailbox over there, and that's where you go if you want to get the sun cream on. And there's always somebody who doesn't put enough sun cream on. You almost spot them from here by the end of the day. Never. Will do. Thanks. Look forward to it. Bye-bye. No, don't hang up the line. Just take the cue away and just leave the line as it is. Brilliant. Thanks, Warren. Thanks. Right. Internet listeners and watchers, told you that would be a bit weird, hearing one end of a conversation. But you haven't missed anything, because as you can, those of you watching the pictures can see that we haven't yet come out after lunch. It'll be another 3 or 4 minutes, so I'll pick up the commentary then. Well, we were a little after 1 o'clock going to lunch, so we're a little after 22 with players coming out. Notice, despite the suggestions that it was going to be a dry day, seem now to be 1 or 2 showers popping up on the radar, so hopefully they are going to miss us. It looks pretty patchy stuff. But it has clouded over in the last little while. But we are going to start in a moment with Will Williams, bowled 5 overs before giving way to Jack Morley for 1 before lunch. He's going to bowl the first over after the break. Warwickshire 20 for 2 in 13 overs, replying to the Lancashire first innings of 327, and here is Williams now, coming in right arm around the wicket from the Birmingham end, and the left-handed Rhodes is turning this off his pads, as he so often does, just into the leg side. So, to recap briefly this morning's events, Lancashire starting on 295 for 7 after that stand of 145 between George Balderson and Tom Bailey last evening, but they were broken with or separated with the second ball today when Bailey was out for his overnight 75 LBW to Mia Hamza. Here's Williams bowling to Rhodes, who stands up straight and hits this into the ground on the offside. Hamza then added Will Williams, LBW for 1 in his second over this morning. But Balderson seen through to his century, his maiden first-class 100, by the number 11 Jack Morley, who added 30, and Morley doubling his previous first-class tally of runs, making 9 before he touched a ball from Danny Briggs through to Michael Burgess. Here's Williams round the wicket to Rhodes, who pushes back up the pitch to the bowler. Balderson not out for 116. Mia Hamza finished the most successful of the bowlers with 3 wickets, 2 of them this morning, 3 for 96, 2 for Hannon Dolby and Briggs and Barnard, who we didn't see bowl today. But Chris Rushworth wasn't on the field. And Warwickshire lost 2 wickets before lunch, both openers. Davis dragging a ball on from Williams onto the stumps as he tried to leave it. Rhodes does leave this one successfully from Williams. And Yates tickling a ball from Tom Bailey, bowled a very good 7-over spell, through to Phil Salt. So Lancashire will have enjoyed their lunch rather more, Scott.
Yeah, I think so. That's a good morning for Lancashire, wasn't it? Good fight back the back end of yesterday with that partnership, and carried on this morning. But I think Warwickshire will have seen how Lancashire batted yesterday, and indeed how it went this morning. If they can get through this little post-lunch spell from Williams and Bailey.
Williams goes wider on the crease this time and angling that into Rhodes' pads. And Rhodes has touched it down to deep long leg for 1 run, but he did so in such a way that got the bowler and fielders excited.
Then they'll believe that it might get a little easier later on this afternoon when the bowling changes are coming in. Morley not played too much first-class cricket, but they do think highly of Morley's left-arm spin. Yeah. But then Daniel Lamb's not. Well, this is his first game of the season. He's not bowled in red ball cricket since last year, and George Balderson's a fine bowler again, but it's not of the level of Williams and Bailey. So no. Then hold the ball, and if you can get through these 2, then Warwickshire will feel that it should get a little easier as the day progresses.
There's a little mystery I have about Jack Morley.
Oh,
you might have the answer.
Right.
Williams comes into bowl, and Hayne is letting a ball that's shaping back into him, but started well wide. It goes through to the wicket keeper. It's 21 for 2. I haven't seen Morley play before, so he came out to bat earlier. I clicked on his name on a well-known cricket website, and it listed him as Jack P. Morley.
Right.
In much the one like Cecil B. DeMille, sort of, rather than a sort of air of mystery about him, because normally, cricketers' middle names are reasonably well known. Well, you were just R. Clark, weren't you, Ricky? See, Ricky, there's no mystery about Ricky.
No.
It's straightforward.
Yeah.
But Jack P. Morley, so obviously news of the P has not yet reached the statisticians, and That troubles me, Scott. I don't want you to think I haven't got much in my life to get excited about, but it's bothered me all the way to lunch.
Well, maybe it's something we need to investigate.
I think we should be told.
as the day goes on. It's Bailey around the wicket and balls to Rhodes. He's turned across his front pad out to mid-wicket.
It does have rather a sort of it carries an air of importance. You know, important people go by. You know, well-known people, sort of film stars, don't they? You know, Michael J. Fox.
That's true.
No one asks what the J is. It's just Michael J. Fox.
That's just the way it is.
So there you go.
Well,
maybe there's another Jack Morley in cricket. And I thought I need to distinguish him like a equity name.
Bailey to Rhodes, flashed away off the hip, away to square leg and 4 runs. Picked up nicely by Rhodes. Just drifting onto his leg stump and about hip height, he can ease the ball out towards backward square leg for 4 runs. Takes him on to 11 and pushes the total on to 25 for 2.
Both been trying to angle the ball into Rhodes' pads. I heard Ricky saying before lunch several times Rhodes playing around the front pad. To be aiming at that. From again coming round the wicket here, Bailey.
To Rhodes. It's down the leg side and taken by Salt. And there's no run. They've got 2 catches on the leg side and the mid-wicket. Mid-on, mid-off, cover, point, 2 slips, fine leg. So there's a strategy in place by Lancashire, albeit Rhodes so far and Hayne getting through that little passage about half an hour or so, batting together up until lunch. Restarting now. Here's Bailey to Rhodes. Playing it late, trying to steer the ball down to 3rd man. It's picked up at backward point by Luke Wells, who we are used to seeing in the slips, but he's at backward point for Lancashire. The 2 slip fielders are Danny Lamb at first slip and Keaton Jennings at second, and then Wells at point. Bell is at extra cover, Bohannon's at mid-off, Williams at mid-on, Mitchell at mid-wicket, Morley at fine leg. There's an appeal for LBW there by Bailey, but it just didn't quite look right from here and didn't get too much support aside from his captain at second slip. From behind neither. Right arm round the wicket, angling into Rhodes.
Sounded like he might have just edged it, but maybe that's me. From that angle anyway, and I know Hamza won an appeal, didn't he, from coming left arm round the wicket first up this morning. It's got to be quite a good ball from there.
Morley being sent back towards the square leg boundary.
There's a definite plan here, though.
There isn't. Yeah, there is. I looked at something here. It's a fuller ball just outside off stump. End of the over. Wonder who Jennings are going to go to for first change. You've got Darryl Mitchell as well. He's bowled quite a bit in red ball cricket. Balderson on the back of a century. I think he'll replace one of the 2 opening bowlers here. You've got your left arm spin of Jack Morley. So options for Keaton Jennings. They're probing away. Most of the work being done by Bailey and Williams so far.
Williams from the Birmingham end in with cloud cover now. The blue sky just fading a bit, so there looked to be 1 or 2 showers unexpectedly on the radar, but they may or may not come, but it has clouded over a little bit. 3 slips as Williams arrives from the Birmingham end, and that ball just offers to move away, but he started it well outside off stump, so Hayne leaves elegantly. They call him Will Squared, don't they?
I think that's it.
I've seen that coming up. Lancashire's Twitter feed, they're very keen on that label.
Very creative, those boys.
Presumably he's not Will, he doesn't have a middle name, it's W, otherwise he'd be Will Cubed, I suppose. Gonna have to look that up now.
I think Williams is quite enough, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there's enough to be going on with.
Yeah, I think it is.
You need your teeth in for that. 3 slips wait as Williams bowls to Hayne, who he did even more elaborate leave this time. He rotates all his shoulders around as if he's doing some sort of very slow motion exercise routine and ends up facing second slip as the ball goes past well outside off stump. There was a Somerset batsman once who was Cecil Case, who was CCC Case. Apparently he was known as C4.
Sounds like a Star Wars character.
Yeah. Here's Williams. Arcing run into the crease and then shapes the ball into Hayne's pads, and he pushes away to mid-on. They're liking everything behind the stumps at the moment. They're very excited, the keeper and the three slips. Ball comes in, they're juggling the ball around. Salt's throwing the ball up, he's clapping his gloves together. They're having a really good time. But Hayne gets one, he's now 2. 26 for 2. Warwickshire 301 behind. And I've been finding it pretty tricky against some disciplined seam bowling. Here's Williams going wide of the crease to the left-hander Rhodes from round the wicket. And Rhodes is defending firmly back up the pitch. Bat and pad together. Again, 3 slips for the left-hander. Mitchell at first, Jennings at second, Danny Lamb at third. There's a backward point. I think is that Balderson doing a little bit of.
It is.
That looked like sort of gentle, I'm trying to catch the captain's eye stretching, rather than energetic, I've actually been told I'm going to bowl stretching. Round the wicket comes Williams, and that comes off a thick edge and runs a couple of bounces past third slip, well wide of him and away for 4 runs. It was an awkward stroke. Williams is continuing to threaten here. 30 for 2. But Rhodes is not going fluently. He's 15 now.
Oh, it's been a bit like that for most batters in this match. It's not been much fluent batsmanship at the start of innings. It's been quite hard work through the course of the match. It was yesterday for Lancashire's batters.
Lamb moves back into position at third slip. Williams goes round the wicket and a flicking shot off his hip by Rhodes. It was in the air for a little while, I think, but away through square leg for 4. There's no man in at square leg. He's round towards mid-wicket there, Luke Wells. So it was a safe enough shot, even if it was a rather awkward looking one. And it's a second boundary in the over for Rhodes, who's 19 at the end of it. And Warwickshire 34 for 2.
Played a similar shot in the last over, didn't he, off Bailey. Shoveling it away off his hip.
Yeah.
He's just getting going, isn't he, Rhodes? 19 to him. Haynes on 2 so far. But it was a battle before lunch. It was a real testing spell, that, with Bailey and Williams, and there was nothing really there for the batters to work with. It was about getting to lunch, and hopefully things get a little easier in the afternoon.
It's been a frustrating season so far. Will Rhodes, 300 championship runs just over at 27, 1 half-century, and quite a few other starts that haven't gone on to anything.
Haynes on strike. It's a ball that's full and off stump, and it's defended up to mid-on by Sam Hayne for no run.
One of a number of batters on both teams last week at Canterbury on what was a pretty good pitch.
Right.
Who got started and missed out. All of Kent's did. They would roll for 170 on the first day. There were a lot of furrowed brows.
Bailey to Hayne. It's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run.
Rob Yates made 228 not out there last week, and put through a plate of glass in front of the Kent dressing room. Yeah, in front of the Kent dressing room there, because the Warwickshire dressing room was on the floor above it, but on the front dressing room there's some panels of glass, and someone said to me, shatterproof glass. Rob Yates tested it, and it isn't. Well, at least that one wasn't.
There's a fault in it somewhere.
Yeah, there is now.
Bailey to Hayne. A slightly crooked bat. Ball worked out to square leg, and there's no run.
I was a bit concerned because we heard it. It made a proper sort of, straight out of the BBC sound effects archive, crash of glass. I thought that sounds good. And, but it sounded like it had shattered into a million pieces. So I did wonder on the commentary, and a message overnight from a Warwickshire supporter saying, yes, I was sat next to it by the hanging baskets, and we all got a bit.
Dear me.
But I don't think anybody was hurt.
Good. Bailey to Hayne. That's defended, and there's no run. Yeah, that would walking a few people up, wouldn't it?
Well, look, I've had a ball through the commentary box window.
Have you?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the old pavilion here.
Right.
And it gets your attention.
I can imagine.
It does.
Yeah.
I was picking bits of glass out of the kit for a week.
Oh, blimey.
So,
not ideal.
Dominic Thornley, Australian all-rounder.
Right.
He dug you in. And the annoying thing is then everybody's looking at you, because we'd sort of like took cover under the desk.
Bailey to Hayne. Defends. Front foot down the pitch and pushes the ball back to the bowler. No run.
So there have been a few celebrated examples of this. I'm sure it happened to Eddie Bevan, who covering Glamorgan 2 or 3 times. But it comes in. We used to have a little shed on top of the old pavilion here. So it was when Brian Halford was in the box. So we sort of saw it coming, dive for cover. And then you find this sort of like smouldering ball on the floor of the commentary box behind you. So you shut yourself down, and then you people shouting, where's the ball?
Give us the ball.
Give us the ball. We've got slightly other priorities here at the moment.
Shouting glass.
Yes, if you don't, it's an impatient-looking umpire.
Under pressure too, aren't you, to return it?
Yeah, everybody's looking.
Final ball of the over, square leg back to the boundary. It's a beauty by Bailey. It's angled in, holds its line. And there's Hayne just pushing at it through to the keeper. No run. It's a proper good test this for Hayne. He's still there, the crucial thing for Warwickshire. Lancashire have thrown plenty at him, and it's looked at times quite awkward and difficult, but he's still there. 34 for 2, the Bears. Hayne on 2, Rhodes on 19, and the umpires are having a chat.
Yeah, they might want the floodlights put on, because the natural isn't that great at the moment. I'll tell you what, you'd have had to be in a bit of form to nick that.
Yes. That's a beauty, wasn't it?
A 34 for 2 of a local radio update coming probably during this over, which Williams is going to bowl. Seems a bit odd, since it was such a sunny morning, but I suspect the umpires probably were saying we'll have the lights on in a minute.
They were doing plenty of pointing, weren't they?
Yes.
Maybe thinking the skies are going to clear up a little bit and become a little bit brighter soon enough.
In comes Williams. Third slip has gone a bit wider now after that one that Rhodes edged through that gap in the last over. He defends this ball up past the non-striker to mid-on. So they've left that dangerous-looking gap between second and about fourth slip. It's just begging for the next one to get nicked through there. Every bowler's seen that happen to them, I'm sure.
Yeah, they pushed Lamb, who was at third slip, further to his left to create that gap. But the previous Williams over, that's where Rhodes edged it, basically through where Lamb is stood now.
Looks a shade closer to me as well. Anyway, this is turned off his pads by Rhodes, as again he's going for that line, coming from wide on the crease and angling it into the pads. And Rhodes is nudging that to mid-wicket. Wells is fielding.
There's a few yesterday that didn't carry.
Yeah.
Warwickshire slip fielders were quite tight in actually yesterday, relatively speaking, but there's a few that did, the edges that did drop short.
Yeah. Well, suppose if this pitch, not only that it was played on for however many overs it was last Saturday, but it was last Saturday.
Yeah.
So you'd imagine it might get a little bit tired during this game. Round the wicket comes Williams, and this is pushed firmly by Rhodes. Too firmly for mid-on to stop it, and it's running away up towards the rope. I'm not sure it's going to have the urge to get there, so it's a long fielder teaser, chased by Bailey. This is the worst kind, aren't they? When he's 2 strides short of it when it pops over the rope for 4.
I think Tom was a little late on that.
Yeah.
He beat the dive of Bahanan, and it just took a while for Tom Bailey, who, to be fair, he's in the middle of a bowling spell.
Yeah.
But it took a while for him to realise, actually, I better chase after this.
I'm going to suggest that he knew exactly where it was going, but he was somewhat disappointed to see it pull up as short as that, or look as though it was going to.
Yeah, fair point.
So he kept up appearances anyway.
He did. Yeah,
Good man. Yeah. He hasn't exactly raced back to mid-off, and here's Williams again, and that's outside off stump, and just easing away from Rhodes.
So it was lovely timing though, wasn't it, by
It was.
Rhodes?
It was. It's the most convincing of his 6 boundaries so far.
Yeah.
He's 23. Floodlights are. Well, half of them have come on now in a sort of speckled pattern. Local radio update is coming just now. Rhodes is twiddling his bat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. It's the second afternoon of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Lancashire at Edgbaston, and the Bears replying to Lancashire's 327 and are finding it just as awkward after lunch as they were before. Sam Hayne and Will Rhodes have taken the Warwickshire score now to 38 for 2. Rhodes has flicked a couple of boundaries off his hips off Will Williams, and then a more convincing one pushed up to mid-on, but has looked awkward at times in making 23. Sam Hayne making a very quiet start. He is 2 not out. They lost the openers Yates and Davis in quick order before lunch. Warwickshire replying to Lancashire's 327 are 38 for 2. And during that update, there were a couple of awkward pokes by Rhodes off the thick edge of the bat, one in front of square on the offside and one behind, but it is the end of the over, and Warwickshire are 38 for 2 in 18 overs, Rhodes 23 and Hayne 2, but this isn't easy, and the fact that there's a bit of cloud cover at the moment is probably not helping.
A test match, it looks like the baseball button's been pressed, because they've come out after lunch and pressed on. The 90 for 1 now. England, Crawley 42 and Moyne 43. Scored pretty quickly since the lunch break. There's a selection of bats being brought out there for Sam Hayne. He's been searching a little bit, scratching around a little bit to try and get himself going in this innings, and he's changed his bat. See how this one works for him. I saw a brilliant video the other day as Bailey comes in and bowls to Hayne. That's flicked away off the hip down to fine leg for a single, and it was Steve Smith batting, and I think he's got it was something like 22 or 23 bats in his bag, and they're all numbered 1 to 22, all different kind of conditions, different weights, used it for different situations, whether it's in nets or whether it's white ball or red ball. He's got the whole array of them, and they blindfolded him and said, can you identify just by the feel of the bat what number bat it is?
That's tremendous.
And he went through the whole lot and got the whole lot correct.
That's brilliant and slightly terrifying.
It is a bit, isn't it? Yeah.
23 bats, who carries that?
There's Bailey around the wicket, balls. That's off the back foot by Rhodes, and there's no run. The only one he wasn't sure about was he couldn't work out whether it was the one that he was picking up was whether it was either 21 or number 22, and in the end he got it right. I think it's 22 or the other way around, and it was spot on. The other ones, within 2 or 3 seconds, he's picked it up, blindfolded and gone, yeah, that's number 4, that's number 7.
Do you remember You Bet on ITV?
Yes,
it was a game show with sort of a game show. Remember Bruce Forsyth?
Around the wicket comes Bailey, balls to Rhodes, through to the keeper, no run.
It was an odd sort of programme where they would get people on and they would say, oh, I'm about to do, to prove I can spin 200 plates at the same time while unicycling and eating a Ritz cracker. And then 4 celebrities would predict whether they would or not. And, you want a cake or something, I don't know. And it sounds like the sort of thing that would be done on there.
Bailey to Rhodes, his left, and through to the keeper, no run.
My name's Steve, and I can identify 23 bats blindfolded.
Yeah,
That's exactly the sort of thing. Bruce Forsyth would have said, Christopher Biggins, do you think he's going to do it or not? See? Look, this is what TV controllers are after. You see? This is how you and I are going to earn our fortune.
And it would reintroduce
TV
Biggins
gold
to the public, wouldn't it?
Well,
who doesn't want that?
Bet he likes baseball.
He's a big fan of
He's a big fan of baseball.
Yeah.
Good job the cricket here is not compelling, isn't it?
2 slips in place as Bailey comes in and balls again. Bit of width this time, cut away nicely by Rhodes. That beats Wells at point. That'll be 4. Lovely shot by Rhodes. Sliced away through the offside. Out towards the Holly. Stanton for 4. He moves to 27. 43 for 2.
I'm trying to raise somebody at the Coventry end to take the cue away from us, by the way. Folks in the Coventry studio, if you can hear us, if you can take the feed away down our ears, we'd really love it. Thanks.
It's a top tune, to be fair.
Well, it is. No one else can hear. We're the only people who can hear it. I mean, apart from the listeners to the radio, because they can all hear it.
Yeah.
But we can hear it. And good though it is, it's not quite what I need at the moment.
Final ball of the over for Bailey. He's left alone by Rhodes. Shoots through a little, taken about knee height by the keeper, Salt. I think Rhodes thought for a second about playing and then withdrew the bat. Allowed it to go through. So that's the end of the over. What have we had now? The Warwickshire first innings, 19. It's 43 for 2. Bailey either side of lunch with a little bit of a break for Jack Morley's left arm spin. It's now bowled 10 overs, 1 for 18. Williams 8 overs, 1 for 24.
It's been pretty good disciplined stuff. I've had a message say, can we turn Scott up a bit? I'll turn Scott up a bit.
Okay, sure that's a
see if
good
it's
idea.
any better. See what you've started now. Williams starts a new over and brings a ball back in that Hayne has set himself to leave. And, well, according to Williams, that practically went through one of the grooves on the bail. I'm not sure it was quite as close as that, but Williams wants Hayne to think it is. And it's quite sort of milky light now. The floodlights just glistening off the back of Sam Hayne's bat, sufficiently that the umpires are actually going to have a chat. I can't tell. Is it drizzling? It might be. Normally the ground staff. Oh, look, there they are. Look,
They're lurking, aren't they?
Well, yes, they're perched. They're very quick here. When they really want to let the umpires know that it's time to be coming off, they usually start the engine on the hover cover, as if to say, "Come on, let's be having you." And that when we are going off, so I think we are getting a shower of rain. It doesn't look like a very heavy shower. And if there are those of you listening on the earpieces in the ground getting wet, you might take issue with that. There's a couple of umbrellas gone up over there on the old press box stand, the old barn stand. But so we're going to have a pause. I don't think it'll be a long interruption, although on the YouTube camera that's just reversed and looking over the back of the pavilion, which is where the weather tends to come from, doesn't give us quite such an optimistic view. Nevertheless, it is an interruption here at 43 for 2. Here comes the hover cover, making its way out in time. There's always, as it comes out from the side, there's always two guys who have to then get in the way of it to try and slow it down so it's going to land plop on the centre of the field. And look at that, expertly parked. So we're going to have a brief pause here at 43 for 2, and that was a tricky session for Warwickshire, and they'll be very pleased to get in without further loss.
Yes, they will. Yeah, I was kind of, what, we had half an hour since lunch, and the half an hour prior to lunch as well. I mean, this is a proper effort by Hayne and by Rhodes. It's not easy, and Lancashire have bowled beautifully with Williams and Bailey. Warwick should be thrilled that they're just 2 down, because in that hour period either side of lunch, it could easily be 3 or 4, couldn't it? You know, with the way that Lancashire have bowled, and they've got through it so far.
Might just extend these opening spells from Bailey and Williams though, because they get to put their feet up for another 20 minutes or so. Anyway, however long it is, we'll leave you alone for a bit, and as soon as there is action, the YouTubers, you'll see it first, but we shall come and give the rest of you a shout when it looks as though we're going to play again, but not for the moment. Yes, the second afternoon of Warwickshire's championship match here at Edgbaston against Lancashire is turning into a frustrating one for both teams. Warwickshire were 43 for 2, replying to Lancashire's 327 when light rain interrupted play at 10 past 2, and they have not resumed. It got heavier a couple of times, but in the last few minutes, even though it hasn't looked from here as though it's raining very hard, the ground staff have come out and nailed the covers down. So we're very much on hold here at the moment, with Warwickshire having found the going pretty tough up to that interruption. Sam Hayne and Will Rhodes hung on for half an hour after lunch, but that's as far as we've got, with Warwickshire 43 for 2, replying to Lancashire's 327.
checking the rain. Seems to have stopped.
Well, some good news at last from Edgbaston in that that was a rather longer delay than I think most of us were expecting. But when the players went off at 9 minutes past 2, it is now nearly 5 to 4. They've taken the tea break and we're back on. So it never rained heavily, but it was quite dark for a while during that break. We've lost, I think, 15 overs from the day's allocation, which means 47 more overs are left to bowl today, which seems like rather a lot, but we'll see how we get on. Will Williams, before he was rudely interrupted, is bowling from the Birmingham end, where he seems to have been bowling all day. And he's going to start off to Sam Hayne, and here he is with 3 slips in place. And Williams' first ball, he's full and wide and pushed out into the gap by Hayne, and he takes 1 run. And Ricky Clark's here, 47 more overs. That's a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. Yeah, I've nestle in and try and order a sleeping bag, I think, with that amount of overs left.
Don't know whether we get all them in.
It's incredible, yeah. We're 5 to 4 now, is it? And we've still got, 47.4 overs remaining. And that did look like a very sort of stiff delivery from Will Williams.
Well, this is his sort of 3rd time he started a new spell today, and yet he's sort of been bowling almost the entire innings because he keeps being interrupted. This is outside the off stump of the left-hander Rhodes. Just a very quick recap. They started at 11 o'clock this morning. It took an hour for Warwickshire to take the 3 remaining Lancashire wickets, bowl them out for 327, an unbeaten century for Balderson. Then 2 wickets before lunch in the just under an hour that Lancashire had to bowl before lunch. They got rid of the openers, Davis and Yates, a wicket each for Williams and Bailey. That was 20 for 2 at lunch. Then we had half an hour after lunch, and then a break, and now that's why Williams is still fresh-ish to come in, starting his 9th over of the day, and he gets a ball on the Rhodes' pads, which really they've been aiming for most of the time to Will Rhodes, and he's turned it away through square leg, and they're going to have 3, so Rhodes up to 30. And that did seem to be a plan for the bowlers earlier on, though. It seemed to be angling the ball from round the wicket to the left-hander into Will Rhodes' pads.
Yeah, I think Will Rhodes, the way he sets up, he does have that sort of front foot that just sort of closes himself off a little bit. Obviously, is a strength as well, but with it, the Lancashire bowlers will be looking for him to miss it and bring those pads into play for the LBW.
Haynes back on strike. He was very much the quiet partner before they went off. He has 4, and he's turning his back almost on a delivery from Williams. It's well wide of the off stump. And he's sort of left it and turned his back on it almost before it's gone past him. But he's one of those players, Sam Hayne, when he's playing well, and most of the time he is, where he just looks like he's got more time than everybody else.
Yeah, exceptional player. Oh, he has the time and sees it nice and early to leave it alone, and as he sort of left it, as you say, he turned his back and then made sure he went back into his crease, because he's just standing outside his crease a little bit, and I think Phil Salt was ready to give it the throw.
Williams pulled out of that run up about 4 strides before he got there, and goes away. Yes, these things catch on, so it's as well to be careful. There's quite an orthodox field at the moment for Williams. This is the 20th over of the innings, so there might just be a little bit of life left in the ball. But it's the 3rd time that Warwickshire have had to start again. 3 slips. Backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, a little bit closer in. This one seemed to jag back a bit on Hayne and maybe didn't bounce all that much, and he had to get the bat down sharpish to turn it into the leg side. It was an awkward delivery from Williams to end the over at 47 for 2.
Yeah, just changed it up a little
adjustment,
bit. Yeah, he just predominantly he's been shaping it away from the right-handers, but we have seen him bring the ball back, so he's got good skills as Will Williams.
Looks a clever bowler, Ricky. Looks like he knows what he's doing. Very experienced.
That was the wicket that he got of Alex Davies early on in the innings, where he'd shaped it away a few times and then he just run one back, and it sort of caught Alex Davies in a bit of a conundrum of what to do. Do I leave it? And in the end, he didn't do either, and it sort of bottom edge onto the stumps. it will be Tom Bailey, who's going to continue. He's bowled 10 overs, 1 for 18. With his 5 maidens, he's going to come round the wicket to captain of Warwickshire, Will Rhodes, as in he comes, and it's another loosener. It's a little bit wide, and Rhodes just lets that go through to keeper Salt.
So, yeah, he's 11th over. He's bowled all the way through the innings so far from the pavilion end, but this is the 3rd time he started, so it's like 3 short spells, which is a handy bonus for Lancashire to get a bit more out of their opening bowlers here. The timing's worked out quite well.
As Bailey turns again past umpire Debenham, and this one again is outside the off stump, a little bit closer this time, but Rhodes leaves it alone and lets it go through to the keeper. Just a little bit of hint away from Tom Bailey. I think it is that, yeah, it gives Lancashire the opportunity to keep Bailey and Williams going, but at the same point they'd be mindful to say that we've got 46 overs remaining. It's obviously a difficult thing for them to do, to get other bowlers into play. As in comes Bailey again, and forward comes Rhodes and pushes it up to mid-off. No run scored.
Yeah, it feels as though it probably still should be a bit swingy. It's quite overcast still, lighter than it was during that interval. That sort of heavier cloud has drifted away towards the east side of the city. But the floodlights are still on here. And the ball is just moving about. It's doing a lot of the moving after it's past the bat.
Bailey in again round the wicket, and again nice little bit of shape. No ball on that occasion. As umpire Debenham turns, puts his arm out to signal that no ball. But again, that's a nicer line there from Tom Bailey. Just dragged it in a little bit, and it's probably about 4/5 stump, moving away towards the slips as he comes round the wicket. He has got the ball that can come back as well.
Well, that's it. He's 4 in a row he's had, just from slightly different lines. We're getting a really good view from here, just offering to move away.
As he comes in this time and is a little bit straighter, and again, oohs and ahs as Will Rhodes tucks it off his legs, again with that front pad just going across himself, but as of yet he's middled most of them, and he clips that one down the fine leg and they trot through for a single.
Yeah, every time the ball goes near Will Rhodes' pads, they get excited, don't they? So there does seem to have been a plan. Rhodes has had quite a few starts this season. He's had a lot of 20 and 30 scores, but only once made a half century. He's averaging about 27 in the championship at the moment. There's a vacancy for somebody to bat long in this innings. It's been difficult so far.
Bailey to come over the wicket to Sam Hayne, and that is a beauty from Tom Bailey. Turned Sam Hayne completely round. It was a lovely area just outside the off stump, and a little bit of bounce and left Sam Hayne, and very nicely bowled.
Bowling one just before the break. You thought, well, you'd have to be in some nick to touch that. It's too good. And that one wasn't bad.
Again, I suppose you have to look at it. It's been under the covers for a little while. Might just have a little bit of moisture and zip through. As in comes Bailey again, and clipped from Sam Hayne. And oohs and ahs again as Hayne clips it to square leg. No run scored. End of the over. 21 overs gone.
I'm just going to butt into the local radio update, Rick, if you forgive me a moment. And it's the second afternoon of Warwickshire's County Championship fixture against Lancashire. We've had quite a long delay, about an hour and 3/4 off the field for some light rain and poor light. But in the last 10 minutes, the players have re-emerged. It's still not great batting conditions, and Sam Hayne and Will Rhodes groping their way along for Warwickshire at 50 for 2 against some testing bowling from the Lancashire opening bowlers Will Williams and Tom Bailey, whose opening spells are effectively extended by these breaks. The Bears lost their openers Davis and Yates in short order before lunch, and making careful progress now as they reply to Lancashire's first innings of 327. Warwickshire are 50 for 2. And Rhodes has miscued the first ball of a new over from Williams off the leading edge, and it's flown just safe over backward point. He's going to come back for 2 rather fortunate runs, but it's still pretty difficult out there with the ball moving sideways a bit. And I'll ask Ricky to say a bit more about that while Phil Britt comes here. If you take this over through Ricky, and then Phil will join you.
It has been tough going for the Warwickshire batters. Currently 52 for 2. Will Rhodes with a little bit of fortune there as he sort of squirted over backward point, and he come back for 2. Will be Will Williams to come into Rhodes again, round the wicket. Short this time and pulled, and it's up in the air and it's gone over the slips. And 2 bounce, 3 bounce, 4. So he went onto the pull and he got a thick top edge, and it just went sailing over the slips as Darryl Mitchell and Keaton Jennings were in pursuit. It landed probably about 4 or 5 yards inside the rope, and that is 4 runs to Will Rhodes and to Warwickshire.
Just chancing his arm a little bit in the last couple of balls, and he that lofted one which went over backward point, and then getting that one top edge which flew, both landing in safely in the middle of nowhere. He's
been sat in the dressing room watching the test match probably. It's all going on at Old Trafford. England are 240 for 2. As in comes Williams again, and this time Rhodes pushes it back up to the bowler. No run scored. And that session 178 of 25 overs at Old Trafford. Incredible.
Boring, this test cricket, isn't it? You know, let's get back to the one-day stuff. People knocking the ball round.
7.12.
You'd be quite happy with that in limited overs,
it
right?
Was, yeah. In comes Williams again, round the wicket, past umpire Lungley, and left alone outside the off stump by Will Rhodes.
Well, I'm quite pleased for Crawley, for Zach Crawley, because we've seen him bat here a couple of times, and he's looked a really class player. And I don't know whether you played in the game here when he first came into the side as a young man, scored 100 here. But I've seen him bat against Warwickshire 2 or 3 times where he's got big scores, and you know he's clearly got terrific class.
As in comes Williams again, and just in front of that pad again, they scamper for a quick single, and it was tight at one stage. Will Rhodes called Sam Hayne through straight away, and Bohannon's a very quick fielder, and he scampered round and was throwing at Hayne's end. But Hayne is also quick himself as they come through for a single. 57 for 2. Will Rhodes has moved on to 38. Sam Hayne 4. 1 ball left of Will Williams over. He has figures of 9.5 overs, 1 for 35 with 3 maidens. Coming into his 3rd spell with the rain delays and breaks.
Yeah, it's been a bit stop-start for them. So that rain this afternoon, it wasn't actually originally on the schedule for the afternoon.
As in comes Williams again, and tucked to the leg side, and again a quick single as Will Rhodes comes through. He was tucked behind square from Sam Hayne, and they scamper through for another single. So all good on that occasion. End of the 22nd over. Warwickshire are 58 for 2. We still have 45 overs remaining in the day.
It's going to be a long old session, isn't it?
It really is, yeah. Obviously, we've got the floodlights on.
Well, looking at the radar, we should be clear for the rest of the day, but whether that means the cloud cover, but if it stays like this, then it's
well, the
later in the afternoon.
It's going to said there was no rain
rain
today.
at all. Exactly. When I looked at it this morning and went through, it looked perfect for the day. Didn't look very good on Saturday, but today and tomorrow look fine. It's a new over to Hayne, who turns this one to mid-wicket. There's no run. Tom Bailey continuing from the pavilion end. You would like to pass me that scorecard? Just
I can.
No, just the card.
Oh, just the scorecard.
Yeah, that's fine, thanks.
Do you like a bit of ABBA?
Well, we're going to get plenty.
We've got plenty in our ears at the minute.
Right. Yeah. It's this is actually, at least they're playing something I can recognise. Yeah. Half the time stuff comes on, I haven't got a clue who it is.
Stopping myself from breaking into song there.
Bailey in, and it's gone now as Bailey's this one played back by Hayne. Our cue has gone. So thank you very much. Back at the studio. I've been to see the show a few times, the Mamma Mia show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I have to say, the last time we went, we were treated by our children to a box, and we literally were just in the box there, looking down on the stage. You almost felt you were like part of the cast.
Get you in a costume.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Bailey in, bowls, and Hayne is forward. Well, the wicketkeeper and 3-slip Gordon all seem to be convinced that Hayne had played pad first on that, but it sounded and looked as though it came straight out the middle of the bat. However, the umpire, not in the least bit interested, he's having a chat with Bailey, and I think he's showing that it was bat first. Bailey wasn't himself very interested.
He wasn't interested, Tom Bailey.
No,
I think he was just asking the question, and should I have gone up umpire? But
anyway, Hayne survives this next one and sees Hayne leaning forward, watching it through outside the off stump. He takes the bat out of the way, the ball goes harmlessly through to wicketkeeper Salt, who has taken that one catch so far. 58 for 2 on this interrupted afternoon, but lost the whole of the afternoon session. But, I think a few of the crowd decided that was going to be it for them for the day. It's thinned down a bit as Bailey comes in, runs away from us, in and bowls, and turned by Hayne to mid-wicket, but straight to Bell, who is quickly onto that at short mid-wicket, does the fielding. There's no run. Sam Hayne being particularly watchful so far. He's on 5.
That's 42 deliveries.
Yeah, which for Hayne is a very steady and watchful start. He's usually likes to get on with it a little bit more than that. Rhodes on 38 has been the one who's been more aggressive since the resumption. There's a deep backward square leg gone out now as Bailey comes in, and Hayne is across his stumps, which he tends to do. He's caught him out a few times in his career. When LBW, he leaves himself a little bit prone for, but this time gets the bat to it, plays it away to mid-wicket. End of another over, a maiden over, 58 for 2. Haynes on 5, Rhodes on 38.
Yeah, I think it's a credit to the Lancashire bowlers. Predominantly has been Will Williams and Tom Bailey. It's the 1 over, I think it was, from Jack Morley.
Yep.
Before lunch, so credit to these two. They've bowled economically and put the ball in a good area. Trying to frustrate the Warwickshire batsman, as in comes Williams again, round the wicket to Will Rhodes, and this one bounces a little bit to Rhodes, who sort of, don't know how you'd explain it, sort of just pulled himself back to say, oh, that's bounced a little bit, and looked almost shocked with it.
Yeah, it sort of popped a little bit,
yeah.
Just, it wasn't into the body, it was actually away from the body, wasn't he? He was sort of pushing at it, and perhaps maybe something which now he steps away from us.
Yeah, it's popped that much. It's hit the splice, and I think his bat is broken. So he stopped Will Williams halfway through the run-up to say, I've just tapped my bat a couple of times and it's gone. So he's now slowly walking towards the dressing room, having a chat with the Lancashire players in Salt Mitchell and Keaton Jennings, who are keeper and slip, as he waits for a new bat to come out.
So you can tell us this. We always say that's a bat, that's another 200 or 300 quid, whatever they are now. Bats probably more than that.
500, 600.
Are they 500 now?
Yeah, I think if you want a decent one, yeah.
Wow. But presumably nearly all county cricketers, or a lot of them, get sponsored, do they, by bat companies?
I'd be very shocked if Will Rhodes is having to send that back and buy a new
Buy
one.
a new one. Do any county cricketers have to buy a bat?
Again, I'd be very shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does seem with the freedom that they get rid of their kit that they're obviously not buying it.
Particularly when 5 bats come out for him to choose from. As in comes Williams again, and Rhodes this time doesn't test out the new bat as he leaves that alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, it's not like the club cricketer who goes, "Oh God, well, I've got to go and get a tape."
Loads of tape round here.
Yeah, it sounds all right to me.
Get the sander out to get rid of that crack. Yeah. Yeah, it was always a case that in the changing rooms there was plenty of bats lying around, and you'd always have people walking around going, "Oh, let's have a look at your one, and what's it pick up like, and can I use it in the nets just to see?" And as Williams comes in again, round the wicket, and this time Rhodes comes forward and sort of bottom edge really, at the toe of the bat as it trickled to mid-off. We'll say it kept low, he didn't quite get into it. Can't imagine if he turned in looking for another bat. This one's no good.
So what do they do at the beginning of before the season starts? Do they sort of go and get all the bats the same weight? And
yeah, it depends on the individual and what they want. I used to have bats for T20 Championship and 50 over. As in comes Williams again, and it's beautifully guided by Will Rhodes. It tucked him up a little bit and he just guided it past second slip and gully, and it runs down to third man, moving him on to 42 with that boundary. Warwickshire 62 for 2. Yeah, so I used to have different bats. So in the T20, you'd want it a little bit heavier and a bit more of a bigger middle and stuff. And then for Championship, I wanted the bat a bit lighter so I could get onto the pool a little bit easier, because sometimes you'd find that with quicker bowlers, sometimes in Championship, they can use the 2 bouncers and you wanted to get onto the pool a little bit more. So you had down to the individual as Williams comes in again, and Rhodes jams this one down just to the short mid wicket. No run scored.
And did they actually make them to your own spec, pretty much?
Yeah, I was with Gray Nichols, and literally they'd send me the box of new kit and the bats and stuff, and all the bats were exactly the same, and I never had to send a bat back. They were good quality and the same weight and exactly the same sort of spec a lot of the time. Obviously sometimes you say, T20, I want a slightly heavier bat, and that would come in the post, and it was like Christmas when that parcel arrived. As Williams again into Rhodes outside the off stump, left alone by Rhodes, ended the over. 24 overs gone.
They had that little phase, didn't they? You don't see it so much now, where they had those, I've forgotten the name of them now.
The mongoose?
Yeah, mongoose.
There's a long handle and then...
and a short sort of... Yeah. There was the chap at Worcester used to use it.
Gareth Andrews.
That's right.
Yeah.
He could give it a smack with that as well, couldn't he?
He could. I think a lot of the time it was a case that when the ball was pitched up, he had so much wood at the bottom end of his bat, and this long old handle, he would really get hold of it. Not so sure how much he got onto the sort of pull a lot more, because it was sort of going over his handle when he was looking to pull it a little bit. So I think bowlers worked out that they could drag the length back a little bit.
It's going to be Bailey's going to continue at this pavilion end on to Hayne. Hayne on 5. This one sees Hayne going off back and punching it away through extra cover. Not quite getting the timing on it, but gets enough to get a single. And as the ball's fielded, the divots come up. It shows how wet this outfield is, because every time they slide, they're bringing up great divots. It's like an over-enthusiastic golf shot coming up every time. Well, Gary Barn will have go around and replace them all. There was an enormous one out in front of the Hollies stand earlier on today when the ball was chased down. Good to see that they are actually replacing them, unlike some of the golfers which play.
Just leave them, yeah.
Bailey again is in. Round the wicket to Rhodes now, who goes across and steps across, covers his off stump and watches the ball go through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's 63 for 2, 42 to Rhodes, and Sam Hayne on 6.
Still a lot of movement in the air for Tom Bailey. First ball of this over, he sort of come wide of the crease a little bit and really sort of run in from an angle and got a bit of shape from Hayne and he's pushing it away from Rhodes here, from around the wicket.
This next one again, similar to the previous ball, just wait outside the off stump, and there's no run. Now Mitchell doing a bit of warming up out at mid-wicket, signalling to the dressing room for something. What's that interpretation? I never understand some of these things. What's he calling for there, Ricky, do you reckon?
Didn't see that. What?
Out here at mid-wicket, he's signalling. I have no idea what he's looking to look like gloves. This next one is driven back by Rhodes, straight to the bowler. Bailey fields as he follows through. There's no run.
I'm going to have a guess. I didn't see the signal, but is it for Mitchell?
Yeah.
Well, he's got his long sleeve jumper on by the looks of things, and there's a little bit of a breeze, so he might be a little bit cold. So you get the hand warmers there. Yeah, they're like little tea bags, and you shake them, and you sort of like break the elements inside, and then they start to warm up. But the only time they warm up is
one left outside the off stump, again harmlessly through to the keeper.
the only time they warm up is when you get back inside and you're sat having a cup of tea or something, and your pockets start burning.
Yeah.
And you're like, where were you when we were out there and I needed you the most?
Would it middle of July? Would it be normal? But
you'd say no, but again, this potential weather that we've had and a bit of rain and the flag in the far side there just blowing a little bit, so
you might be
a bit of a breeze.
chill.
The chill, yeah, the shirt of Bailey's he running in is blowing as well in the wind.
He's in the bowls, and Rhodes is across and forward to that one, defending it out into the offside. End of another over, 63 for 2. These two are giving absolutely nothing away. And here he comes. Oh, he's going off the field. That's what he was calling for, was the substitute fielder to come on. So Mitchell has gone off the field. He's, I think he was just asking for somebody to come on to allow him to come off, get the sub on.
News from the Test match. Joe Root has just gone to his 59th Test 50. England are 256 for 2 after 45.2 overs, trailing by just 61 now. So that game is really moving forward up at Old Trafford.
It's gone up as when you think we're only, well, just over halfway through. Well, that's a bit more than halfway through the second day, but if the weather holds fair, then it's almost inevitable to be a result in that game, I would have thought. It just looks like the weather may play a significant role in it.
Williams coming in to Hayne over the wicket outside the off stump, left alone. And I imagine there'll be a lot of people at the Kia Oval will be hoping for an England win, so
yeah,
it's not going to be a potential dead rubber down there, and that would be very exciting going into that Test match with the scores at 2-2.
Well, when you think the match here, I don't know how much of that you saw, but really England should have had so many opportunities there to win that game.
Williams into Hayne again, and onto the back foot goes Hayne and pushes it out towards the cover region, and Josh Bohannon, who was at mid-off, quickly scampers round to stop the single, which is in a slight change in the field where Bohannon is a very lonely figure there at mid-off, as the closest fielder to him is a backward point in Luke Wells, and there's 2 slips in the gully, so 5-4 field with a mid-on and mid-wicket, a square leg and a fine leg to Sam Hayne, which will say that Williams might try and drag one back into him, and this one goes away as Sam Hayne turns and lets it go past through to keeper Saul.
First saw Williams play last season when he came here, just come into the Lancashire side for them. I think, got a feeling it was the very first game he played here for Lancashire, and he'd been over playing club cricket, and Lancashire got him on a short contract, and he really impressed in the match here, and he's obviously stayed on. I think he's been given a longer contract.
This one down the leg side from Williams and clipped away down to fine leg by Sam Hayne, and him and Rhodes trot through for a single. 1 ball left in the over. As the 50 partnership comes up for Sam Hayne, and captain Will Rhodes, 117 balls.
Yes, it's sort of crept up on us, that 50. Sam Hayne's contribution towards it has been fairly minimal in terms of runs, but that's just the 7. It's been largely the captain who's accumulated.
I think Scott was saying about Will Williams that he come along for a 2-game contract, which obviously very impressed very well and turned into a 3-year deal. So he done well there. As in he comes again outside the off stump, left alone on this occasion by Will Rhodes, just on the outside.
Yeah, when he played last year, we had absolutely no idea who he was or really what he did. And he certainly impressed in the game. In fact, I would go, although Lancashire won the game with a big century by Luke Wells to win the game in the second innings, but the victory was in no small way through Williams' contribution. He had a good game.
Williams in again to Will Rhodes and down the leg side, and he's clipped down to fine leg. And they drop through for another single. That's 26 overs gone. Warwickshire are 65 for 2. It's been a good rebuild from Hayne and captain Will Rhodes after losing the 2 early wickets of Alex Davies, who went for 8, and Rob Yates for 3, when Warwickshire were 14 for 2.
Yeah, that was looking at that stage as though if they were to lose either Hayne or Rhodes, that it might be a bit of a slide, but these two have steadied the ship. Still a long way behind. When you think that Lancashire were 150 for 7 yesterday, they've got themselves into a really strong position, and then with those early wickets, it's given them a bit of leeway here. This one outside the off stump from Bailey, who continues. He's into his 14th over. Admittedly, it's been over 3 different starts, but it's a spell he's got with this, what was the new ball, and it's now beginning just about, I suppose, beginning to go a little bit softer.
I think the key factor here for Warwickshire is that the patience, and obviously this we just said about the 50 partnership between the two in the middle currently in Will Rhodes and Sam Hayne. Took 117 balls. I think if you look at the course of Lancashire's innings, that they weren't as patient.
Yeah.
And fundamentally they lost a lot of their top order through shots that shouldn't have been played.
This next one is punched back down to mid-on. There's no run.
And Warwickshire would have seen that how easy it actually did become once the ball got a little bit older.
Yep.
With the likes of obviously Bailey and Balderson doing a fantastic job to put on 145 to take it from 150 for 7 to allow Lancashire to get to that 327 all out. So Warwickshire will be saying, look, top order, be patient, it will get easier, and hopefully we can put on a big total in the first innings.
This next one is turned to mid-wicket by Rhodes, and there's no run. No, I agree. I think that's exactly it. They didn't look in any trouble at all in that final session yesterday. I think they batted through the whole session, didn't they? I don't think there was a wicket fell in that last session.
No, yeah, from tee they went 184 for 7. They were at tee and took themselves through to 295 for 7 at the close. And
this is the strangeness with the game of cricket. You have that where they looked in no trouble at all. Just break off as Bailey comes in and bowls, and Rhodes, that ball cuts back in nicely to, and Rhodes just getting to it, but that ball just coming off the line back into the left-hander. Good delivery from Tom Bailey. But you come back out the next morning and it's a different game, and suddenly both of you back in and gone. Well, they're Balderson, in fairness, not.
You have to sort of start again and remember it's a different day, and the bowlers would potentially be a lot fresher.
Quite often tea or something like that comes at just the wrong time, doesn't it, in a partnership? Bailey in bowls, and again going across and just playing it into the onside is Rhodes. He's not getting any leeway. He's right on the mark all the time here, Bailey, having a really good game to go with that beginnings. He had career best earlier in the day. as he ended up with 75. His overnight score, he didn't add to it, but terrific knock in that partnership. And for Balderson, who made his maiden first-class century, which was really good to see. It was a terrific innings from him. As Bailey comes running in and bowls. This is short, and Rhodes thinks about pulling it, and then at the last minute, ball not quite on him as quickly. Whilst it was short, it didn't quite get through to him. He pulled out of the attempted pull. Ball goes through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. Warwickshire remain on 65 for 2, and Haynes 7, and 43 to Rhodes.
Yeah, it sort of died in the wicket a little bit, that bounce. So I'm not sure if it was one of those attempted slower ball bouncers, but it sort of looped as it went past Will Rhodes, and it was sort of dying down to the keeper, Phil Salt.
Yeah, he sort of got himself in position for the pull, and it just wasn't there. And in the end, it was almost like evasive action to get out of the way of it.
As again, we see another change in the field that Gully has come out into an extra cover position now. So it's just the 2 slips, backward point cover and a mid-off. Mid-on, shortish mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg. As in comes Williams again to Sam Hayne, and this one carries through nice outside the off stump, and Hayne just lifts his hands up and lets it go through to the keeper.
We've not had a huge number of runs today. I know we lost the session, but the morning session was fairly minimal in terms of the runs scored added to the overnight score by Lancashire, and then Warwickshire getting through to lunch. I found it hard work.
As in comes Williams again, and this one's outside off stump and cut away. Again, not fully timed by Sam Hayne as it goes to Mitchell at cover. No run scored. Yeah, Lancashire just had in 32 runs to their total this morning. And Warwickshire currently on 65, so yeah, it's been a very watchful day for batting, really. As in comes Williams again to Hayne over the wicket, and Hayne goes onto the back foot and pushes it into the covers where Mitchell does the fielding again. No run scored.
There's any great pace in this wicket, is there? It's do you think? I don't think it's. My concern yesterday, I think, as we talked off air, that I wondered whether this wicket would actually, whether we'd get a result out of this. But it seems to have. So as you say, if you're patient, you seem to be able to bat on without any great issues on it.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a wicket where it's going to be crash bang wallet to the boundary. As in comes Williams again outside the off stump, left alone again by Hayne. And I think it was evident yesterday when it just looked, a brand new ball, fresh bowlers, and it just didn't look like it was coming onto the bat that well for the Lancashire batsmen at that situation of the game. And that then you look at Lancashire's top order, they were then trying to get a bit of, Keaton Jennings' dismissal was a classic case of that. I even said on air that he's got to be careful because he likes to come down the wicket and come at the ball, but he's got to be careful with the way the ball was moving, that he's going to edge it, and that's exactly what he did. Where what we're seeing currently from Will Rhodes and Sam Hayne is a little bit of patience and waiting for the bowler to make a mistake. And again, good delivery from Williams, who drags Hayne forward, who pushes it again into the covers from a forward defensive position. No run scored.
The other thing about is their patience. They're actually having to be patient because the line that both of them are bowling, they're just not giving any width. They're keeping the ball to the bat, but they're making the batsman play virtually every delivery and play it on a sort of defensive mode rather than being able to get after it.
Yeah, if you look at the dismissals for Lancashire, I think Luke Wells was strangled down the leg side, but most of the next 5 batters, as Williams comes in and pushed back up the wicket by Sam Hayne. Another good over from Will Williams, 65 for 2, Hayne on 7. Rhodes on 43. We've had 28 overs. There's still 39 overs remaining in the day. Yeah, I think if you look at Phil Salt, would be disappointed with his dismissal. Went hard at one, and obviously bowled by Hannondale will be Keaton Jennings coming down the wicket to Hamza and put more sort of energy and pace on it, and he nicked off to Sam Hayne at second slip, and George Bell, a big drive outside off stump. He nicked it to Rhodes. Errol Mitchell going for a hard sweep and top edging it to Sam Hayne on the 45 from Briggs. So again, and then also Danny Lamb. I think his was a pretty good delivery. So he couldn't really do a lot about his when he was on naught. But 5 of those dismissals that got Lancashire at 150 for 7. You'd say 5 of those dismissals could have been prevented.
Yeah.
Where obviously Warwickshire are looking to.
They also lost wickets in little clusters, didn't they? Twos. It sort of lose one and lose another virtually straight away. That the new man coming in didn't sort of have a look. There's a change of bowling as Balderson is into the attack at the pavilion end. So Tom Bailey eventually out of the attack, and Balderson, fresh from his success with the bat, is in now with the ball, and his first ball outside the off stump, it goes harmlessly through to the keeper. So George Balderson bowling from running away from us into the left-handed Warwickshire captain Rhodes, who drives beautifully down the ground. Need to chase that one down, just go and fetch it down to the long off boundary. Beautiful straight drive all along the floor, and Rhodes moves to 47 with that. That's as nice a shot as I think we've seen all day.
Yeah, lovely shot. Obviously the change of bowling again, it's the whole point of Warwickshire being patient, because you're going to have a little bit more inexperience coming into the attack for Lancashire, and you can hope that you get a few more freebies on offer. That's a lovely shot.
This next one is loose outside the off stump and drops just down in front of gully. Well, get backward point rather than gully there, and just aerial for a short time there with Luke Wells lurking there, big tall figure. But, got 1 or 2 shouts from behind the stumps, but that wasn't quite such a good shot from Rhodes. This next one is hit away again, exactly in the same spot. Wells goes running across just a couple of paces to his left and does the fielding at the second attempt, but prevents the single.
Yeah, I think Rhodes got to be careful here. He's obviously played a lovely shot down the ground early on in the over, but obviously Balderson can put the ball in a decent area, so he has to respect it. Can't be the case that everything goes just because it's a change of bowling and an inexperienced bowler.
This next one is again driven by Rhodes, but again to the wideish mid-off. It's almost in the extra cover position, fielding that, but can't beat the fielder. And there's no run again. That was Bohannon who did the fielding there. He's just moving across, keeping the ball very full. Balderson, he's in. This one's a bit shorter than what Rhodes has a think about cutting it, but decides at the end to swing the baton himself away. Ball goes through to the keeper. It's the end of the over. It's 69 for 2. Just that one straight drive. But, otherwise, quite decent over from Balderson.
Will be Williams to continue. He'll be starting his 14th over. 142 to his name with 4 maidens. He's going to be coming over the wicket to Sam Hayne, who just walks away to square leg and comes back in and has a little scratch of his guard and just seeing where all the fielders are, as the square leg just comes just slightly behind by about 5 yards. As in comes Williams again into Hayne and outside the off stump, a little bit of shape away, left alone by Hayne on this occasion.
Floodlights are still on here. The light actually is significantly better than it was when the lights first came on, but they I think they probably will need to be on for the rest of the session now.
Cheaper to keep them on, I hear.
Is it? Yes,
at ground. So so I think once they go on, I think they say, well, it's cheaper to leave them on rather than turn them off and
have to bring them back up again.
Yeah, and bring them back up again. So as in comes Williams, and onto the back foot goes Hayne and punches it back up the wicket. No run scored.
Don't let my wife hear that. She leaves the lights on everywhere.
It's It's all the mods and cons in houses now, is it? That you can turn them on and off from phones and.
Well, you see with me,
Alexas
yes,
and
and
stuff,
or you
yeah.
can get Alexa or whoever
Yeah.
to do it for you. I still haven't quite cracked that.
Yeah, Alexa, make me a cup of tea and hear the kettle boil and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that doesn't do that quite so easy. It's usually me who has to do that.
As in comes Williams, and that one keeps a little bit low as Hayne looked to go on the back foot and he punched it up to mid-off. No run scored.
We've got 3 of them at home. One which sits in the conservatory, which doesn't respond to me at all, and like the rest of the family, and 2 which I haven't even bothered to take out the box, which people have very kindly bought us, but I just can't be bothered to do them. I keep saying, "Why are you going to do anything?" I think much of the same opinion. One's plenty.
As in comes Williams again over the wicket to Hayne, and that's a beauty. It dragged Sam Hayne forward, who looked to sort of push through to the covers, and it just went past his outside edge and a little bit of shade. There's a lovely delivery there from Will Williams.
He was tempted, wasn't he?
He was
Sam
tempted.
Hayne there. He's just nibbling a little at that one. Just decided at the last minute. We'll just snatch the bat inside. So he's on 69 for 2. That's steady progress by Warwickshire.
Williams turns again and into Hayne, and this one's a little bit straighter as Hayne come forward and push it up to mid-on. Again, no run scored. He's been very watchful.
England still moving on, by the way. They're 278 for 2. Just 39 behind now with 8 wickets in hand. We've got it actually on there.
Got it there, yeah. 284 for 2 now. A lovely shot from Zach Crawley, who's moved his score on to 160. So he's enjoying life at Old Trafford. As in comes Williams again, clipped away from Sam Haynes as it goes just behind square. And that fielder that was there just eluded him to his left as he scampers after it. They come back for 2. End of the over. 30 overs gone, 71 for 2. Hayne has moved his score on to 9 from a very watchful 60 deliveries.
Let batsmen have a chat. 71 for 2. Balderson will continue from this pavilion end. Elsewhere, just run through those quickly, shall we? Kent, 207 all out. Essex, 304 for 6. They lead by 97. Essex are in the middle of a good spell at the moment, aren't they?
Very good
Good
side.
run, yeah. Middlesex, 73 for 4 against Surrey, who made 433. Northants, 180 all out and 59 for 3 in reply to Somerset's 351. They trail by 112 with 7 wickets in hand. They're in a bit of trouble there. And Hampshire, 183 for 4 in their second innings against Notts, lead by 249. As Balderson is in, and this one is left outside the off stump. There's no run. So Hampshire getting themselves into a strong position at Trent Bridge. And in Division 2, Durham 188 for 2 in reply to Derbyshire's 443. Worcestershire were bowled out for 169 in the second innings, setting Leicestershire 238 to win, and Leicestershire are 38 for 3 in their second innings. Again, outside the off stump, again, no shot offered. And finally, Yorkshire, who still believe they can get promoted, are 145 for 1 in reply to Sussex 216. So they just trail by 71 with 9 wickets left, and the final game, which had just started at Cheltenham, I think this is at, in the festival, Glamorgan won 52 for 2 against Gloucestershire, where bad light stopped play. This next one is run away to cover point to Wells, who does the fielding, and there's no run from Rhodes. You played in at Cheltenham in the festival cricket?
Not in a 4-day game. I can't remember in a 4-day game there.
They played
but
one-day stuff there.
Day,
yeah, I can't remember. Warwickshire certainly playing there over the last few years.
It's a very good wicket.
This one is pushed away out into the covers. Bell scampers across and does the fielding, but again, no run. Yeah, I've been 2 or 3 times to watch the cricket there. It's quite close to home, so it's handy just to pop down and go. But I can't remember Warwickshire playing in the festival there. The outgrounds they played against Gloucestershire was in Gloucester itself. This one is pushed back by Rhodes, and there's no run. I think that was probably when they played at the Archdeacon Meadow, which was the school ground in Gloucester. I don't think you were with Warwickshire when they last played there.
You don't tend to see it as much from counties anymore, do you?
No,
Obviously,
no.
I think Lancashire still look to play at Liverpool and Southport as.
This one's driven into the mid-wicket and fielded.
As do Surrey, where they play at Guildford. But Surrey used to play at Guildford and Whitgift.
Yeah.
Is it Warwickshire used to play at Stratford?
Twice. 2004 and 2005. Played Lancashire, funnily enough, in the first time at Stratford. Rain wrecked it. And then the following year, played Hampshire with Shane Warne and Kevin Peterson. And that was all over in 2 days. Heath Streak ran through them. And it was Dougie Brown's benefit, and it rather ruined the dinner which he'd got planned that night. Because I think I've got a feeling that either Shane or Kevin was supposed to speak, but they'd gone. I know the next day, because I live in close to Stratford, I had to go to stop people arriving who were coming in case anybody came for the third day's cricket. And people were turning up with their boxes and their sandwiches and their chairs and things. And when we said the game's finished, it's over. That's you know.
It will be a change of bowling as in comes Daryl Mitchell to Sam Hayne, who punches this one up to mid-on.
They'd sold the hospitality for the third day, and of course there was no cricket on. So the Warwickshire players turned up and did their warm-ups and their practices, or their day's training, in front of the marquee, so they'd got something to look. It was absolutely ridiculous.
Get their money's worth.
Yeah.
They're stretching a calf or something.
So we never went back because it was a massive exercise to move everything there, stands and everything.
As in comes Mitchell again, and half an appeal with Sam Hayne. Plays just in front of his front pad, but managed to get a little inside edge onto it. As Mitchell puts his hands to his head and was hopeful that it would have snuck through for that LBW.
We played Lancashire at Edgbaston. I can remember when you took all those catches. And that game was the one where Keady and Kerrigan were bowling, and they must have bowled about 25 overs in the last hour of the day and on the final day. They were racing through the overs. Instead of the last 16, it was how many more can they get in?
Mitchell again over the wicket to Hayne, forward this time, driven up to mid-off, no run scored.
Because we were given a tent to commentate with, and it was great, but they parked the blotter next to us, and it had rained quite a bit during that game, and the blotter was just leaking all. And we kept looking down, and everything was absolutely underwater.
That's how I remember from playing at Liverpool, were the lunches. They were fantastic. They really were, like old school. It was like sausage and chips and beans and bread and butter. And as in comes Mitchell again, and forward comes Hayne. Again, no run, played up to mid-off. Yeah, it was just really nice, and the pies with gravy and mash. And
so this kind of goes against what off air we were talking about, what you had at.
Yeah.
So you didn't worry too much in there whether you were bowling or not.
During the season, I didn't worry too much about what I was eating.
Yeah.
Because, if you're bowling your overs and stuff, you're burning the calories, so I always made sure I filled my boots, particularly when batting. As in comes Mitchell again, and around the front pad from Hayne as he tickles this one just to mid-wicket.
Do you think he went off to get his boots changed or something to bowl with? Do people go and change their boots to bowl? They do, don't they?
Yeah,
still?
I think potentially some people will have like a boot that's a little bit more comfier to stand around the field in. In fairness, it's not a bad shout. I should have done that myself a little bit during my career. And these big old bowling boots on, by the end of the day, your feet are aching.
Yeah.
Get a nice trainer spiked up, it'll be a lot more comfy. As in comes Mitchell again, and forward comes Hayne again. That's a good First over from Darryl Mitchell. Maiden. As Hayne played that one just back up to cover, no run scored. End of the 32nd over. Warwickshire still 71 for 2. Haynes still on 9. Rhodes on 47. And we still have 35 overs remaining in the day.
You don't see it so much now, but there used to be a time when the fast bowler used to have the toes cut out and your big toe was poking through the boot
and
on their bowling.
The sock would just slowly sort of more come out. It just, It just stop those front foot bashing and those black toenails you used to get where the blood would build up and you had to have it
I've got a pair of Bob Willis's boots in the museum. And they're a hefty old pair of things. And there's even worse. There's a pair from a guy called Jack Parsons who played in the 20s. And those, you could go to war in those days.
Is it like a white pair of Doc Martens boots, that was it?
It's like the old football boots, though, of course. They were the same. Balderson starts a new over. He's in and bowls and Rose drives, but straight up to Bohannon, who is, again, quickly across it off and does the fielding, and there's no run. Yeah, they used to be like an iron toe cap on those things, on the football boots, and great big high ankle protections. I do look at sometimes and wonder whether the ankle protection on some of the equipment these days, whilst it's light, it doesn't give a great deal of ankle protection for you. This next one is in and left outside the off stump and through to the keeper.
Yeah, I used to wear a ankle brace. Kept my bowling boots with the low cut for the bowling boots, so I didn't really go with the high ankle boots, but used to have a ankle brace that just protected that front foot mainly, because you just needed to get your stride slightly wrong and the shooting pain that would go straight into the Achilles, and it wasn't pleasant.
Balderson in. Oh, this is a loose shot from Rhodes. He goes to drive, but the ball's not quite there, and he virtually takes the one hand off the bat and swings it round with his right hand in the air. It goes wide of mid-on, who is Williams, who goes running across, and looks like he might have turned his. They're talking of ankles. I reckon he just slipped and turned his ankle over, because he's hobbling, or he's twisted his knee, but he's done something to himself. He's trying to run it off as we talk, but he couldn't get across to get the catch. But it was in the air for a long time. Oh, it's the back of his knee, by the look of his left knee, that he's just stretching. Bohannon comes over the wicket to the right-handed Hayne, who's now on strike. They got a single there, 72 for 2 it went to. Hayne stays on 9. But let's just hope Williams is okay. He's not actually in the bowling attack at the moment, but he's clearly given it a little bit of a twist or something, his left knee. Balderson in, bowls. Hayne leaves that one, goes through to the keeper. Used to be a time Lancashire had 4 really sharp seamers. As the opening pair came off, you wouldn't see the difference. But I don't think they've still got quite that armour in the match today. As Balderson in and bowls, and Hayne readjusts him to the job, drops down on it, and runs it up to Williams, who seems to have recovered, fortunately. And he stopped flexing the knee. He's working on the ball now, so I think he's okay. Luke Wells is being dispatched out to deep backward square leg. So whether Balderson's going to give a short ball for Hayne to pull. It is short, and Hayne works it away, but much finer down to long leg for a single control shot. In fact, it came off the. Oh, it was a no ball. It signalled a no ball as well. So one more to Hayne, and it's an extra delivery. No ball signalled. 77 for 2. A brings Rhodes back on to strike.
Update from Old Trafford. England have just gone to 300 for 2 in the 52nd over.
This one, next one, last ball of Balderson's third over is played back down, and Rhodes, no run, back to the bowler, end of another over, 77 for 2, 300 for 2. It makes you wonder what they're going to do in the one-day series. How they're going to score it in that. If they score at this rate in the test matches, what sort of scores are they going to be in the one-day when they come later in the year?
Well, they already hold the records, don't they?
Yeah, well,
close to 500, I think it was. Albeit, I think it was against the Netherlands, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
There was a game here which they played 2 or 3 years ago where they got, I think, nearly 400. Terrific performances.
Williams just had a little painkiller by the looks of things there as the 12th man run out, but it will be Mitchell to continue. That's a lovely shot from Hayne. That is trademark Sam Hayne as he clips it off his legs just back with a square, and it races away for 4, moving him on to 14. 81 for 2 now Warwickshire. Mitchell just got his line just slightly wrong, and Sam Hayne will not miss out on that delivery there as he's having a little chat with Keaton Jennings.
Do you think Sam Hayne is, you played with him and you've seen him play a lot, do you think he's into England class?
Oh, 100%. You can't go away from numbers. As in comes Mitchell again outside the off stump, left alone by Hayne. No run scored. Yeah, you can't go sort of away from numbers in my opinion. He's consistently doing it for Warwickshire. He's averaging 71 this year in the championship, and if you look at his record for, in all formats of the game, averaging 40.85 in T20, averaging 57.3 in List A, and averaging 40 in first class cricket fully. As in comes Mitchell again, and forward comes Hayne. Played up to mid-on, no run scored. Already has 28 hundreds to his name in all formats. 17 first class, 10 List A, and a T20 100 as well. So you have to look at that and say, well, this is a guy that can seriously play, and I think it's just unfortunate at the time that when he's doing it, it's just, when's there an opportunity to get into that England side? He's obviously been on a few England Lions tours, as in comes Mitchell again, and clip this time just in front of square as they quickly scamper through for a quick single.
I suppose if you looking at it, being sort of critical of when he's never grabbed it and sort of really stamped authority on the opportunities he's had, he's done okay, but he hasn't come out of it saying, wow, you've got to put this guy into the full England shirt, I suppose.
I think the difficult situation from it is the number he's batting.
Yeah.
He's, at this moment in time, he's not going to move Joe Root aside, is he?
Or Pope.
Or Pope and stuff like that. So, that's the situation. You're looking at some of the averages. It's difficult.
Wrong place, wrong time almost, isn't it?
It literally is. As round the wicket to Rhodes comes Daryl Mitchell and pushed up to mid-off, no run scored. Yeah, it's just that. It's just.
But could he have been the number 3 solution?
Well, again, it could have been the solution, but at the same point, I know it's not the way they always look, but you have to look at it and say, actually, where is the place that I can get in the England side? Yeah. And you would have said at one stage it was opening the batting. Is Sam Hayne going to go out and open the batting for Warwickshire? Probably not. Is Sam Hayne going to bat 3? He likes number 4. As Mitchell comes round the wicket, and short ball this time to Rhodes, who went to pull it and just went through to keeper Salt. End of the over. Warwickshire 82 for 2. Yeah, it is that difficult scenario. If he really wanted to sort of grab it, but at the same point, you look at it's a classic case of when I played with Ian Bell and Jonathan Trott at Warwickshire, that Ian Bell would bat number 3 for Warwickshire and Jonathan Trott would bat number 4 for Warwickshire, and then they go away for England and Ian Bell will be Jonathan Trott would be number 3 and Ian Bell would be number 4. It was just a weird scenario with how that worked, but at the same point, you now look at it, I think Ollie Pope, who's now batting 3 for England, he now bats 3 for Surrey when he plays. So before he was obviously down at 4 and 5 sometimes. So
actually, I suppose it's a luxury. It's a good position to be that we've got so many people that you can actually look at and say, well, they could do the job. This next ball, first ball of Balderson's 4th over, is just leaps up a little bit off a length, and Sam Hayne a bit surprised. He plays it away into the offside, but just a little pop again. 1 or 2 of them just beginning to pop. I just wonder whether if this in theory is a 3rd day wicket, virtually the end of a 3rd day's wicket, isn't it? This one is turned away to square leg. There's no run.
I think we're just seeing a little bit of evidence. Obviously, it's a very good pitch still, but we're just seeing evidence that the pitch is starting to take effect with the odd ball just bouncing a little bit more. So it's just taking a bit of the surface. I imagine it's quite dry still, with obviously the cover being on. And we've also seen a couple that have kept low and lost a bit of pace. So that's why I found it interesting that Warwickshire did elect to bowl first.
This next one is played by Hayne, carefully out into the offside. There's no run.
They'll be making sure that they need to bat big and bat long in this first innings, because the last thing you want to do on this pitch is be batting last on it.
I'm going to make way, Ricky, because Mike's got to come on and do an update for the news. Okay, so I'll leave you with it for a bit.
Balderson to continue away from us with number 10 on his back as Hayne tries to tuck that to the leg side and gets a little bit of a leading edge as it trickles up to mid-off. No run scored. .82 for 2. Rhodes just 2 away from a half century for him. Hayne, who's currently facing on 15 for very watchful 78 deliveries as Balderson turns and comes in again. 4 this time, down the leg side. There's a big shout and he's gone. It is a strangle as Sam Hayne moved to the offside and tried to clip it away through the leg side, and he gets a little tickle, and Phil Salt does the rest down the leg side, and that'll be bitterly disappointing for Sam Hayne. He didn't really look in any sort of trouble, and he has been strangled down the leg side. And Lancashire will be happy to see the back of Sam Hayne, who's having a fantastic season so far. Warwickshire are 82 for 3 in the 35th over.
They'll be pretty cross there, Sam Hayne, about that. Having done a lot of the spade work here to set himself in for a long innings, and not in easy conditions. I mean, it's been pretty gritty stuff the last hour or so since they came back out after that rain interval. And then to get out like that, I mean, you'd be pretty fed up in any situation getting out like that, I imagine, if you're such a good player as Hayne. But having done so much hard work, to miss out now, that's going to be a sore one.
Yeah, it's not a great way to get out, is it? It's, as a bowler, you're very thankful and you feel lucky. As a batter, obviously the other way round, that you sort of look at it and think, how's my luck? He'll be disappointed because he didn't look in any sort of trouble.
No.
And obviously he's just gone down the leg side, and unfortunately for him, got a little tickle.
Right, I shall do a local radio update in a few moments. I think Scott's going to come in as well shortly, Ricky. 82 for 3. Just share that. What for them will be bad news for the local radio listeners in the West Midlands. The second afternoon of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Lancashire here at Edgbaston. A rather gloomy, overcast afternoon, tricky batting conditions. And Warwickshire, in the hour since the last resumption of play, have battled their way along to, it'd been pretty gritty stuff with Sam Hayne and Will Rhodes. They've just been separated. Hayne with a very cautious 15, having done all the spade work to try and set up a bigger innings. Now just nibbling at a ball down the leg side from George Balderson, the man of the moment for for Lancashire after his unbeaten century earlier today, and was caught by the wicketkeeper Phil Salt for 15. So Warwickshire inching along in reply to Lancashire's 327. It's not easy there. 82 for 3. And Dan Mosley has come in to join Will Rhodes. It's the end of the over. 82 for 3. And success for Balderson. You've got to cash in when it's your day, when things are going your way. And Balderson is an unbeaten century, and now he's got a key wicket of Sam Hayne.
Make way and let Scott come in.
Scott's going to come in.
Be hopefully
cock a hoop after that.
Yeah, coming in trying to get more wickets.
Well, Daryl Mitchell is the man with ball in hand at the moment at the Birmingham end. It's still murky light. The floodlights are on, and here's Mitchell. He's with Rhodes now. He has 48, and he lets the first ball pass outside the off stump. It's been hard work for Lancs, but it's a good day for them at the moment.
Yeah, I mean they've plugged away well, hasn't it? It's been kind of slow going through the course of the afternoon session. Rhodes has batted nicely. They've kept plugging away. But it's been kind of a bit of a slowish day, hasn't it? Really, not helped by that interruption. But quite a long interruption, didn't we, for a bit of rain.
Mitchell bowls, and he's straighter, and Rhodes walking across his stumps. Plays this with something of a swagger up to mid-on.
You look at the way that Hayne batted. He didn't find it easy, did he? To any kind of fluency into his innings. It was a real battle, really. Rhodes too dissimilar. A couple of more fluent-looking shots from Rhodes, but again, not easy.
Mitchell, chest on approach, and then just turns as he gets into his delivery stride and bowls a little shorter outside the off stump. Rhodes guides this to backward point, and there isn't a run.
But I think Lancashire have plugged away really well with the ball.
Yeah.
They've both set by Bailey and Williams, and then backed up by Balderson and Mitchell so far. I'll be pretty thrilled with how they've gone about it with the ball.
They're in charge here. Mitchell's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Rhodes, who's gently forward, and dabbing this out to mid-off, where Bailey goes to a lot of trouble to come charging in from extra cover and then steps over the ball when he's got there and allows it to roll up to his mate Williams. And they've done the lion's share of the work with the ball today.
Yes, but it was a great spell that by Williams, wasn't it? Either side of lunch and then either side of the rain break. Just ran in with commitment for his captain.
Didn't get a wicket. Mitchell goes much wider, right on the return crease this time, and Rhodes hits him firmly to mid-off.
I suppose Lancashire will think that, Warwickshire have not really gone anywhere really with this innings so far. It's kind of about 2.5 runs and over, something like that. And Lancashire just keep chipping away as they have done so far. There's still a lot of work to Warwickshire do. They're still 245 behind. Rhodes a key wicket potentially here, 48 not out.
And he's waiting with 2 slips there and a really short, wide delivery, and Rhodes leaves that rather disdainfully, swinging his bat. It's the end of the over. 82 for 3, a maiden from Mitchell. And Lancashire with a bit of a grip on things at the moment. If we're going to lose quite a lot of cricket on Saturday, as it seems to be the case, then it's going to be hard work for anybody to get a result from here. Warwickshire trying to keep pace with the top 2 in the championship. But it's such as the pace is being forced, it's Lancashire who are doing the forcing of it.
It'll be interesting to speak to some of the players tonight and probably chat with George Balderson afterwards to which he's batted and bowled on this pitch to get kind of his take on how it's playing. It looks like it's a really kind of slow pitch, isn't it? Quite difficult to move the game on as Mosley gets forward and drives. It's picked up by Mitchell at backward point. And there's no run.
Well, he might say, well, look, I don't know what you blokes are struggling with, really. You know, taking 100, just run up, turn my arm over, and I've got the key batter out straight away. So, you know, I don't know what, don't know everybody else is scratching about it.
He's had a good day, hasn't he? I said earlier on today, you know, his omission from the team last week looked baffling at the time. As Mosley's forward and punches to mid-off and there's no run. It looks like an increasingly bizarre selection to not have picked him last week. But, you know, de Grandon got the nod last week. Balderson missed out. He's come back beautifully today with the bat and with the ball.
Well, look, selecting teams is never an easy thing, isn't it? I mean, you know, we've all been saying, the entire world's been saying that Crawley and Moeen have been the wrong selections, and look how right we all were.
Around the wicket comes Balderson to Mosley. That's defender to mid-on, no run. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure there's a lot put into it, isn't there? And undoubtedly between captain and coaches when it comes to selection. Of course, de Grandon's one of the big overseas names as well, so he got preference last week at Blackpool, but all you can do, I suppose, is try and respond, and George Balderson has done just that. And again to Mosley, eased away through the offside. Mitchell's at point to field. Again, there's no run, so 82 for 3. Rhodes on 48, Mosley yet to get off the mark.
A bit stuck here, Warwickshire, going along a little bit more than 2 runs and over, but they haven't been given much to hit. And you can tell that they're trying to restrict themselves. They're not really in a position where we want to be taking too many risks. Still quite a long way behind. Yeah, and as a result, they're quite stuck.
2:45 behind. Mosley looking to try and be positive here. He's looking to try and use his feet. There's again half a step forward. Drive straight to mid-off where Bohannon fields, and there's no run.
He's had the force with him a bit this season so far. Dan Mosley's really enjoying his cricket. In the 2020s, he couldn't stop being the man of the match. Had a shelf full of them. We started the campaign as a batter who occasionally might bowl an over to fiddle one during the power play, and ended it with 20-odd wickets and a huge bag of runs.
Defends this time. Slightly angled bat, just turning the ball away to the leg side. And there's no run. Another probing over from George Balderson. And Warwickshire 82 for 3 at the end of it.
And Mosley's progress, I think, is another example of the good that an overseas player can do. In that Dan Mosley, from what I'm led to believe, and one conversation I had with him, very much made it his business to stay close to Glenn Maxwell. And although Maxwell went through the entire tournament, when played 14 games, didn't make a half century, the value of his contribution, according to people within the Warwickshire camp, was enormous. And from what I can gather, Mosley sort of plugged himself in to Glenn Maxwell. Mitchell is the bowler, and there's a single here for Rhodes. His 49th run, pushing it wide of mid-on. 83 for 3. So Mosley, who's a very talented young player, basically made it his business to learn everything he could learn. I said when he'd been here a few days, I said, let's go and have a game of golf. I've got the impression that Glenn Maxwell, like many cricketers, he's partial to a bit of golf. So basically, I followed him round for 18 holes, asking him stuff.
Very good.
Well,
why not? Yeah.
Well, that's just smart, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, that's just intelligent. You know, this guy has played all over the world in all sorts of formats. He's played test matches, he's played franchise cricket, he's done the lot. So if you can't learn something from him, and Maxwell's very generous with his time, so to the extent that when Warwickshire suddenly found themselves unexpectedly without an overseas player last week, Mark Robinson says, I got a text and it's Glenn Maxwell, who had been finished here and was off to go waiting to play in the 100, who said, well, you know, I'll turn up at Canterbury if you want. And there he was. Ball pushed away on the offside for no run by Mosley.
Yeah, that's great, that, isn't it? Yeah. It was, I think the Lancashire players will probably echo that. He's had a couple of summers with Lancashire, and they absolutely loved having him around.
Yeah. Robinson said to me after the game at Canterbury last week, he said, the thing about Maxwell, he's a coach. Essentially, he just wants to coach. He wants to tell everybody information. Round the wicket comes Mitchell, going very wide of the crease again, angling this into Rhodes, who plays it up to mid-on. He said, so yeah, Hassan Ali got called to play for Pakistan, so he should have been here until the end of next week. But he got an early call-up, so off he went. So they were short of an overseas player last week. So he said, I got a phone message from Glenn saying, do you want me in Canterbury? So there he was. He made his first half-century for the club. Bounced a couple of sixes off the walls of the flats. Took a couple of wickets, a couple of sharp catches, and generally looked like he was having a whale of a time. Round the wicket comes Mitchell, and Mosley defends. It was the first red ball he'd played in I don't know how long. But he just, all the way through the 4 days, just looked like a bloke who's having a great time. And everybody plugs into that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, rubs off, doesn't it?
So that's the value of it. Hassan Ali, I'm told, was very much of the same character, and was good fun in his 3 months here. And now they've got Mir Hamza, who certainly came charging in this morning. Mitchell bowls a little bit shorter, and Rhodes will get Mosley will get his first run here, pushing this square on the offside. His first 2 runs. He's made his mind up. He's coming back for 2, and he's back easily.
Yeah, just a little short and wide, that wasn't it, by Mitchell? There's not been many. Pushed away for a couple. They've been few and far between, really, of the chances to keep the scoreboard ticking over. As you say, Warwickshire seem to have just got bogged down, not really going anywhere. But it's probably a reflection, I'm sure it is, of the potentially the pitch, but certainly the way that Lancashire have bowled.
We wouldn't expect a pitch that was first prepared for use last Saturday. I know they haven't played on it since from Saturday to yesterday, but nevertheless, it was prepared and ready then. You wouldn't expect it to necessarily still have lots of pace in it. Mitchell going wide of the crease again, and Mosley turns this to mid-wicket. Mitchell sort of, as if practiced an appeal there. He just went through with his arm up for no obvious reason. But even Mosley having a little chip, a little chirrup. I think it's all fairly friendly.
Just a bit of a rehearsal for Mitchell.
Yes. When I hit you on the pad, I'm going to do this. 85 for 3 in 38 overs, Warwickshire. Which isn't quite how they would have envisaged today going, I don't think. Mosley's 2 and Rhodes is 49.
Yep. Rhodes a run away from a 50 here. Faced 112 balls for his 49 runs. Balderson into this, he's 5 overs into this spell. This will be the 6th. 1 for 10. And he's into to Rhodes now. He's with the front foot and strikes it straight to Bohannon, who's at mid-off. And again, there is no run.
Lank's got one more game before we're going to the 100, I think.
Next, as Kevin described it yesterday, the summer break.
Yeah, that'd be it.
One more game again. I've got Northamptonshire next week. Back at EOT. And forward goes Rhodes and defends, no run. First home match there for a while. The last 2 home games have both been at outgrounds, Blackpool and Southport.
I don't think I've done Southport. Edgbaston.
That's a nice little trip as well. Probably last 3 or 4 years now they've had.
That's good.
4-day cricket at Southport. 2 slips in the gully waiting. Balderson to Rhodes. And that's off the front foot and pushed back down the pitch, and there is no run.
There's quite a few counties using some outgrounds for the one-day cup. Have you got any? Neath I'm going to, which I'm looking forward to.
Okay. Lancashire have got a home match at Sebba, but the rest are.
Oh right, yes, they've been there before, haven't they? Recently,
they have,
it's a pretty-looking place.
It's lovely. Yeah. Yeah, the fact that they start the one-day cup campaign at Sebba, and then the rest are at Old Trafford. This is left by Rhodes, taken by Salt, and there is no run. 85 for 3. 49 to Rhodes.
They still seem to be largely set on hanging about here, Warwickshire. There's potentially, I can't believe we're going to get 28 more overs in. Although it is probably lighter now than it's been at any stage since this morning. That's 2 hours cricket.
Balls again to Rhodes, who drives down the pitch on the bounce and Balderson fields away to his left, about chest height, with his hands away to his left-hand side to stop the ball. No run.
Maybe we will. The floodlights are still on at the moment. It does seem to be brightening a bit. So perhaps we will.
Yeah, I think it has been probably the brightest it's been for a while. Still quite a lot, isn't it? I said 2 hours more of cricket, but floodlights, I think, presumably now will stay on. It's left by Rhodes, wide of the off stump, and taken by the keeper, Phil Salt. Completes the over. The 39th of the Warwickshire first innings. 85 for 3 in reply to that Lancashire total of 327.
Yeah, Warwickshire might well get 300 not, but I don't think they're going to get there quickly. And that's where the key to this game, I was going to say where this game might be won and lost, but I suspect more accurately where it might be drawn. Especially if the forecast is as has been suggested.
Yeah, it still looks pretty bleak for Saturday.
Might change.
Yes, exactly.
All of England is currently hoping that it will. But, with events further north, is Mitchell continuing with his very wide on the crease angle to both left-handers. But for the moment to Mosley, who drives this to mid-off. The field's been very well placed. There's been a lot of quite elegant drives in the last few overs, but they've all been hit straight at fielders.
Crawley has just got out. Bowled by Cameron Green for 189.
Fair play.
England 336 for 3, so they lead by 19.
It's a remarkable effort. Round the wicket goes Mitchell, and he's run off the outside edge by Mosley, which is a sort of a controlled edge in that he always knew it was going to be on the bounce down to slip.
Did bring up a 200 partnership just before getting out, Crawley, alongside Joe Root. Root's still there, 76 not out.
I suppose it might depend what effect that's going to have on the Australians when they come to bat. However far behind they are, and who knows, there might be a funky declaration yet if England are really worried about the weather. But if you'd been absolutely splattered around the field like that, Mitchell bowls. Oh, and he gets 4 off the inside edge here, Mosley. The outside edge with the last delivery. This came off the inside edge and very close to the off stump, but passed it and away for 4 runs.
Well, they all count, don't they? But a little streaky. Mitchell straight away put his hands on his head. A little nervous glance over the shoulder by Dan Mosley. And to his relief, it didn't ricochet back onto his stumps.
Perhaps it is still just nibbling about a little bit. Pushed away from his body a fraction there, Dan Mosley. He's 6, and Mitchell tries that angle again to him, but he's a bit short this time, and it's misfielded on the dive at mid-wicket by Morley, and as a result, it's going away for 4 runs. So that's lifted the pace a fraction. Those 2 boundaries. It might have been no runs at all, but 4 off the inside edge and then 4. Morley looked as though he was going to stop, but didn't. 10 to Mosley, who usually is quite a brisk scorer, and now he really is brightening up, so perhaps we will get 27 more overs in. Lancs are going to be a little bit weary by then if they do. Mitchell hurries in and up on his toes here, Mosley. Defends back to the bowler. Not unreasonably, slightly cheesed off look about him in this over. He might have taken a wicket for no runs. Instead he's gone for 2 boundaries. He's a stronger built man looking at him in person than I was expecting having seen him on the telly. He's got a big broad shoulder. Mitchell. Quicker than medium pace. Comes round the wicket, and Mosley steps right across his stumps, but he sees the ball is well wide, lets it go. It's the end of the over. 93 for 3 Warwickshire in 40 overs of their first innings. Rhodes is still 49. Mosley is 10, and they trail for the moment by 234.
His contributions this season for Lancashire. This is his 4th championship match on the that he's played. 279 runs, an average of 46 with a highest score of 105. And with the ball, 7 wickets and an average of 22. From his, actually this is his 4th match. Played the, I think he played all the T20 Blast games. Balderson to Rhodes. Gets forward and defends, and there is no run. 93 for 3, so 2 slips in place. It's a seriously patient knock from Rhodes with those 2 slips behind him, the gully and the point and the cover and the mid-off and the mid-on and the mid-wicket.
Well, he hasn't made as many runs as he might have this season because he's made a lot of starts. It's the 8th time in 12 championship innings he's got past 25.
He gets a 50 here. It's come off the edge of the bats to the left of second slip, down towards the 3rd man boundary. Bell chasing after it. I think he's got there and flicked it back. And in the middle of all that, they've run 3. It's a half century for Will Rhodes, Warwickshire captain. 52 not out from 120 balls with 8 fours. It's a very patient, very calm, disciplined, steady approach from Rhodes, but he's 52 not out.
That's had to be chipped out of granite, that half century. But so 8 times now in 12 innings he's got to 25. This is only the 2nd time he's got to 50. And in particular, the nature of this innings, having got this far, he's got to go on.
Mosley again down the pitch towards Balderson. He's used his feet to advance to the bowler a couple of times now. Can't seem to get the ball away. I think he just cramped him for room, having seen him coming. Just pushed it a little wider and didn't have too much chance to free his arms up. So a dot ball.
He's got a bit of the fidgets here, isn't he, Dan Mosley?
Does a bit, yeah.
He's hit everything so far he's hit out the middle has gone straight to a fielder.
It's for Balderson. Drives nicely. Good looking shot. And a very good piece of fielding by Josh Bohannon. Super work. It's a really handsome looking drive by Dan Mosley, and he's probably thinking that's a certain 4. Bohannon, who's at mid-off, dives away to his right. It's a very, very good piece of fielding.
He needs one to go to the fence, doesn't he, Mosley? I'd say he's got the fidgets.
He probably
wants to settle down.
Watch Sam Hain face 79 balls and scrap his way to 15, and he's trying to be a bit more positive here. It's a lovely on drive. That's 4 runs. It's an excellent use of the feet. Again, just a little pace down the pitch and drives it through straight mid-on for 4. Maybe that might just get him going a little bit more. 14 now to him. That brings up the 3 figures for Warwickshire as well. 100 for 3. Trailed by 227.
That might be the one. He's gone for another wander off towards square leg. He likes that, but that'd make you feel better, wouldn't it? He's nailed 2 in a row. One was very well stopped. That one's gone away for 4.
Again, comes towards Balderson, takes it off his pad, just in front of square on the leg side. And comes back for 2 more. And Dan Mosley, it would seem he's quite determined not to get bogged down and try and just battle and scrape and survive a little bit. Wanting to be positive here, and he certainly come out with that sense of intent. He moves on to 16. And it's the end of the over. It's 102 for 3.
Well, he's played a couple of shots sort of on the walk there, hasn't he? In that over, Mosley, just taking Balderson off his length a little bit. 102 for 3. Rhodes, on the other hand, is taking fresh guard to settle in again against Mitchell. And we've reached the stage of the innings where Lancashire are fed up with this ball. Mitchell's shown it to one of his teammates. I think that's Tom Bailey there, and they've agreed that it's definitely manky. It's gone like a Rubik's cube. Can't bowl with that. And I've showed it to umpire Longley, who appears to be sympathetic.
Yes.
They're rather nattily dressed, the umpires. Matching Panama hats. Like Roy Palmer, I think. He was a very dapper-looking umpire. Used to have one of those. Now, we've lost it. Oh, we've lost the gadget. We've lost the gadget. Oh, Ben Devon's rooting around in his pocket. We've found it. It's in among the sweet wrappers. Now, what's the matter with that?
Oh.
No, it's fine.
Crack on.
What's the matter? Yeah. Mitchell looks at it accusingly. But he's going to have to bowl with it again. It's coming up to 5:30. I think I might have to do a 5:30 update. Then do you want to come and do a turn, Kevin? Are you? Yeah. Yes, you. The boy howls off his long run. Round the wicket comes Mitchell. Almost lost his balance in his follow-through. But he doesn't hurry Rhodes. And that goes through to Phil Salt.
Took some finding that ball gauge, didn't it, in the umpire Debenham's pocket?
You'd think that would be hard to lose one of those.
No. You'd feel that, wouldn't you, in your pocket?
Don't know, particularly deep pockets. Sounds rather judgmental.
It just doesn't it?
I suppose they have a lot of kit to take out. Mitchell bowls, and Rhodes leaves a ball that's a bit closer to the off stump. And he had a slightly anxious look around there, Rhodes, but he judged it well. And he's gone for a wander. 102 for 3. But it's been quite a pull for Warwickshire to get there, already in the 42nd over. Rhodes is another bat twiddler. 3 or 4 times. How do they always end up facing the same way? That might be where I was going wrong. Mitchell goes right on the return crease, and Rhodes thinks he's found a gap here. He almost did. He gets one run between mid-wicket and mid-on running round. Goes to 53. Helicopter's on the move. Looks like a police helicopter that's away. But the fact that we can see it suggests that the cloud has lifted a bit from earlier this afternoon when it was rather autumnal. Not quite so much now, but the lights are staying on. First patch of blue sky we've seen for some time. Mosley's going to make Mitchell wait.
It was a lovely morning this morning.
It was very good.
I walked in from the city centre this morning.
Did you?
I did.
Very energetic.
I know.
Mitchell comes in again and bowls a short ball, and Mosley pulls over the top of that. And Salt perhaps also misread the bounce of it because it bobbled away from his gloves as he tries to get it on the second bounce. And then sends a really wild throw with the ball dead up to mid-on, who has to make a tumbling stop to stop it going away. It's all a bit ragged, that.
That's a bit, yeah.
Mosley's 16. Batters the bat into the turf. And up comes Mitchell. And Mosley's pushing forward and immediately waves the bat to signal no, there'll be no run, because he's pushed it to George Balderson. You'll be after him at the end, I imagine, will you,
yes,
Balderson?
Definitely will.
Unbeaten 100.
Yep, speaking
And a wicket.
To young George. Sure, he'll be delighted at the prospect of that.
Well, you ought to be. These are the days you got to go and sing. You got to go and sing your song after you've made an unbeaten 100.
True.
First one of his career. Be first of a few, I reckon. 103 for that. Mitchell's gone. We've walked around 2 complete circles waiting for Mosley to be. So it's like burning off fuel waiting to land. He's gone the 3rd time, and here he is. He's with Mosley now, right on the return crease again. Ooh, he angles that one in. It's not as close to the off stump as he's trying to kid on Mosley that it was, but it was well left all the same. It's the end of the over. 103 for 3. I shall linger for a moment to do a local radio update, and then I shall make way for Kevin. Oh, there's gear coming out.
Oh, blimey.
This might be the return of Morley, I suspect. So. Wouldn't count on it. 103 for 3, Warwickshire, having to worked very hard to chip runs out here this afternoon. We lost an hour and 3/4 to some light rain and poor light. We're going to try and make some of that up in the extent there are still potentially 25 overs for Lancashire to bowl tonight, but they've kept a tight grip on Warwickshire scoring. Will Rhodes has made his second half-century of a somewhat frustrating championship season so far for the Warwickshire captain, who's made a lot of good starts without going on to a substantial score. There's an opening to make one here because Warwickshire needs somebody to bat round. Sam Hayne lingered 79 balls for 15, but shortly after hitting his first boundary was pretty cross to nibble a ball from George Balderson down the leg side and be caught at the wicket. Still, Warwickshire have recovered from 14 for 2 before lunch. Earlier they dismissed Lancashire for 327. Balderson with an unbeaten 100. Warwickshire 103 for 3 in 42 overs in reply. And I think this is going to be Morley from the pavilion end, so there's still fielders going in all directions. And I'm going to bring in Kevin Helsby to you. Kevin's full of beans today. He's probably going to tell you all about it.
Well, yeah. It was definitely a bean-themed lunch today. A slightly controversial bean-themed lunch as well today. Morley's got a slip and a short leg and a short fine leg and a deep square and a mid-wicket and a mid-on, a mid-off cover and a deep point. Turned down into the onside by Rhodes. Picked up at short leg. So that's be George Bell, I reckon, under the helmet there. He's built like George Bell. It must be George Bell. Got the pads and the helmet on. Captain Jennings is at slip. And behind at mid-wicket, Lamb at mid-wicket. There's Morley in. That's turned by Rhodes down into the onside, into the stomach of Bell, and there's no run. Deep backward square leg. That's George Balderson. Tom Hartley's at mid-on. Bailey at mid-off. Mitchell at cover. Forward goes Rhodes and defends to Mitchell, leaving Luke Wells on the deep backward point boundary. So who's off? Who have I missed? Will Williams, who currently not out there for Lancashire. There's Jack Morley. Left arm spin. And he's in and bowling, and it's swept by Rhodes out towards Balderson on the square leg boundary, and Rhodes gets a single, moves on to 54. It's 104 for 3. 2 balls remaining of Morley's first over of the afternoon session. He bowled an over before lunch, coming back into the attack later in the day. He's got 2 balls left. Kevin, hello.
Breaking news.
Oh my goodness.
And I knew this would happen because it was a busy weekend for the catering department at Edgbaston with the T20 finals day. But it's not just digestives now in the biscuit barrel.
That's quite exciting.
It is very exciting.
It's Morley to down Mosley's off the back foot and punches to mid-on. The jog through for a single. Kevin?
Understandable at the weekend. All the ginger nuts went. All the fruit nut biscuits. But they're back.
That's exciting.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with digestives.
No.
Quite pleasant.
Yeah, lovely.
You can't have 4 days of digestives, can you?
No. They're good for dunking in tea, though, aren't they?
Well, not as good as ginger nuts.
Oh, I think that's controversial.
Really?
Yeah. Morley to Rhodes. He's off the back foot and defends. And there's no run. It's off. That's the end of the over. So Morley's first back into the attack. 43 gone. It's 105 for 3.
If you got over your little incident at lunchtime as well about, you know, your Burnley thing about not knowing which to put on your baked potato first, beans or cheese.
Well, I'm quite comfortable with my decision.
Well, the girls behind the counter weren't.
No,
they were in disbelief. I had to simmer them down a bit because they were quite aghast at.
You got them going. You wound up.
Well, yes, I in the end I had to simmer them down because they were very much on my side, and I started feeling as we were bullying you a little with your Burnley ways. But I mean, it's undoubtedly cheese first, beans second.
No, but nobody does cheese first.
Well, if you're not at your age, if you're not prepared to learn, it's a great shame. 105 for 3. Mosley on 17, and he's facing now left-hander. Got 2 slips going down as Mitchell comes in. That's play down towards Gully, and there will be no run. So we have got a lot of cricket. Should the light hold, and I have to say, although it can change quite quickly, I have to say right now, I'm pretty confident we're going to get these 23.5 overs in.
Me too.
And which is just the news everybody wanted to hear. That's a long session though, isn't it? I mean,
It's a long
47
session.
overs.
It's a long session.
Just a long session. Well, let's see how we get on. Haynes gone since the resumption for 15, so it's Mosley and Rhodes, the right pair. Mosley again facing, and goes to drive. That doesn't get the timing of it right. Still keeps it down and driven up to mid-off. You can see he's a little unsettled, by the way. He's off for a bit of a walk. But if you missed it earlier, Lancashire all out for 327 today. Early wickets taken on for the first couple of overs, but still, young Balderson was allowed to go through to score his century. 116 he finished not out off 235 balls, despite the loss of Bailey and Williams to Hamza early on in the day. Second ball, actually, the first wicket fell. Only goes forward to that. Does he get a little underage through to the keeper? Mitchell's off on a run. Well, I have to say, if you're going to go up like that, you've got to keep it going just a little bit longer. Otherwise, it's not a good look, is it? It's not a good look. Because that's one of those where bowler's looking at keeper and keeper looking back at bowler and saying, who started this? Was this me or you? But not out. But either way, he's looking really uncomfortable at the moment, isn't he? Mitchell has got him looking uncomfortable. He came down as a nothing sort of shot, and he's quite fortunate not to have got anything on that. So Mitchell is winning this battle, but he hasn't got the wicket yet. Dan Mosley. So Mosley's on 17 not out. He comes around the wicket again, bowling from the city end, and that's just clipped away. And this is Wells coming up off the boundary. He'll get a single, and Darrell, it looks to me as if he's just going to offer a little batting advice to young Mosley as he goes back. Oh, it's good to share.
Yeah.
But he's got himself from 17 to 18 and a score of 106 for 3.
You see, if you put your cheese on first,
Oh,
there's nowhere for the cheese to go. It's just going to sit at the bottom of the potato.
melting.
No, but no.
Look, as I say, if you're not prepared to learn, sometimes you've got to be a little bit more open-minded about these things.
Put it on second. It can melt through.
Look,
the,
once I
the
explained to
beans.
them you'd come from Burnley, they were happy. They said, OK, that's fine. Rhodes is on 54, around the wicket, driven up towards, but not past. Oh, it has gone past him, actually. That's Bailey, threw himself at it, rolled all over it. I thought he got it. And, gosh, for one moment I thought I'm going to run 3 there, but they've got 2 in the end. I really thought he'd cut that off, but no, 100 it went. So Rhodes to 56, 108 for 3. 1 ball left of the 7th over. I mean, they were young. They've still a lot to learn about people from your part of the world, but it was certainly education for them. It was an education. Mitchell around the wicket in, and that's just worked away square on the leg side by Rhodes, and he'll move up to 57 and 109 for 3. So where was I? I was talking about that Balderson 116, wasn't I? Hamza was bowling beautifully first up, and really did worry from a Lancashire and a Balderson perspective that he was going to run out of partners, and it certainly looked that way when that 9th wicket went down with a score at 297 for 9, and he was 4, 5, 6 off the century still. Balderson barely faced a ball himself. He's watching all these wickets fall at the other end. Well, all of them, but 2 of them. And then Morley comes out. I think he did a really tidy job, didn't he? He faced 30 balls for his 9, Morley. So well done to him for that. Hamza ended up with 3 for 96, but watching him bowl this morning, and well throughout really, but I thought it was terrific stuff today.
I think,
look out, a helicopter's arriving
steady
here.
on.
What's happening here? I have actually seen a game stop for a helicopter.
Me too.
Arrive. You too there, yeah. Rhodes on 57, 109 for 3. Goes down to sweep this one. And it's down towards the area of fine leg. There is a man out there. Get the long strides going and left arm throw. 2 runs. But I don't think that one's coming into land.
No.
Usually there's forewarning, in fairness. The players come off. It's one of those, what's wrong? Is there a protest?
Well,
As the players leave the field?
The one at Old Trafford a few years back, that the players weren't aware of what's going to happen.
Oh, Rhodes on 59, 111 for 3. Goes back and turn to the left there of the field they're standing at Forward short leg, so another one to the total. Oh, that surprises me.
Yeah, it was circling around, and everyone was looking up, obviously.
Yeah.
And then it was coming slowly in lower and lower, and the play was still going on. And eventually, the umpire stopped because it was far too loud. And it's like, oh, blimey, it's actually going to land.
We better get out of the way.
We better get out of the way, yeah.
Mosley on 18, 112 for 3. And again, going to sweep this one. Just a little paddle around the corner for a single. So Morley's got his work cut out here a little as well. They're trying to be inventive and going to give him plenty to think about.
Just on that Balderson century, it's worth saying, if you go to the Twitter handle at BBC Lancs Cricket.
It is worth saying, I'm telling you, it's worth saying.
There's a lovely little video of him reaching his century.
Yeah. Morley bowls, and that's driven. Oh, lovely looking shot. Beautiful from Rhodes, out through extra cover. We haven't seen too many race along the ground, but that one certainly does. That's 4 runs for the captain. And he moves on to 64 and takes his team to 117 for 3. Yeah, I mean, I believe there are people just wondering if you got Spielberg in for that one.
I can't confirm or deny that.
No. It's of that quality.
It's a high-level production.
It is a high-level production, yeah. It's not your bog standard. Batter raises his bat around. No. Really captures the moment.
He does, I think he does.
Yeah. Rhodes on 64. Next ball, and that's driven towards extra cover, no run. But on that subject, you could have put that I did it. Taking all the glory?
Or I'm not taking any glory. My name's not on it.
Well, maybe next time you'll kindly put my very good close friend and colleague Kevin put this together, filmed it and put it together for me.
Did very well.
Rhodes again. Now for the bowling of Morley, driven on the leg side. And there will be no run to finish off that over. 117 for 3. Mosley on 19. Rhodes on 64. I was very excited last year when I just happened to be passing by, as you are, the ground at Lady Bay, Nottinghamshire, and Finley Bean, or Finn Bean, who now is a Yorkshire first 11 player, but he was a second 11 player, and he broke Marcus Trescothick's record for scoring, I don't know how many, 1,065 runs in an innings. It was a lot of runs, 200, 300 runs, and it was Trescothick's record from years ago. And I took a little photograph of him, with the board and this score up there again. And got featured in a few newspapers, and actually getting emails from people asking me if it was okay to use the photograph. I was quite excited by that.
Yeah, and obviously you said no problem.
No problem. Well, actually I said how much, but then I said no problem when they said nothing.
Mitchell to Mosley. This little battle's going to continue. Then around the wicket to Mosley. Plays forward and dabs the ball gently back down the pitch and gathered by Mitchell off his own bowling, and there's no run. Joe Root's out of the test match, so they've lost Crawley and Root in quick succession. Root out for 84, bowled by Hazelwood. So it's 351 for 4. England lead by 34, and it's Stokes and Brooke batting together now. Mitchell from the Birmingham end bowls again. It's turned out towards the leg side by Mosley. Straight to mid-wicket where George Bell fields, no run.
We also talk about something else that we mentioned to each other in our chats during that rather interesting non-rain rain delay, which was about just reminding us of the Lancashire run-in, because last week clearly was a blow to lose to Essex in the title race, but they've got this game in hand still, haven't they? Like Warwickshire have.
Mitchell to Mosley. It's defended into the offside, no run.
Obviously, there's a testing gap, but just tell us about that run-in, because
they've got Northamptonshire. I can't remember the sequence, but it's Northamptonshire to play twice, Kent to play, which I think is the final game of the season,
right,
and Middlesex in there as well, and I think the other game is Nottinghamshire. I think that's them all. So yeah, they've got Northants twice, Kent, Middlesex still to play in the run-in. But they're a long way behind.
Well, they are, I know.
Mitchell to Mosley. Handsome looking drive. It beats Hartley, who actually, to be fair, did well to get something on that and took a bit of pace off. He's an extra cover, is Hartley. Mosley comes back for 2 more, so he moves on to 21, 119 for 3.
So Northants next week.
Yeah.
And then the summer sport takes a break.
Then the summer sport takes a break, yeah.
For August.
Yeah.
And then, it's Northants again.
Northants straight after, is it?
At
right?
Northampton, one of your favourite grounds.
I do enjoy going there, yeah.
Yeah.
Mitchell sets off and the sun comes out and he bowls to Mosley. Just pushing at that and ball.
It is close stuff.
It was. It just weaved its way past the edge of the bat and there's no run.
Middlesex at your place.
Middlesex, yeah.
Nottinghamshire at your place. And Kent away.
Yeah.
Winnable matches, winnable games.
Yeah, well, they are. They are. But it's a sizable. It was a big blow that to lose last week against Essex. It was a great win for them. I think avoiding defeat last week, bearing in mind the way the game panned out, would have been a terrific result. Again, Mosley's beaten.
He doesn't know much about these, does he?
He doesn't know. Mitchell can't believe he's not managed to find the outside edge on a couple of occasions there. But he survives and he's still there. He's 21 not out. Rhodes on 64. And it's 119 for 3 with 21 overs remaining in the day's play.
Well, Surrey, who despite the loss to Lancashire, a bit of a stumble in the draw, you could argue, against Nottinghamshire. Well, they've got let's get this right. Middlesex at Lord's 143 for 4, trailed by 290 runs. So a little bit of a partnership there, Holden and Simpson. Having lost the top order, I can't quite get my head around why that's not worked out. So, why it's worked out as badly as it's worked out for Middlesex in their top order, because there's quality there in Stoneman and Milan and Robson, Davis, but Holden and Simpson doing a better job for Middlesex, but still 143 for 4, trailed by 290 runs.
He started badly against, was it Essex, the first match of the season?
What, for Middlesex?
Middlesex, and they can never recover.
Oh, they never got over it. And then that one's worked away leg side here by Rhodes. Off the bowling of Morley again, he'll get a single. And that bizarre situation where it looked like they were going to go through the whole campaign of the T20 without a win, and then they get a record-breaking score against Surrey. They got another high-scoring total they chased down. So I think they ended up with 3 wins in the end, including a couple of really big run chases. But their season campaign was over by the time they got that going. Mosley on 21, punched into the offside. Plenty of space out there initially, but man comes up off the boundary now, underarm throw. And that's Luke Wells. So Mosley to 22, 121 for 3. And Northants following on, 121 for 5, trails Somerset by 50 runs. Hampshire 265 for 5. What a strange game that's been there. Rhodes on 65. He won't get anything yet. Worked away. Mixture of bat and pad, I think, there on the leg side. But Hampshire 266 for 5, third innings. It's a lead now of 332. Nottinghamshire bowled out for 100 earlier today. Hampshire made 166 in their first innings. Morley to Rhodes. Rhodes does get bat on that, but it can't get past the fielder, who's standing there at short, fine leg. Ian Holland, who took, I think it was 4 wickets earlier today, sitting on 99, not out at the moment. He's bowling. What did he get, Holland, in that Nottinghamshire innings? He got 4 wickets, 4 for 19 from 8 overs, so he's having a good game, is Ian Holland. Again, worked away square, leg side, and there'll be no run. So, what else? I'll give you the Essex score. Essex 392 for 6, Lee Kent by 185. Alex Lee's the first to 1,000 runs this season. Next ball, into the pads of Rhodes, can't get that one away. And he's still there, 154 not out. Beddingham 130 not out. So the runaway leaders of the second division trail Derbyshire by 143 runs, 300 for 2. Leicestershire are 92 for 6, need another 146 runs for victory. The game's going to be wrapped up well inside 2 days. And Yorkshire 236 for 2. After Sussex made 216, Yorkshire lead by 20 runs. And a century for Adam Lyth, not out exactly on 100. Dowd Milan not out on 35. That game in Leeds. And they've given up for the day at the Cheltenham Festival. Oh, well, you say that. Glamorgan 152 for 2. First day there. The rest of them on second days. That one's just an opening day of that fixture in the second division.
Here's Mitchell. Continuing to Mosley. Tries to guide the ball down towards third man. It's picked up by Balderson, who's come across from gully. So there's 2 slips in the gully.
Did you notice when those floodlights came on?
Yeah, about actually when me and Mike first came on.
Oh,
so
really?
About 5 o'clock. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
glad I've been watching.
Yeah. They don't need to be on now, do they really? But
I've noticed them just the moment when they don't need to be
No,
on, and when they
exactly.
need to be on, I haven't.
you did not notice them. No.
Oh dear.
I'm not sure they need to be on now, but I think that's the regulation, isn't it? It's at Mitchell to Mosley. Oh, he's down the pitch again to Mitchell. He won't like that. And Daryl Mitchell, who continues on his follow through, and says, "Good afternoon" to Dan Mosley. It was a pretty. Well, he put everything into it, shall we say, but it was a rather ugly-looking swing and a miss from Mosley.
It's upset Daryl that.
He did, didn't it? Yeah.
He said you can play a lot better than that,
Yes.
Dan.
22 to Mosley.
It's been a right tussle between these two.
Yeah.
Now the Bell Dogs are getting involved, having a word with Daryl at that end, firing him up even more.
Mitchell, who's beaten Mosley a few times now. He's in again. It's driven. It's gathered by Tom Hartley, who's extra covered. There's no run, so Hartley's still on there. There's still no. Oh no, Will Williams is out there, so somebody else has gone off now. Williams is at mid-off and Bailey's at mid-on. Somebody else has left the field. 121 for 3. Oh, another look at the ball here. They tried a few overs ago, did in Lancashire.
Well, it's causing a few problems. You'd think that they would be quite happy with it. The old chopper still around. I saw it over to the right-hand side doing a bit of a round, so it must be looking for somebody. Hopefully it's none of us lot in here.
No. It's kind of heading out towards the city centre now.
Oh yes, there it is. Yeah.
Well, the ball's past the inspection. Mitchell's got it back. Mosley waits as Mitchell comes in and bowls. That's worked away to the leg side where Luke Wells fields. Through they go for 1. It's Josh Bohannon who's off the field at the minute for Tom Hartley. It's a Lancashire player who's currently not out in the middle, so Bohannon's off. The helicopter's circling around, he's coming back again. 122 for 3. There's 2 balls left of the over. Here's Mitchell. Shuffles his way back in, bowls again. And Mosley, so Rhodes this time on strike, apologies. Rocks back and tries to pull the ball, but plays underneath it. Taken by Phil Salt. And there's no run.
We're not seeing the best of Mosley necessarily today, have we? But so far, but this is a wonderful education and challenge for him here, because he's a man of immense talent. He really is. I'm really excited about Dan Mosley.
Well, he's certainly come out and tried to be positive, hasn't he? He was using his feet early on to Balderson. He's got himself to 23.
One of the names being talked about this year, that's for certain.
Here's Rhodes, that's pulled away towards Luke Wells, who's galloping up from a pretty much empty Hollies stand. There's 1 or 2 people dotted around, but
none of them in fancy dress.
None of them in fancy dress.
Well, you're not supposed to be. Not by design. But you've got one look, just one. There's always one.
Right at the back.
Wherever you are in the country, right at the back.
It's a peculiar place to sit.
Well, you say that.
Well, I do say that. I did say that.
But you're sort of sheltered there a little bit more at the back, aren't you?
So, yeah.
And if you do like your own space,
Well, you've got that.
and you know I like my own space.
You do. You'd be perfect at that.
I think that could be me in a few years.
A few?
Okay, next year.
Yeah, fair enough. Got your own space.
I like my own space. Baked box of sandwiches, bit of cake, a few crisps.
Oh, it sounds lovely.
Might do it next week, actually. Never mind next year. And if you do have those interruptions, rain delay without rain, you can stay in there in the dry.
Yeah, that's true.
You're well under the roof there.
I enjoyed the rain delay without rain today.
Yeah.
It's good. Then it did rain.
Oh, well, it did rain.
It
In
did.
fairness, it did rain. So, Rhodes on 66. I'll move aside shortly. I think we'll hear a bit from Ricky before we allow him to transfer to London.
Yes, he's leaving us, isn't he?
To our colleagues down there. Rhodes 66, not out. Morley. Ball's driven up to Tom Bailey. Down here. I don't know how to break it to Tom, but I don't think he's going to be interviewed by you tonight.
Oh, I feel it's always Tom Bailey at the minute.
It is. It's always Bailey, but maybe not tonight.
No, not tonight.
Whipped away. Nice looking shot there from Rhodes, but straight to the fielder behind the square on the leg side.
I don't think there's a game gone by this season where I've not spoken to Tom at some point during the
Well,
week.
I was there last night. He didn't seem bothered.
No, he was all right, wasn't he? Yeah.
I wouldn't say he's looking forward to it, but he's certainly engaged well with you. As that's pushed into the offside by Rhodes defensively, no run.
Had his bucket hat on.
Got his bucket hat on.
Which is very much in trend, isn't it?
Once again, some quite tricky questions from you, I noticed.
I went less than 2 minutes last night. It was a very short interview.
But he gave you plenty.
He did, yeah.
Midway through this over. Rhodes 66 not out. Morley a little quicker and flatter and driven by Rhodes. Again, can't find any gap. Just the fielder at mid-on. So 204 runs behind. 123 for 3 here. A steady build at the moment. Rhodes 66 not out. Can he get anything off this over? Just into the gloves there of the keeper. Salt down the leg side. Unfortunate not to get a bottom edge on that Rhodes as he swung everything at it, really. I think he well, for one moment thought this is going to sit up and down the leg side and lift it over that fielder who's standing at short 5, but didn't get anything on it. And in the end, that was the best news for him because the keeper was there, ready to take the catch. Morley to Rhodes again. Is that a low full toss? He really has got a hold of this one. That's gone leg side. How far has it gone? It's gone for 4. And the news bulletin begins. And the over finishes. So 127 for 3, Mosley on 23, Rhodes 70. All of that means it's a good time for me to move aside and Mike will come in and replace me. And I think Ricky's going to replace you in a moment as well.
Yeah, low full toss by Morley. First bad ball really he sent down. His ball quite a tidy little spell here, but it was hammered away. What's going on? There's people coming off and going on and coming off. Oh, we're going to see a bit of Danny Lamb for Lancashire. It's his first game of the season for Lancashire. He had a very brief loan spell at Gloucestershire, but first match of the I think he played once for Gloucestershire in that loan spell, or maybe twice, but it's his first game of the season certainly for Lancashire, and he's going to replace Daryl Mitchell from the Birmingham end. Mike is back alongside me.
It's Lancashire's turn to feel as though they've got a bit stuck here, I think. It's not that they haven't bowled well. They've been in with the chance. Mitchell might have taken Mosley's wicket on 3 or 4 occasions, but it hasn't quite worked out. 18 overs left for either side to try and make a bit more progress today, and it looks like we are going to get them as Mosley pushes the first ball of Lamb's first over. Backward of point and straight to the fielder, Balderson, who doesn't get a run. And Ricky's back in. I'll do the local radio update in a few moments and then we'll get to it. But looking at still, even with Morley bowling, another good hour's cricket. Round the wicket comes Lamb, and Mosley is playing this in compact fashion up to mid-on. And there's no run. 127 for 3, so 200 runs the difference at the moment between Lancashire and Warwickshire, after Lancs extended their first innings to 327 this morning with some very responsible batting from the tail. Ball pushed back down the pitch by Mosley and straight back to Lamb in his follow-through. Quite a succession of of medium fast bowling since the opening bowlers gave away. Mitchell bustling in from the Birmingham end, and now Lamb in much the same vein. 2 slips, the only close catchers. Oh, and Mosley's off down the pitch here, and Lamb perhaps sees him coming, bangs in a short delivery, and Mosley has to flinch out of the way of it. That's sent him a little message. It's the second evening of Warwickshire's County Championship match against Lancashire here at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 127 for 3. There's still potentially another hour's cricket to come tonight as they make up for a delay earlier. It's been hard going for Warwickshire to progress, but in perhaps the easiest batting conditions they've had so far, Dan Mosley and Will Rhodes are starting to make a bit more progress now. Mosley's gone up to 25 after an entertaining battle with the New Zealander Daryl Mitchell. Will Rhodes up to his highest championship score of the season so far. He's 70 and has played very responsibly so far. Still 17 more overs available to Warwickshire today. They're 198 behind at 129 for 3. 2 runs picked off through mid-wicket, and now a short ball, and that's pulled hard by Mosley. There's nobody in the ring, as it were, at square leg. It's gone out towards deep square, and Wells does the fielding. They take 1 run. Mosley keeps the strike. He's 26, and it's 130 for 3 after the 50th over of the innings. And Mosley looks as though he's about to become fun to watch here, because he's ready to take a few on.
Yeah, I think the way he's looked to go about his innings so far, he's been watchful in patches and then very aggressive in patches. So he's obviously trying to get the bowlers off their line and length and trying to make it easy for himself. At the same point as well, he's looking to be positive, but he's not been reckless in any shape or form. Like that last ball coming down the wicket in the previous over, and it was a bouncer, and he just sort of went underneath it. It would have been quite easy for him to let his hands just go at it and have a little bit of a potluck sort of shot to it. But the sun is out. It's looking quite glorious out there now, considering what we had earlier on, and it will be Jack Morley to continue, left arm over into Dan Mosley, who comes down the wicket, and he's pushed it a little bit wider, and Mosley quickly just gets his bat in the way as it was thrown a little bit wider from Morley, who obviously saw him coming.
That was quite cleverly bowled by Morley.
It was very nicely bowled. No run scored on that occasion as he turns again and comes in with that high action, goes wide this time, and it comes out the footholes a little bit, and Keaton Jennings, the captain, scampers to his left and dives on it to stop any single there.
It's a very distinctive action that Morley has got, isn't it? A young cricketer making his way into the team.
Just holds his hands nice and high. There he goes, holds his hands nice and high and gets into a good position and gets a little bit of purchase outside of those footholes, trying to grip it in between Dan Mosley's gate, between bat and pad. And the left-hander has got to be watchful here. If he is looking to be positive, there is a case that it can beat both edges, and he's got to make sure he's in a good position, as that one's a lot shorter. And how was that missed? He has gone onto the back foot and tried to manufacture a shot, really, and he's indicating it's kept low, but at no stage did it look short as he went to sort of pull it. And it went straight into the gloves of Phil Sort, and that would have been a whisker away from hitting that off stump. As in comes Morley again, and this one's down the leg side, and Mosley misses it, and good work from Phil Sort down the leg side. No run scored. So it's been an eventful over so far. 5 balls gone with lots happening, but nothing happening.
No run scored, but there's a good contest developing again here.
It is. Just got to be watchful. As in comes Morley again and forward, and nicely played this time by Dan Mosley. A maiden. 130 for 3 Warwickshire. Dan Mosley on 26 and Captain Will Rhodes on to 70, who earlier on in his innings, after he went past the 50, went to 4,000 first-class runs for Warwickshire. So he'll be happy with that achievement.
Yeah, he's done very well here. He obviously worked his way up to the captaincy. He would have overlapped just about with you, wouldn't he? Would he came from Yorkshire?
He came in just after I'd gone.
Just after you'd gone, yeah.
I remember playing in, you don't remember you used to have the county champion match against the MCC?
Oh, yes, yeah.
I remember seeing him for Yorkshire and playing against him when he was playing for Yorkshire, and then MCC game again. One year he played with us.
Bit surprised he didn't play in the 2020 much. Sort of didn't really feature in that. Anyway, he's on 70 here and playing a little awkwardly, but pushing a full delivery from Lamb between mid-off and extra cover and getting 1 run, 131 for 3. But he's taken on the captaincy of a big county at a relatively young age in his career. But he's had success with it. You know, going all the way to the title. That was a great moment for a cricketer still learning about captaincy on the job, I think it's fair to say. Lamb bowls and Mosley defends back up the pitch.
Was he 28, is he? I think
Sort
about 28.
Yeah, it'd be thereabouts.
The one thing I remember from his early days when he was at Yorkshire and during that MCC game out in Abu Dhabi, I think it was as well. Just an incredibly mature young man, and obviously that helps as well, that when you do take on captaincy that you understand people and leadership and the maturity side of it from him.
Most drives maybe off a bit of an outside edge. It runs low down to backward point and Balderson fields. Mosley throws his head back as if to say, I think I might have missed out a bit there. And he goes for a chat with the captain. No, he's done well, Will Rhodes. He's at various times he's captained in all formats, and then well, of course, they were going to use Moeen as captain for the 2020s. He ended up being otherwise engaged for much of it this season. This is slanted across Mosley, and he's flicked it down to long leg on a busy run, and it's very well fielded, taking a huge divot out of the turf by Morley. But he's managed to prevent a boundary, and Mosley has to make do with 2 runs.
Yeah, lovely bit of fielding there. I thought it was impressive the way he sort of slid to his left and got the ball under control on his knees, and instead of getting up, he stayed on his knees and threw it straight over the top of the stumps. He's obviously very young, because if you're a little bit older, a side's going there, I have no doubt.
Yes, Mosley turns this away backward of square leg, and they're going to have 1. 134 for 3. Yeah, the day will come for Jack Morley. It's a long way off yet, but the day will come where
he just sticks out a boot and underarms it.
The voice of bitter experience. 134 for 3.
I think the day will come when he works a little bit more on his catching and finds himself in a first and second slip and not moving much as he gets a little bit older.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. It's an elegant drive from Rhodes up to mid-off. And there's no run. 4 from the over. 134 for 3. Warwickshire, they were 14 for 2 before lunch, so to that end, it's been a good repair job led by Rhodes. But it's been slow progress, and as we come towards the end of an elongated second day, given the mixed weather forecast, it's looking like quite hard work to get either side to a positive result from here, unfortunately. Both teams will really want it, still with big ambitions for this season. There's going to be quite a bit of work to do. Still 193 runs behind Warwickshire. Now Morley and Mosley again. This looks like Mosley's having a good battle with everybody. He enjoyed his scrap with Mitchell.
As in comes Morley, again that high action, the reverse sweep from Dan Mosley, and that will race away for 4. Beautifully played. It was wide from Jack Morley trying to get it into those footholes, and Dan Mosley has just executed the perfect reverse sweep. Went for the hard reverse sweep as well, rather than the paddle, with Keaton Jennings in there at slip. And it is a vacant area because he has a deep point out there, but he got it fine enough and it raced away for 4. As Morley comes in again, straighter this time, back up the wicket by Mosley. Back to Jack Morley, no run scored.
Well, now he's taken the initiative in this over. In the last over, it felt like Morley was driving this contest, but now by hitting the first ball like that 4, he's given Morley something to think about.
And this one just on to the back foot, and he pushes it out to the vacant point area as they scamper through for a single. I just think it was a better option. I think he was There was times last over he was looking to come down the wicket, and there's a lot of rough there, and if it doesn't hit the rough, it's going to carry on your outside edge. If it does, it's going to potentially beat you through the gate. I just think if there's rough there, and you see players nowadays, and particularly Dan Mosley, so strong with the reverse sweep and sweep. I think it was very much in his favour, the reverse sweep, because if he got it slightly wrong, there's no one really there to catch it unless it does bounce a bit and goes straight up in the air. But it was a good option and got him the boundary. As in comes Morley to Will Rhodes, who pushes it out towards point, and Keaton Jennings comes round to do the fielding.
I like the variation that Morley's shown us, though. He spotted the one in the previous over when he saw Mosley coming and pushed it wider. He's beaten him in the flight a couple of times as well.
And he comes again, straighter this time, and turned away from Will Rhodes onto the leg side. Again, it was quite straight. A feature of Will Rhodes and his batting. He gets really across his stumps and likes to work it to the leg side, and a little trickle through for a single. 140 for free Warwickshire. Dan Mosley on 34 and Rhodes on to 72. Last ball of the 53rd over as Jack Morley comes in again to Dan Mosley, and he stops. Oh, he's gone.
No.
I reckon a little bit of cramp there. He literally pulled up like he'd...
Oh, he's something sore there.
Right at the back of the knee, and just... I'd imagine with his batting, and he was out there for most of yesterday and this morning. And
well, I hope he didn't tweak his knee a few moments ago. We were just digging down here when he landed and took two big gouges out of the turf, which is, I mean, the going's good to soft still down in that part of the field, notwithstanding the super work done by the ground staff here, and they really have put some shifts in here in the last few days. But maybe he did just land a bit awkward.
As he tries again, and then he comes very slowly, and it was half an appeal. I thought that was a lot closer than it was, as it sort of trapped Dan Mosley on the pad, but clearly it was going way down the leg side. End of the 53rd over. We are going to have a drink as Dan Mosley races off by the looks of things for what will be probably a little quick comfort break, as players like to stay hydrated the best they can during hot and sweaty conditions. I wouldn't say it's that hot out there, but it is July.
Probably if you're running about. I wouldn't know. But yes, I think there might be a queue by the look of it. But no, Morley this has been quite an interesting spell, because he's obviously a young cricketer coming into the team. I think this is his first championship game of the year. So getting a chance to play, and there's not many people here, but you're coming away from home. You're with a big county, playing in another big county at a test ground. It's a big day when you're a 21-year-old. And he's there bowling to batters who are well set, and he's made them think a bit. Bowling to the two left-handers. He's not happy now with his... Is it his knee or something in there?
So it's back of his knee. It might be the top of the calf. But the way he's sort of stretching, looks like he's trying to stretch off his calf. I'd personally say it might be a little bit of cramp.
Could be. Let's hope that's all
with
it
all
is.
It can be a combination of things that he might have stayed well hydrated, but being out there for most of yesterday and then this morning, and obviously a few overs that he's bowled already today, and potentially the nervous energy as well. You don't know how well he slept. He might have been.
Yeah.
He was 94, I think it was, overnight. So you probably just need a bit of a energy drink or some electrolytes.
Yeah, Morley's going to have... Somebody's just bought something out to him.
Yeah, the physio.
So, the physio's having a word, so the young spinner having a bit of attention. Bohannon is readjusted all sorts of equipment. And just as he was at the crucial moment of readjusting it, all his mates who'd formed a circle around him cleared off. But nevertheless, everything's back where it was. Mosley's got sorted out. And that was a rather leisurely break. A long session. There are 14 overs still to bowl tonight, because, if you weren't with us earlier, and I know it's been a marvellous summer day up in Manchester, but for those who clearly, at least one team's enjoyed it. But we did have quite a long interruption here even though it was hardly beating down with rain, but it was gloomy and drizzly and a bit dank. We were off the film for an hour and 3/4 either side of tee, and so the umpires have ruled a long session. I suppose when you play 50 over cricket, you play 50 overs straight off, don't you? But it feels a bit different when it's the third session of a championship game.
It does. 50 overs can be a long old time in the field sometimes, but when it's championship, it just seems a lot longer.
Yeah, well, when did we start
a slower pace.
5 to 4 we started this session. It's now 20 past 6 nearly, so it's going to be a 3.5 hour session getting on for. Here's Lamb to start a new over, the first one after the break, and this is it for the most comfortable boundary we've seen so far by Will Rhodes. It goes to 76. It sat up and begged a bit outside the off stump, and Rhodes just placed it through the gap for 4, a backward point.
Yeah, it wasn't a good start after the drinks break from Danny Lamb. It was short and wide, and what was a feature of the shot is how Rhodes just let the ball come to him a little bit and just guided it into the vacant backward point region, where before we've seen players trying to really put the pace on the ball, and it doesn't seem like that wicket.
Round the wicket he comes, and he slightly squares Rhodes up here, just pushing in front of his front pad a little awkwardly. But it runs safely back to the bowler. 144 for 3. This is Will Rhodes' highest contribution in the championship so far this season, only his second half century. He's made a lot of starts. I think 8 innings out of 12 he's got to 25, but it's only the second one he's got to 50. Today's the day, well, today and tomorrow, be a good time to make it count, and he's going to get another one here. Turning the ball through mid-wicket, and the fieldsman is Wells coming in from the rope. So they have 145 for 3.
A little bit of evidence here that Lancashire are trying to get the ball to reverse, so hopefully feel it's not doing enough in the air. There's got a lot of wicket ends here that you can use wickets, you can try and get it on, but again we've alluded to that the outfield is still relatively soft with a bit of moisture.
Yeah, so it might look after the ball a little bit more than you might otherwise expect. We're now in the 54th over. Lancashire have tried to change his ball at least a couple of times, but the umpires haven't had it, so if it doesn't start to do something soon, they'll be chuntering again. There's an extra man gone in and square on the offside for Mosley, who nudges this round his front pad up to mid-off, and it's fielded by Bailey, who basketballs it through to a collie.
I think that's what they call a jump shot.
A jump shot.
Yeah,
there
a
we
little
are.
jump shot. Is he?
He's still full of energy then.
Yeah, we're looking for another spell. Yeah. That's where he's like full of energy, and the captain looks at him. He's like, "Oh, me again."
Well, he bowled the first 14 overs in this innings from the pavilion end, but in 3 different spells because of the timings. Mosley advances a pace down the pitch before Lamb gets to the crease, and then turns the ball off his pads for 1 run into mid-wicket. He does like to have a little bit of a wander, Mosley. And he's gone up to 35, and now he's started to get his innings moving. 146 for 3. Keaton Jennings asked quite a lot of his newborn bowlers at the start of the innings, perhaps tempted by the fact that sort of bowled 4 or 5 overs, then there was a break, and then another 4 or 5, and then another interval. Round the wicket comes Lamb and bowls a short ball, which Rhodes gets into position for, and then seemed to move his head around the way and just guided it down on the bounce down towards long leg. Salt runs after it from behind the stumps, and they get 1 run. But he seemed to half pull out of that, Will Rhodes. Controlled it anyway. He's 78 at the end of the over, and it's 147 for 3.
And we will see a change of bowling from the pavilion end. So we did say that he had a bit of energy with his basketball jump shot. He was getting prepared and loose, ready to come back into the attack. And it will be Tom Bailey.
Well, he bowled splendidly earlier on, didn't he, Ricky, before and after lunch. Both he and Williams managed to make the ball move a bit.
Might be slightly different for him here with this ball now 54 overs old. You can see there's evidence that Lancashire fielders are trying to do the best they can to try and get something from this ball, with throws coming in on the bounce and trying to look after it to try and get it maybe reversing. He will come round the wicket to Will Rhodes. He has a slip, and a gully line is just going back on the 1. A point, extra cover, a mid-off, a short mid-wicket, mid-on, a fine leg, and a deep backward square. So he's giving himself the options to challenge the stumps. And there's going to be another little change in the field. So he's going to challenge the stumps even more with this field, as he's gone to a 5-4 leg side field. So he's coming round the wicket. He's got 2 men on the leg side catching at mid-wicket and mid-on. Deep square and fine leg, just the ring field on the offside with the 1 slip. As in he comes to Will Rhodes, and just outside the off stump with a nice loose delivery. Getting himself back into his spell. It was a nice delivery there.
He was, but they did, the opening bowlers did angle the ball in towards Rhodes' pads a lot, and they were clearly thought they were going to get some joy that way, and a couple of occasions they nearly did. But whether, if they get the ball moving differently, that's still the target. But both of them coming from round the wicket to the left-hander. I don't think we've seen anybody try and bowl over the wicket to Rhodes. Change the angle that way. Deep square legs coming up to... Not as far as the umpire, though, I don't think. He's going to be a bit... 2/3 of the way back. No, he's coming in now. He's coming in. Yeah, he's coming in now, yeah.
As Bailey comes in again, round the wicket, and that is straight, and pushed on to the onside to one of those catching mid-wickets who gets the ball and starts to shine it up a little bit. I think that's Josh Bohannon, who then practices off spin, which is interesting. He bowls a little bit of medium pace, so he's sending a signal saying, if you need a right arm off spinner, Keaton Jennings, I'm here.
Well, there's a lot of left-handers, isn't there? There's still 2 here. We had Yates earlier on.
Bailey in again and pulled this time, and half stopped as they think about going for the single, and decide against it as Williams was diving to his left and sort of parried it to Daryl Mitchell, who's at square leg. It was a short ball.
Well, he was on it really early there, Will Rhodes. But it's a good stop. And now square leg's going back again.
Yeah, just because of that shot, he's got onto it quite quickly. Deep square now goes back, so if he's going to go short, he's going to make sure he gets it nice and high. As in he comes again past umpire Debenham, and is a slower ball and beautifully played. It was a slower ball bouncer, and Will Rhodes just let it hit the face of the bat and guided it down to third man, where Keaton Jennings does the fielding, chasing it from first slip, and they come back for 3 runs. That is the Warwickshire 150. 150 for 3. In the 55th over, they trail by 177.
Not only is this Will Rhodes' highest score of the season, but this is the most in control I've seen him in the times I've seen him this season. It was hard to settle into this innings. There was good bowling, and it wasn't easy conditions earlier on. But in this over, he looks to have plenty of time. He controlled that stroke very well. And he looks to be... It's been interesting. This afternoon, the Lancashire bowlers were in charge. But just right now, it feels like he's in charge out there.
I think that's the game plan you've got to look for Warwickshire, is to bring these bowlers back for their 3rd, 4th, 5th spells. And that one's just left outside the off stump from Dan Mosley. Straight through to keeper Salt. Yeah, if you've got to be patient. You know, you can look at it and say potentially a little bit of ill judgment from a couple of batters from Warwickshire, but they weren't doing anything reckless. You know, it was just a case of Alex Davis went to leave it and just didn't quite leave it soon enough, and that hits his under edge and goes onto the stumps, similar to Yates, who was looking to leave it and just left his bat there a little bit, and then Sam Haynes strangled down the leg side. Onto the back foot goes Mosley, pushes it into the covers. End of the 55th over. Warwickshire 150 for 3.
Yeah, Hayne would be pretty upset having done so much of the digging to get in, and now must be looking at the easier batting conditions and thinking, oh, I fancy getting out like that. But you know, batters do, don't they? I'm sure it's happened to every experienced cricketer. Sometimes you get out like that.
Exactly that. I think that's the thing where Warwickshire can look at it and say that realistically we've been sort of got out or had a little bit of ill fortune. Where I think a few of the Lancashire batters will say, well, hang on a minute, we've given our wicket away there, and look how easy it was for George Balderson and Tom Bailey when they come to the crease just by batting normally. Obviously they put on 145 runs for their partnership, and that really propelled Lancashire to a decent total of 327. And I think that's what Warwickshire need to look at now. Let's just, let's be got out. Yes. Not give our wickets away. There's still a lot of time in the game. If it rains Saturday, we can't control that. We have to make sure we're in a position of strength coming into that last day.
They're going to persist with Lamb for the moment, although he hasn't been too threatening in his 3 overs to date, and he's going to try again now to Rhodes, who is jabbing the ball with one hand coming off the bat, and it goes to mid-wicket. It's a more conservative field now from Jennings, just he's the only slip, and Balderson has gone back quite deep set. It's deeper than Golly, it's much further back than that. And square on the offside, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and then 2 out on what's quite a long boundary on the leg side, at deep square leg and long leg, and Rhodes drives up to mid-on, where Bailey misfields, which keeps Rhodes interested, but there isn't a chance of a run. It's quite a long carry out to Wells in front of the Holly stand.
Yeah, how deep would that boundary be?
That's
about 75, 80?
Yeah, it's a good carry. So, for have 2 back there, he'd have to really catch it to get to either. Well, he's going to get a chance, but the ball cramped him just a little bit, so Rhodes pulled it down into the ground rather than try to really take it onto the boundary, and just accepted the single. So he's 82, and of late, not much has hurried him up. Do a radio update shortly, and then Kevin might be popping back. Are you popping back? You can pop back for Ricky. Okay. Where are we? 11 overs after this one today. Lamb bowls, and this is driven not out of the middle by Mosley. When he doesn't hit it out of the middle, he walks away with sort of his head up in the air and says, I can't believe I just missed it. That. Oh, I should have spanked that somewhere for 4. I think there's a bit of Dan Mosley that thinks he ought to be hitting every ball for 4. But, good for him. He's fun to watch, with bat and with the ball increasingly in the 2020s, when he had a lot of success and really enjoyed it. Every wicket he got was a main event. Round the wicket comes Lamb, and Mosley turns this into the leg side, and they briefly think about a run, but it's very smartly fielded by Bell. And so they don't.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of shies at the stumps by the Lancashire fielders, so they're definitely trying to get a little bit of rough onto this ball, trying to get it to move and do something in the air, try and get it to reverse.
151 for 3. Yeah, these are all the tricks now, aren't they?
The tricks, the trader coming out.
Round the wicket comes Lamb, and Mosley guides this very well, wide of the square cover for 4 runs. He was on the back foot. There wasn't a lot of room, but he got right on top of the bounce and steered it past the fieldsman for 4. He's 39 now, Mosley, and he looks as if he's just really starting to shift up a gear now as we get into the closing overs of the day at 155 for 3. He's looking pretty good now. Is this going to be the radio update? I think it is. Yes, and a fair bit of overtime for Warwickshire to bat in because we had a rain and bad light interruption of an hour and 3/4 earlier, so still potentially 11 more overs for them to face today, and perhaps the easiest batting conditions they've had so far. They're 155 for 3. These have been hard-earned runs, principally by Will Rhodes, the captain, making his biggest contribution of the championship season so far. He's unbeaten with 82, and he's starting to feel the benefit in the last half an hour of his hard work earlier on. Sam Hayne also put the spade work in, but was very cross to get out caught down the leg side for 15. But Dan Mosley hoping to benefit as the ball softens and the bowlers tire, and he's enjoyed some sparky battles with a couple of the bowlers so far on his way to 39. Lancashire made 327 this morning, and Warwickshire 155 for 3. Bailey's off to start a new over, and Rhodes turns this into the leg side. You're going to London, Ricky, aren't you?
Yeah, London on to day 3 for Middlesex versus Surrey tomorrow with the BBC. So I'll be...
Was that an edgy one when you were back in your Surrey days? Was that what we got? Whoever was the, I can imagine the Surrey members coming in and say, "Don't matter what you're doing, all this, you got to beat them."
Is it? in all derbies, yeah.
You've got to beat
the same, yeah. As we've just seen at Old Trafford, test matches finished up there for day 2.
Rhodes has defended the next one up on the offside, 82. He's 155 for 3. You've had your money's worth if you've been to the test match today.
It is 384 for 4. England.
Dear me.
They lead by 67. So it's been a very entertaining day. At one stage they were going at 7 and over.
I wonder what effect that'll have when Australia bat again, however far behind they are, and who knows, maybe Stokes will say, well, we'll declare on a lead at some point. Put them back in. Bailey bowls, and there's 4 of something here down the leg side. Rhodes pushed the bat at it, but I don't think it hit anything. And it's 4 runs. And it's Phil Salt's turn to look a bit fed up.
That won't help the ball trying to get a bit of reverse swing as that's gone straight into the covers. Imagine got a little bit wet.
Be like a dishcloth now. 159 for 3 is the most benign conditions that Warwickshire have had so far. Goes Bailey, passes the umpire, and she's driven firmly by Rhodes. To mid-on, who's quite some way back now, but there's no chance of a run up to Daryl Mitchell.
Already seen a change of plan here from Bailey into his second over of his spell coming back. He had 2 mid-wickets looking to challenge Will Rhodes and try and get him caught in that area. Now he's got a slip in the gully, so says he's going to try and get it outside the off stump and push it across.
Aborts one approach to come in. There's a bit of noise somewhere on the field. I'm not sure if that's coming from the stands or on the field. Round goes Bailey, and he does angle that one in full, and Rhodes is LBW. They've attempted that line of attack all the way through his innings from time to time. And finally, Bailey does get through as Rhodes pushes across one, and he's hit in front and given out for LBW to Bailey for 82, and it's 159 for 4. And Bailey's got 2 for 25, a splendid hand from him today.
Yeah, beautifully bowled. Obviously, we said that there was a change of field and sort of implied that he was going to try and push it across, but it was a double bluff and he swung it back beautifully. We said we haven't seen the ball do a lot, and that ball come back beautifully for Bailey. And Will Rhodes be disappointed, just got himself the wrong side of it and tried to whip it across, and evidence we've seen today that he's done it a few times and managed to get bat on it. On this occasion he didn't, and that was very adjacent, and umpire Ben Debenham thought so as well. 159 for 4 Warwickshire, and still got 10 overs remaining in the day.
I think Kevin's coming in. Thank you, Ricky. Great to be with you today. And have fun with Churchy and Co tomorrow, won't you, at Lord's? You'll be giving it some stick. Middlesex and Surrey is one of all the games, of course, on the BBC Sport website. You can follow throughout the week from all up and down the country. If you get cheers, Rick. Good to see you. If you get fed up of us, you can go and keep one of the others. Although we must be the only ones still going tonight.
It's one of those transfers I'm not happy with. I mean, I'm happy for the club he's going to, i.e. Churchy.
Yes.
To work with him tomorrow. But it'd be nice. Mind you, we've got Eves coming tomorrow, and the Eves also.
Oh, yeah, that'll be all right. Should be all right.
But I enjoyed watching the tall man there play his cricket. I've really enjoyed his coming the last couple of days. He was terrific last. I mean, I'm going to talk about it as if he's not in the room. He was terrific last week as well with Kevin James.
Yes.
Quite a bit down at Somerset.
Yes.
I don't know who was sounding like the all-rounders there, to be honest with you. It was lovely. So he
gets quite bashful though, Kevin, in my experience.
So does Ricky.
Oh yeah,
no, Ricky he gets very bashful.
Yes.
Anyway, it's been lovely, and we look forward to working with him again. But that's it for Ricky for today. But it's not it for the cricket.
No, 10 more overs. Bailey's still got to finish this one. He's going to bowl to Ed Barnard at 159 for 4. When he nibbles one back from outside off stump, and Barnard lets it go. And that one really was quite close to the off stump. There's been a bit of kidology from time to time from Lancashire when the batters have left something outside off stump. But that one, I think, probably really did go over the top. Anyway, it missed everything, so 159 for 4. That felt like a good time to take a wicket for Lancashire, because these might be the best batting conditions that Warwickshire have had so far.
Yeah, I agree. Can't be 100% certain where this one's going. And I, down the years, of course, long years, I always try and put all this weather talk right to the back of my mind. And talk about it as if we don't know what's going to happen.
Yes.
But equally, actually, subconsciously, I think in the back of my mind, what does trouble me about this game and where it's going is that rather awful-looking forecast for Saturday.
Yeah, it is difficult. But equally, it was the case here last Saturday, and
yes, exactly,
and look what happened.
Exactly. So it may come through earlier and all that, and all be cleared up in time for us to have a full day on Saturday. That's the time you want it to rain. Any time between 8 o'clock in the evening and 9 o'clock the following morning.
Yes. Well, the ground staff do, because I mean it's double bubble overnight, is it?
Double bubble. Yeah, they may not be so keen on it raining.
Well, it depends.
I mean, all the talking, right? We know this. The ground staff in at 3 and 4 o'clock.
Oh gosh, right.
Mosley's on 39. Warwickshire 159 for 3. Rhodes is out for 82, and Balderson is into the attack and into the offside. That from Mosley, but for no run. So yeah, we've got 9.5 overs left of the day, and this is a chance for Lancashire to try and make things happen. Will the wickets go in batches here? We've seen pretty much that sort of form through the game. So this is an opportunity. They've got rid of the captain. Now they're looking for the wicket of Mosley, and onto that one, into the onside again defensively. So Ed Barnard's out there as well. He's faced just that one ball so far.
It's a slightly tricky time here for Warwickshire. What have they got to gain in these last 10 overs?
Well, just holding on. I think.
Holding on.
Yeah,
but
go again tomorrow. That's the way I would look at it. And anything that pick up run wise would be just.
But Lancs can throw everything at them for the next 10 overs if they've got.
I agree with
pick
you.
Pick another one up. They'll be doing. They've had a good day.
Mosley 39. Make that 40. Worked away on the onside. Finds a big enough gap. There are a couple of fielders out there, but he finds a gap big enough and wide enough to go through for 1. So he moves to 40. And it's been an eventful innings from Mosley, that's for certain. That Mitchell versus Mosley encounter was worth watching. But the batter's still there and doing a good job for Warwickshire.
Most Mosley innings are quite fun to watch. He's going to entertain, isn't he? He's early in his career, and for people who haven't had the chance to see Dan Mosley bat, I mean, haven't seen Warwickshire very much, he's going to put bottoms on seats, isn't he? Or maybe get them off seats. The way he bats sometimes in the 2020.
Definitely, he's got a bit of crowd entertainer about him, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Ed Barnard is facing now as Balderson comes over the wicket. Ooh, we've seen that. We saw that particularly early on in this Warwickshire innings. So that late withdrawal and sometimes just too late and getting edges through to the keeper. That looked quite similar. Not too sure about this bounce. Is that what's troubling them?
Too sure about how high this ball's going to bounce through.
Well, he's left 2 so far, Barnard, more or less on length. I'm not sure he wants to be doing that too much.
And again, well, again he goes forward, and it's not too far away from getting a little nick and an edge there. So early pressure upon Ed Barnard here.
That really was a good ball. He missed out in Canterbury last week in an innings where Warwickshire scored well over 500, and he made a very weird naught in 4 balls, and he could have been out to 3 of them.
Balderson again in. No ball called, but that's squeezed out onto the onside. There'll be no extra run, but the umpire raises the arm. A little bit extra effort maybe from George there, but oversteps the mark. His figures currently read 7.5 overs. 4 maidens, 1 for 22. Mosley and Barnard, the not-out pair here. For Warwickshire, the home team. And he's scampering in again, is Balderson. Played out to shortish mid-wicket. And there'll again be no run to end the over. 162 for 4 then. Mosley on 40, Barnard yet to get off the mark. Will we see Bailey continue? We may well hear Bailey, who made more than a very useful contribution in that first innings, because we'll rightly talk about George Balderson's century, but it needed, very much needed, that support, and that was a little bit of advice and help for the younger man out there from Tom.
That was his highest first-class score as well, I think, wasn't it? 75.
Yeah. So Lancashire making 327. But now it's Lancashire who are looking for the wickets.
Mosley's taking guard again. Have you had a chat with Dan? Have you come across him?
Never come across
Oh,
him.
you'll like him. You'll like him. He likes it. Came positively running up here to do interview after he's one of his Man of the Match awards in one of the 2020s.
I've never known anybody positively run up to do an interview with me, though, to be fair. I mean, that would be just you, that.
Oh, I don't think so. Look, he was having fun. He wanted to come. He's got a song to sing. He was coming. Well, you'll like him. He's got 40, and here comes Bailey round the wicket. Bowls a full delivery, wide and swinging away. And he hits it firmly to extra cover. And there's no run. They call him Mouse, but I haven't worked out. And occasionally Danger Mouse, which I assume is an initials thing. But I wonder whether it's also just be sort of cricketer's sense of humour to wind him up, because it is Mosley, not Mousley.
Oh, I don't want to go down that one, because I've been involved with a couple of quite lengthy discussions.
Well, it was recently put to me that there might be a steward's inquiry on that, as round the wicket comes Bailey, and this is turned off his pad by Mosley for a run out to deep square leg.
See, I've heard that his dad.
Yes, I've heard this too.
Yes, you've heard this too. Is a Mousley.
Yeah.
What are we going to do about that then, Mike?
Call him Dan. 163 for 4. And he's 41. He's gone to the non-strikers end for Ed Barnard.
Bernard.
Yes, I thought you'd say that.
That's how they say it.
It's more American, isn't it?
In Shrewsbury.
Is
Well,
it?
It depends whether it's a Shrewsbury or a Shrewsbury.
Oh, I see. Well, there you are. Off goes Bailey. And Barnard, he's pushing this firmly to mid-on from in front of his pad. There's a patch of blue sky up there. Look, grab it quick.
We've done all
nice
right
this morning. No, we've got to.
Well, no, we haven't done all right. That silliness this afternoon of rain, but not a lot.
Because we didn't have the microphones on, listeners were spared. Or perhaps denied is a better way of putting it, but you were ticking a bit.
I didn't like it. I wasn't happy.
He was ticking. Bailey runs away from us, bowls 4 wide-ish, and Barnard climbs into a drive but doesn't really hit it. And it goes slowly up to quite a wide mid-off.
I was ticking because I'm the biggest supporter of umpires in all circumstances and situations.
Yes.
So I was annoyed with myself for getting annoyed. But I just didn't. I was enjoying the game as well.
Yeah. Well.
And I just wondered if we could have had a little bit more cricket than we got.
Off goes Bailey, who's quite enjoyed the cricket we've had, and he bowls a ball with a nice shape from a little bit wider on the crease to Barnard, but he plays it securely out into the offside, and it's thrown back to Mitchell, who seems to be chief ball shiner. Look at this, he's bent double here, robbing away vigorously. Take the hairs off your leg. And
well, he's enjoying it though.
Throws it, but yes, he's well away. And he sent the polished, but possibly now a bit ragged and maybe a bit damp nut back to Bailey, who bowls full to Barnard, invites him to drive, and he does, hard down the ground, and Mitchell's after it, as vigorously running after it as he was polishing the ball, and he's managed to haul it back, and they will have 3 runs. So Barnard's away with 3. Mitchell's now got a green stain on his trousers to go with the red one, and it's 166 for 4, and there are 8 overs still to go in this day that never ends.
Indeed. I don't know if you want to take a bit of a break or not.
Okay, yes, I should.
Just to, and then you'll come back for the last 2 or 3 and round up the day with the Read My
I'll
Step.
come back for the encore.
Yes. Well, you can never be guaranteed you're going to get one of those.
Well, I don't like to presume.
I think you probably will for a very fine day's work.
Shouldn't have thought so.
Very fine. I have to get Scott back in. We have to be on together because Scott has a little message for me from his dad. Comes to something when his dad has to stand up.
He's not going to tell you that, is he?
Well, his dad not happy. Not happy. And we have to sit here and take my punishment, as I will. 166 for 4. And Barnard on 3. Got 2 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, short, mid wicket, square leg and down at fine leg. Players just holding up play here for a moment. Who's holding up what at the moment?
It's the bell dog, I think.
Well, I don't know. Keaton was.
Oh, was he having? He
was pointing a little bit there from second slip, and old Salters has gone down on his haunches now. He's just resting a little.
Long day for him as well.
And anytime you're ready, lads. Well, it is a long day. If they've not seen the time.
Come on, boys.
10 to 7. Well, now George is. He's sending. Well, what's he doing? He's sending them out. Who was it short mid wicket? He's sending him out into the covers because he wants another slip or a gully.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's going in. Actually, the shadow's been cast off these floodlights a little bit as well. I noticed there. Bell that goes into that position, and it's a delivery which is straight and played back by Barnard. Up to Tom Bailey, who fancies himself a little bit with the right boot there, but fair to say it didn't really work for him. So anyway, Mr. Reid, I'm so sorry. I wasn't really having a go at your boy.
Well,
but I understand you all stand up for yourself in that part of East Lancashire. Barnard's on 3 and defended again, back to the bowler, and there'll be no run. He's another one that's not prepared to learn from around the world, your dad.
Well, I think you'll find that this goes back to the baked bean conversation. My dad says, tell Kevin Howells, I've added that bit, having supper tonight. Supper's a bit posh.
I tell you, what's going on in Burnley these days?
Having supper tonight.
Barnard's on 3, and that's taken low down by the keeper, and there will be no run.
Unless he could be on night. Maybe he's on night. Having supper tonight, and it will definitely be beans on my Jackie potato, then topped off with cheese. It's the only way. Thank you.
Gosh.
Thank you for that. That'll do for me.
It is a shame, but anyway, the Reid family, a lovely family. Barnard on 3, and that's past the off stump and through to the keeper again, down to the right hand side.
So that's finished. It's emphatic now.
I think the bottom line is you do what you want. Of course, you do what you want, and if you're not prepared, why don't you just try the other way?
I don't see any point in it, really.
Balderson, 2 balls left to this over, and comes hustling in, and again plenty of width to that one. Barnard's not going to go and chase that. Throw to the keeper. I mean, Balderson, I wonder if in the back of his mind, as he's coming into ball these balls at the moment, he's thinking to himself, what am I going to say to Scott tonight at the end of the day?
bound to be me tonight, surely. I know. We all know that he prefers to talk to Tom Bailey every night, but surely it's my turn tonight. One ball left. Oh, I tell you what, he goes down to those fairly late, does the batter, and very nearly gets a little nick through to the keeper.
Bit of a tease, that, wasn't it?
Nothing on it. So 166 for 4. Mosley on 41. Barnard on 3.
A funny old day, isn't it, really?
Well, I guess it has. I mean, it's hardly begun, really.
It's not really moved on anyway, has it, really, the match?
No, I guess not. But that delay this afternoon didn't help.
No, it didn't. No, true. It was quite a big delay, that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a big delay. And it's been a very big final session as a result of that. Tomorrow, we can't resume the debate about baked potatoes until 1:10 tomorrow now, because we've had.
Oh, of course, yeah. I've got a delay to my baked potato tomorrow.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Can I have it for a third day on the spit?
No, you were going to go salad actually tomorrow.
I was, wasn't I? Yeah, just salad.
Do you know what I might have tomorrow? I've had fish and chips for the first 2 days. You know what I might have tomorrow? Fish and chips.
Actually, you had fish, chips and baked beans today.
2 days on the trot, mate.
That's ridiculous. Mitchell to Mosley.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's a wide ball. I think, yeah, it's been signalled as a wide. It just about landed on the cut strip.
Didn't come out right. His big smile on his face, Darryl.
He did, didn't he? Yeah. Big beaming smile.
Yeah.
Bit of a loosener from Big Mitch. 167 for 4. There's a slip, which is Keaton Jennings. Then there's quite a sizable gap to the second slip, which is Danny Lamb. It's eased away by Mosley off the front foot. Up comes the long strides of Luke Wells from the point boundary to field. Score moves on to 168 for 4. The field changes with Barnard on strike. So there'll be a couple of extra catches in, you would think. Yeah, there's going to be a second slip now. So there's Lamb and Jennings. And then Bell at Gully. And then the point and the cover and the mid-off and the mid-on and the mid-wicket. And the fine leg. And Mitchell sets off from the pavilion end. Bowling to Barnard, who waits for Mitchell and allows that one to travel through. It's a 4 ball, but it's wide of off stump. Taken by Phil Salt, Lancashire's wicket keeper, and there's no run.
Top of the table, Surrey, 433 all out. Middlesex at the close, 179 for 5. Simpson not out 55. Holden went for 55 in the end. Bamber's on 1. But Surrey looking good there. Essex are looking good in their game against Kent as well.
Mitchell past the umpire in again. Nudged away off the hit by Barnard, just behind square on the leg side. He's gone through the first as if he wants to come back for 2, but Luke Wells is quickly up off the boundary to deny the second. 169 for 4.
Essex declared at 458 for 8. 117 to Matt Critchley. He's another one having a terrific season. 83 not out off 91 balls for Simon Harmer, the captain. Labelled that declaration. And Kent, in the 5 overs they had before the close of play, after that declaration, Kent 4 for 1. Trail Essex by 247 runs. I tell you, they are strong contenders for the title. Yeah. They're going to be close on the heels.
And a bit of a roll, aren't they?
Yeah, that's the thing. They've got some momentum there, haven't they? And some. Oh, yes.
Kent are not having a great year, are they?
At Middlesex, Kent, and Northants battling there too. 2 of the 3 will go down, I reckon. Who's it going to be?
Mosley waits as Mitchell comes around the wicket to him. He's off the back foot and defends back down the pitch, and there's no run. Earlier on this afternoon, Mitchell to Mosley was quite an interesting battle, and he kind of played and missed it quite a few, didn't he?
Yeah, he's that sort of a player, though. I mean, a positive attacking player, but Darryl wasn't impressed.
No,
was
he
he?
wasn't. No. Well, he's still there. He's got 42 runs. He's waiting for Mitchell, who's in again. It's driven. The offside is well stacked with a point and a short cover, covering a mid-off, and he's off the front foot, driven it firmly straight to Bahanam in that deeper cover position. It's no run.
Northants 151 for 6. Following on, still 20 runs behind Somerset. You got them coming up next week.
Yeah. Next two, actually, isn't it? Either side of the summer break. There's Northants at home and then Northants away. Mitchell from the pavilion end comes over the wicket and bowls. Forward goes Mosley and defends to mid-off, and there's no run.
This is a monstrous game. This is because of the weather forecast, isn't it? Of course, Nottinghamshire versus Hampshire, right? That's the game I'm talking about. Hampshire all out. They didn't start till 1:10 yesterday. Hampshire all out for 166. Nottinghamshire all out for 100. Hampshire in some bother early on in their second innings, but then declared at 344 for 5 because they already got a lead well over 400. What's that? That's 411 as a target for Notts to win the game. So this is like, well, I can't work out the number of hours, but this is well under 2 days of cricket. You've got a team that's been bowled out twice, and then Hampshire 344 for 5, and they declare. Next ball is defended by Barnard back up to Balderson. I mean, this is Bazball gone crazy. Nottinghamshire 7 for no wicket. They're still playing there in the second over. Slater and Amida, the not out pair. That Hampshire innings included 138 from Ian Holland, and 82 from Dawson, 52 or 42 balls from James Fuller as well. What a crazy game there at Trent Bridge. Down the leg side, does he get anything on that? Yes, he does, according to the umpire. Barnard isn't even going to look around to the umpire. He's got his back to him, and he's still marking out his card, but with his back just contemplating. But a wicket, and it's another one for Balderson on a good game, a good day for George Balderson, the 22-year-old all-rounder. And Barnard's gone for 4. And Warwickshire here with, 5 and a bit overs remaining. We've got to be a little bit careful that they don't allow Lancashire to leave with their tails really up and high tonight, having got themselves in a really good position. As it is, the pressure is on the home team. It is on the home team. Can they take more wickets before the close this evening?
I think Lancashire bowled really well today. Got Warwickshire 5 down. They're still 160 behind. I mentioned before that the game wasn't really moving on anywhere for Warwickshire. They were kind of stuck, really not going anywhere, and in danger if they do lose a wicket or two tonight, and then things happen in the morning that could face a pretty hefty first innings deficit. But I think Lancashire have bowled really well. It looks like it's quite hard going, doesn't it? It'll be interesting to see what George makes of it, because he's obviously batted and done well and bowled on it and done well, so it'll be interesting to see his take on the pitch. It's difficult as to how it's playing, but it looks hard work, both to score and to kind of take wickets. And I just think that the discipline that Lancashire have shown with the ball today has been really impressive. And they've got Warwickshire 5 down. They're still 160 behind, so they've got an opportunity with 5 overs tonight and then first thing tomorrow morning to try and be in a position where they've got themselves a first innings lead.
Third catch of the match for Salt as well. Earlier Yates for 3 off Bailey's bowling. Hayne off Balderson for 15. And now Barnard off Balderson for 4. And Balderson comes into Danny Briggs, who's the new batter. He gets bat on that. Bit of a half stop, half fumble there by Wells. A backward point allows them to go through for 1. So Briggs is off the mark. 170 for 5, trailed by 157. And we are midway through this over, with 5 remaining afterwards. Bailey's bowled 17 overs, 2 for 29. Williams 14 overs, 1 for 44. Morley is 7 overs, no wicket for 23. Mitchell 10 overs, no wicket for 28. Danny Lamb 4 overs, no wicket for 19. This is Balderson's 10th over, 2 for 23. 5 maidens within this spell of 9.3 overs as well. Well, Mosley jumps aside 3 or 4 yards to do a bit of counting. Where are all the fielders? Around the wicket. Oh, and that's quite an expansive leave. He's busy, isn't he, Mosley? He's busy. He's off for a wander again.
I like the approach, though. I don't know whether it's something he normally does, or whether it's just a kind of reflection of how the day's been, and perhaps the difficulties that batters have had to try and score. But he has tried to at least give the opinion or the impression of being busy and positive. And yeah, I've enjoyed watching him bat.
Mosley's on 42. He doesn't have to go anywhere near that as the left-handed batter goes well wide from Balderson. He's bowling with one slip in at the moment. That's Keaton Jennings, the skipper, alongside Salt. On a deep backward point and in front of point on the offside. Shortish extra cover. Mid off, mid on, shortish mid wicket and square leg around the wicket and again wide. I mean, that ball is actually moving quite a bit as it pitches and darts away to the keeper. But the end of the over, 170 for 5. Mosley on 42, Briggs on 1. After Lancashire made 327, so they trail by 157 runs.
Well, the new batter was out there, and Lancashire only had one slip, and I think that again that just reflects where we're at. That most catchers are going to be in front of the batter as the game goes on, and even with a new batter out there, they've gone for the one slip. But the best way of trying to create wickets here would seem is to get men in front of the batter, get catchers in front of the batter, and I might see that continue through tomorrow as well. Mitchell's going to have a bit of reinforcements behind him with 170 for 5 and Briggs on strike. Here comes Mitchell. 5 overs left tonight in the balls. Oh, that's a lovely delivery. It's too good for Briggs, that. Through to the keeper, and there's no run.
I'm going to move aside so Mike can have a couple of overs of chat and a couple of overs of doing a bit of commentary as well between the pair of you to round off the day. I'm not too sure what I'm going to do. I might go and get myself some more ginger nut biscuits. But in the meantime, speak to you tomorrow.
Cheers, Kevin. 170 for 5. Mitchell sets off again into Briggs. He's driving that straight to short cover, and there's no run. Yeah, I've got 4 overs left after this one. And Warwickshire with Briggs and Dan Mosley batting. And we just lost Ed Barnard, caught behind by Salt off Balderson for 4. Mitchell sets off again, runs away from us towards the city centre, and he's left alone by Briggs. Full but wide of off stump, just shapes away a little into the gloves of Phil Salt, and there's no run.
Briggs is an interesting choice to come in at this point, I think, ahead of Burgess. So you could view him as protection for Burgess, but Briggs is a bit deluxe for a night watchman. Just it's not quite the order I would have picked. I would have imagined. But anyway, there he is.
And he's waiting for Mitchell. Balls, back of a length delivery. It's left alone by Briggs. Just leans back from that shorter ball from Mitchell through to Salt. No run.
Well, he's made plenty of good runs in his career, Danny Briggs. Although few more important. On the day Warwickshire won the championship here a couple of years ago, or in fact the day before, I can't remember the complicated maths, but they absolutely had to get another batting point. And he went and made quite a quick-fire half-century to get them the batting point in the last over, and that turned out to be the point that broke open the chance to win the game and take the title.
Mitchell to Briggs, who defends, playing the ball with the bat tucked by his hip, playing it late, letting it deflect off the face of the bat down to gully. There's no run. There's no quick fire runs required here for Warwickshire tonight. There's 4 overs to get through, and then from Warwickshire's point of view, they'll hope to have 5 wickets to play with tomorrow. Try and close this deficit. 157 runs at the minute between the two teams. 5 wickets remaining for the Bears. There's Mitchell to Briggs. This defender back down the pitch, and Williams comes around from mid-off to complete the fielding, and there is no run. So we've got 4 overs remaining of the day. 170 for 5. Briggs on 1 and Dan Mosley on 42.
George Balderson has been the man of the moment for Lancashire. I'm not surprised he still looks full of bounce. It's now more than 8 hours since he came out there this morning to try and complete his maiden first-class century, having had, as you were explaining earlier, a couple of near misses in the past, and then seeing numbers 9 and 10 knocked over with the clock still striking 11 would have given even the most equitable tempered batsman a few flurries, but he got there and added a handy 30 runs with Jack Morley that just pushed Lancashire to what I would suggest now looks slightly above par total, although there's a run here for Mosley, who's worked hard for 43 and guides a ball from Balderson square on the offside out to the cover sweeper.
Well, they're certainly doing their best to make that 330 feel like a lot more. The way that they've bowled today, they've been really tight and disciplined, and
been very good. There hasn't been much to hit.
Yep.
In comes Balderson again, gets very close into the stumps to bowl straight to Briggs, and he works this into a gap on the leg side, just between mid-on and mid-wicket, and takes a well-placed single.
Yeah, I think everyone's kind of backed each other up, haven't they? Set by Williams and Bailey, and then Mitchell and Balderson, and Midline a touch expensive, but that may be understandable. He's not bowled much. Morley's done his best left-arm spin with perhaps not too much assistance. So yeah, all round, I think they've done really well. Lancashire here. Bears need to get to the close of play, trying to have 5 wickets in hand tomorrow.
172 for 5, and Mosley's not interested in a ball that starts well wide of the off stump. I liked the spinner. I know there wasn't a lot for him, but he was trying to make things happen. A nice little bit of variation in flight. Mosley misread the flight a couple of times. Saw him coming on one occasion and pushed the ball wider, made Mosley change his shot. So although there wasn't a lot to work with, there might be more later in the game, especially with Warwickshire having so many left-handers. He can drop it into the rough outside their off stump. This is pushed away on the offside by one of those left-handers, Mosley, and there isn't a run. But yeah, you're trying to make something happen. I like that.
They speak well of Morley. I mean, I've not watched him play that much. He hasn't played that much. He's just a kind of handful of first-class games. He bowled beautifully in a match last year in Southport. Almost won Lancashire the game. I think he got a fifer in that match. Played a bit of one-day cup cricket last year.
Round the wicket comes Balderson. Oh, and it's nibbled by Mosley, but it reached Jennings at slip on possibly could even have been the second bounce. It was guided into the ground by Mosley.
Yeah, well, he saw a lot of that on the first day. I mean, he didn't go at it massively hard, did he?
No.
But even on the first day, I mean, Phil Salt's pointing there where the ball was grounded. A lot of edges on the first day, dropping comfortably short.
It's quite a controlled edge if you can have one of those. Oh, and this one swings late from Balderson. So, and Mosley's doing his not bothered look, having left it outside the off stump. But it swung so far after it had passed Mosley that Salt was out down the leg side by the time he took it. But Mosley took no notice of that. He's 43, and there are still 3 overs to be bowled this evening. We started the day in bright conditions. We're going to end similarly. It's not quite sunny, but it is pleasant enough now. We just had a visit from autumn for a couple of hours this afternoon, which wasn't very nice.
No, it wasn't welcome, was it? Mitchell to Briggs. It's played off the pads out towards mid-wicket for a single. It's scooped up by Jack Morley. And there is no run. Tomorrow's the day, isn't it, if something's going to happen, because there's every chance, even if the weather forecast doesn't turn out to be as bleak as it currently is for Saturday, that the best we're going to be kind of dodging the showers on Saturday. So tomorrow's the day for either of these two sides to try and get themselves into a position of strength. Let's push full but wide by Mitchell, taken by the keeper. There's no run. First innings lead for either side could be really important if we've got a shortened match. But And we'll have a slightly longer day tomorrow. We'll be able to make up a bit of time again from today. So I think we'll have 104 overs tomorrow. We'll confirm that all for you in the morning.
Yes, they'll make up a bit of time, won't they?
Should
from
do,
today.
yeah. Again, left by Briggs. Taken by Salt. And there's no run, so he's put the first 3 outside off stump, but maybe just a fraction too wide. Batter able to comfortably leave.
Enjoyed his contest with Mosley though today,
Yes, yeah,
Mitchell.
good.
When
Yeah.
he bowled the spell from the far end, he's bowling from the pavilion end now. But that was lively stuff.
It was, yeah. Obviously the winner, I guess, in the end, because he's still there, but he did play and miss it a few. And he has to defend this one. There's Briggs. It's a slightly tighter off-stump line. Steers it safely out towards the gully region, and there's no run.
Yeah, Mitchell would be hard done by to not have a wicket. Williams as well, bowled 14 overs. His figures are not all that flattering, but he looked very effective.
And they were lengthy spells, weren't they?
Yeah.
Either side of lunch, either side of the rain breaks. It put a lot into that, did Williams.
There's a third slip who's come up quite a bit closer than the other two. Short Extra's come a bit closer too.
Mitchell to Briggs. That's angled into him, so he turns it to the leg side. Bailey fields at mid-on, no run. The first 3 balls full and wide. The second, a much tighter off-stump line, which he defends. The 4th ball was angling into his pads. He's got 1 ball left of this over, and then, well, they'll probably have another one because there's 2 left, so unless the captain makes a change. He'll have 7 more balls to send down tonight. We'll let Daryl Mitchell dropping his square leg back towards the rope, which is Jack Morley. So a deep square leg. He's just a little behind square, actually. And then there's a long leg as well. Mitchell to Briggs. Down the leg side and taken by Salt. And that completes the over with 2 remaining of the day. 172 for 5. Briggs on 2 and Mosley on 43.
So 2 overs for Warwickshire to try and get out with without any further damage. 2 wickets for Bailey, 2 for Balderson. And 1 for Williams. I did him a disservice. Of course, he got one right at the start, didn't he, for Davies? But he got the wicket of Davies, but he could easily have had more. That was in on his 2nd over. But a fine contribution after Lancashire extended their first innings until almost midday to 327. And Warwickshire at 172 for 5. And the last over but 1 today is going to be bowled by Balderson from the Birmingham end, and he bowls to the left-handed Mosley, who's more careful now in the last few minutes. He was trying to show a bit more enterprise from time to time, but Warwickshire need him there in the morning.
Yep. It's a gutsy knock, isn't it? Maybe a little bit of good fortune, but I need that from time to time. He's come out with a bit of intent. I've enjoyed watching him bat.
Yeah, he's going to be a good cricketer. Forward he comes again to push out to extra cover. Likes the contest, as I think we've seen a little bit today.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's good.
Battle with Mitchell, I bet he enjoyed that.
Yeah, and you know, easy one for the crowd to like when there's big crowds here for the 2020 or whatever. So I can't remember. I think we'll see a bit of him in the 100 as well. Those who follow that.
Is he a Phoenix player?
Round the wicket comes Balderson. He hits Mosley on the pad. That looked as though from the angle it was probably going down the leg side, and it's going to be 4 leg byes, which is the only movement the umpire makes, as Balderson was pleading for a decision. The only decision was that it was 4 leg byes. But from that angle, it's going to be difficult, isn't it? Paul's got to be doing quite a lot from there.
Yeah, as you say, it's not a bad shout looking at it back on the replay. It's certainly worth a shout, but he's bowling round the wicket. He's bowling quite wide of the crease as well. There's enough doubt there, isn't there, for the umpire to give that nod out, but it's not the worst shout. Didn't massively get up.
Mosley's carefully forward here and pushes this into the leg side.
Yeah.
Closer fielders are creeping a little bit closer.
Stayed low. That kind of hit him barely shin height.
Oh, that's not good for Warwickshire. They don't need that. Not when they are still 151 runs behind.
And a forward short leg in here, George Bell going under the helmet.
Well, they might as well push it on a bit. Lancashire, yeah, he's just stepped a bit closer, George Bell. He's about 4 strides away, and Mosley drives through the gap that's now appeared at extra cover, and it's a long chase for Williams because it's going to go right out to the rope, and it's well stopped. Making the slide and hooking the ball back, and they've completed only 2 runs.
It's a great effort. It's a long, long way out there, isn't it, to catch it with the ball. Done well. There's Will Williams. Jennings says to him, stay out there while you're out there, no point in coming back. He says that on the deep point boundary.
He's with the Phoenix, Mosley, by the way. Round the wicket comes Balderson to bowl his last ball of the day. It's well wide, and Mosley doesn't want to touch that, so it's the over, and it's 178 for 5.
That bounced twice too on the way to the keeper. Well, he's quite tricky to keep across the who's playing for whom in the 100. So players moving all over the place.
It might be that we shall see some younger players or new players given an opportunity in the One Day Cup. That was quite enjoyable last year.
It was, yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Warwickshire made some good use of that, bringing 2 or 3 players. Joe Hall, the young seamer, prospered, was one in particular. Got wickets at Derby, as memory serves. Mitchell's going to finish the day.
He is, with 2 slips, gully, leg slip, short leg, short cover, fine leg, mid wicket, mid on. So Mitchell in and bowls. It's a short ball to Briggs. He ducks underneath that, and there is no run. I think with the pace of the pitch and with weather around, it does feel like it's going to be pretty monumental effort to bowl a team out twice. But it's all about tomorrow, really, isn't it? I mean, if Warwickshire can get somewhere near level and draw parity, then... Oh, that's turned away off the hip by Briggs to the right of short leg, and Bell stuck out a right hand to try and get something on it.
That might be an interesting line to take in the next few balls, because Briggs is only interested in survival. I wonder whether they might end up with another catcher somewhere in that area. They've got a leg slip there and short leg, but it's going to be pot luck if he hits it firmly, if it just sticks in Bell's hand or not.
Fancy these leg side fielders being a little bit nearer, don't they, now? So square legs come in and fine legs come in. There's a leg slip, there's a short leg, there's a short mid-wicket. There's a little shovel off the hip by Briggs, that last delivery. And gets right in behind it this time. Another one that's short from Mitchell. It doesn't get up particularly, but in place to defend it and steer it into the ground. So there's 3 balls left. Dan Mosley comes down to have a word with Danny Briggs. Well, Lancashire would love to prize out a 6th wicket tonight. 5 wickets as it stands remaining for the Bears to try and chip away at this deficit.
Going to come round as well, Mitchell, to try and put some more pressure on that fending off.
Into Briggs. Again, Briggs defends, no run. 149 runs behind. There'll be a new ball available for Lancashire in the morning session tomorrow. It will be in 13 overs.
So Warwickshire is still going to be quite a bit behind when we get to that. Probably still 100 runs behind. when the new ball comes.
2 balls left today. Mitchell bowls and Briggs defends. And just turning the ball away to the leg side for no run. And I think Mitchell's going to come back over the wicket for the final ball of the day. Slowly wandering back to his mark. Briggs looking over his shoulder. He's watching Luke Wells, who was at a kind of long leg position, now coming into a leg gully. So there's a leg slip, leg gully, short square leg, forward short leg. Briggs defends the ball. It's a fullish length and pushed through straight mid-on for a single. And that is the end of the over, and that is the close of play as well on day 2. And it's 178 for 5, and with Warwickshire, correction, 179 for 5, didn't add that final run. So 179 for 5, and Warwickshire trail by 148 runs with Dan Mosley on 45 and Danny Briggs on 3.
And a better day for Lancashire than for Warwickshire, although they will still have Mosley to come out and bat with Briggs, and there's still a bit of batting to come. But it's been hard going there, replying to Lancashire's 327. So thanks for your company and patience today, 'cause it's been a long day if you've been with us throughout. And play resumes tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. All being well, and hopefully the weather will be as kind as it's been at the start and the end of the day. But until then, from all of us here at Edgbaston, it's a very good evening to you wherever you are.